cold, wet and miserable. That's enough about me. Hello, good morning. Welcome to the Macau Grand Prix, where the unfortunate news this morning is that the motorcycle free practice session has been postponed. It's been another wet night here at Macau. So therefore, I'm still waiting for official confirmation for this time. I've been told, but I'd like to see it in writing, but we look as if we will be going at 4:15 this afternoon. That's local time, which, if I take away 8 hours, will mean 16 take away 8 is 8:15 tomorrow morning in the UK, 9:15 in Europe, etc., etc. So you can see from the pictures that we're broadcasting around the world right now, there's just no way that the motorcycles, you can even see the puddles on the track. It has actually stopped raining. It was raining for a short time this morning, but we've not had any rain. But I think there's still a few rain clouds around. But no matter what, they have a schedule to crack on with here at Macau, with plenty of cars, etc. So the decision has been made. And also, most of the riders weren't even here this morning. They just looked out of their hotel bedroom window this morning, saw that it was wet and thought, hey, I'm going to stay in bed a little bit longer. So that's the situation now then, and I'm still waiting for official confirmation of this. So you cannot take this as gospel, I'm afraid, folks. But the way things it's shaping up now for the motorcycles here at Macau is that free practice will be at 16:15 local time, as I mentioned, but I'm still waiting for official confirmation on that. When I see that in writing, then it will be official. But as things stand, as I understand, and I have it on good understanding, it will be 16:15 this afternoon for free practice, which it was supposed to be qualifying one anyway, which now means that tomorrow morning, which was due to be the motorcycle race, and from my understanding, and again, I must reiterate, it is not official yet. If it is official, it's not being passed on to me. But from my understanding, tomorrow morning, it will be a qualifying session, just the single. We were due to have 2. There'll now be just the 1 qualifying session. There'll be a break of perhaps 45 minutes, and then we will have the motorcycle race. So the riders will have that qualifying session, and then they'll have 45 minutes to make any adjustments, chuck on a race tire or maybe whatever, and then they will be able to hold that race. And the good news is that the forecast is good for weather. So I think we've got about another hour or 2 perhaps here at Macau of some more showers, perhaps some more rain. But from that moment on, it should dry up, and we will get back to the Macau that we've come to know and love in terms of the sunshine anyway, and dry conditions, a little bit of heat and what have you. So that's the situation, folks. Sorry to if you've been waiting up late or maybe getting up early wherever you are in the world to watch some motorcycles here. But unfortunately, again, we were due to have free practice and qualifying yesterday. We are putting everything on hold. And again, the reason is it's bad enough in the wet to race around, that they don't even have wet tires here as well at Macau. So that's the situation. The motorcycles just won't go out, even if they did have wet tires to go out in the wet. So that's it from myself, Dave Moore. I look forward to your company later on today, but stay with us, because Alan Hyde and David Addison will be bringing you all the car coverage here from the 71st Macau Grand Prix throughout the day. So stay tuned, and I'll speak to you later. But until then, it's goodbye for now.
Muito bom dia, bem-vindos ao segundo dia de competição no setor de primeira edição do Grande Prémio de Macau. As condições atmosféricas melhores hoje do que estavam durante o primeiro dia, ainda assim não melhoraram ao ponto de permitir que os treinos do Grande Prémio de Motos de Macau, da 56ª edição do Grande Prémio de Motociclismo, saiam para a estrada como previsto. Ora, a sessão de treinos livres estava prevista para esta sexta-feira de manhã e que haveria segundo dia de competição do circuito de dia é cancelada por decisão da Comissão Organizadora do Grande Prémio de Macau. Será então concluída durante o período que estava consignado à prova de qualificação, ou seja, durante a tarde desta sexta-feira, os treinos livres vão ser então conduzidos no circuito de dia entre as 14 horas e 15 minutos e as 17 horas e 15 minutos. Isto quer dizer que há também alterações do que resta do figurino da 56ª edição do Grande Prémio de Motos de Macau. A prova de aquecimento prevista para amanhã de sábado, o corrida de aquecimento de 20 minutos prevista para amanhã de sábado, será cancelada e substituída por treinos qualificados, ou seja, pela prova de qualificação, a correr entre as 7h20 da manhã, sábado, e as 8h30 da manhã. Já a prova propriamente dita, já a 56ª edição do Grande Prémio de Macau de Motos permanece inalterada, ou seja, sai para a estrada a 56ª edição do Grande Prémio de Motos de Macau às 9h30 da manhã, sábado, como previsto, uma prova de 12 voltas que vai então simular o nome do vencedor da 56ª edição do Grande Prémio de Motos de Macau. No que diz respeito ao resto do programa para esta sexta-feira, segundo de competição no circuito de dia, não há alterações, ou seja, a única alteração ao programa para este segundo dia de competição na 71ª edição do Grande Prémio de Macau é então o cancelamento da prova de treino que estava prevista para o início da manhã. A prova de treino passa então para o final da tarde desta sexta-feira. É então a corrida que encerra este segundo dia de competição do circuito de dia.
各位现场的观众朋友们，大家好！欢迎您来到第71届澳门格兰披治大赛车的现场。那么，由于天气的原因，很抱歉的呢，告诉大家，在原本要计划所进行的第56届澳门格兰披治摩托车赛的比赛安排呢，原本是要进行卡车赛的一个比赛安排呢，是没有办法进行，因为现在下雨的关系。 因此呢，赛程做了一定的调整。那么喜欢摩托车的朋友，不要忘记了，每天 在这里呢再次的向大家通报。那另外呢，在今天所进行的其他的赛事呢，将会是继续的来进行，也感谢大家能够来到现场，为我们所有的车队以及您所喜爱的车手加油打气。很快的跟大家通报一下，在国际汽联 F1 世界杯昨天所进行的排位赛当中呢，德国车手戈德是做了非常出色的一天的，是成功的暂时夺得了单位。昨天因为下雨关系，所以整个排位赛第一次排位赛当中有5度被红旗打断，但是戈德做出2分32的一个优异的成绩呢，最终也是让他暂时排在第一。而今天对于 F1 方程式的所有年轻车手来说，依然是一个挑战。现在下雨关系，如果他们接下来9点钟的时候所要进行的一个练习，要去改一些调教的话，为接下来下午所进行的排位赛来进行准备的话，到底是要干脆的设定还是几天的设定呢？这是一个非常困难的难题。9点20分，我们将会为您送上的就是国际汽联 F1 世界杯的第2场自由练习，也看看车队跟年轻车手如何应对如此复杂的一个赛道情况跟天况。同时，我们也希望大家能够在9点20分来给所有的车手加油。谢谢，我们9点20分再见。
Well, good morning everybody. Welcome to the second day of the 71st edition of the Macau Grand Prix. Unfortunately, the weather has struck us again, and this morning's motorcycle Grand Prix free practice has been cancelled. New schedule in place though, let me tell you all about it. Free practice now this afternoon at 4:15. Warm-up tomorrow morning will be cancelled, therefore the qualifying from 7:20, and then the race will be tomorrow morning at 9:30. So no bikes this morning, but let's hope we get them on this afternoon at 4:15. You have got a great day ahead of you though. The schedule is like this. From 9:20 it is the Macau Grand Prix. Following Regional World Cup free practice 2. The Macau Road Sport Challenge qualifying gets underway at 10:15. At 11 is the Great Bay Arena GP Cup qualifying. Macau Road Sport FCL Establishment Cup qualifying at 12:10. And then Macau Gear Race qualifying 1 at 5:1. 25:2, Macau Gear Race Kilo FIA PCR World Tour event at Macau, their second qualifying takes place, and then qualifying for the FIA GP World Cup at 2:05. 5:3, it's the Macau Grand Prix Formula Regional World Cup qualifying 2, and then Macau Grand Prix free practice for the motorcycle, the 56th edition of the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix gets underway at 4:15, with the circuit being open by 6 o'clock. So just a reminder of the news this morning, no bikes on track due to the wet weather. Free practice at 4:15. Tomorrow morning it's qualifying from 7:20 with the race at 9:30. But next up this morning, 9:20 for the Formula Regional World Cup free practice 2.
个我如果把它拔掉的话，它就显示不了了呀，你得插上去才行，对不对？不是黑的，就是刚才那个，就是我刚才我发给你那个照片是一样的。
Hello，Hello，1、2、3、4，1、2、3、4，有冇？咦，冇，有冇聲？有冇聲？好。1、2、3、4，1、2、3、4，1、2、3、4，mic check，mic check。有冇聲？有冇聲？正常。1、2、3、4，1、2、3、4，1、2、3、4，mic。
First Macau Grand Prix. It's 9:15 in the morning, local time, wherever you are in the world. A very good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you. Welcome to coverage of this amazing motorsport festival here at Macau. And once again, we get things underway for day two with the Macau Grand Prix cars. They are lined up down in pit lane. We have just got the word to get things underway for free practice 2. Now, yesterday, we started the day with free practice 1 for the FIA FR World Cup, the Macau Grand Prix cars, and we finished the day with qualifying 1 over 40 minutes. In very difficult conditions yesterday. David Addison joins me in the commentary box. And yesterday's qualifying at the end of yesterday afternoon was very difficult. We started up tally marks for for session stoppages, and we got to 5, David. In 40 minutes, that reflected pretty tricky conditions.
Yes, and we were thinking that maybe people were going to go for a banker lap because they didn't know what the weather was going to be like today and needed to keep out of trouble, and it went completely the wrong way in that respect. There was quite a bit of damage, and we ended up in a situation where 3 drivers got a lap time in just before a red flag, but crucially before the weather deteriorated as well. So they were never dry laps, but they weren't as wet as the road then became, and it was pretty awful by the end of the session. And actually, Oliver Goethe, who was quickest in Q1, did go back out. He'd done a time the same for Tuka Tappinen, who was second fastest. They only had everything to lose. So this is the second free practice session. Won't affect the grid, but this is now the best track surface the drivers have had all weekend. They're going to go out on wets because it's not totally dry, and equally, they only have 4 sets of Pirelli slicks. They don't want to waste those. Don't want to waste 1 set at least on a semi-dry circuit. So they'll go out, they'll have an explore, but I think it's going to be later in the session, and it's 40 minutes long, when they do start to think about putting slicks on. What they need, and I say this without any optimism that it's going to be listened to, keep out of the wall. They need the mileage. But we said this yesterday, and caution was thrown to the 4 wins. But really, they need to now get into a rhythm, circulate, learn. There are lots of people here who are new to Macau. There are people in this entry who are new to an FR chassis, and there are some that are new to both. So the learning curve does need to be completed.
It's the second day that we've had damp conditions here at Macau, which means, very sadly, normally motorcycles start off the Thursday and the Friday here at Macau. But for 2 days, those sessions have been sort of held over, if you like. The motorcycles here at Macau do not go out onto the gear circuit if it's wet. They don't even have that as an option. They don't have wet tyres as an option. So there are only dry tyres. It would just be too tricky to have the motorcycles going around the gear circuit in wet conditions. So yesterday the decision was taken, wet circuit, so the motorcycles will carry over, if you like, to this morning when they were going to qualify first thing this morning. That still hasn't happened, so we've still not had the motorcycles on circuit. All things being well, it's going to dry up as the day goes on today. That's the weather forecast. So at the end of today, we'll have the motorcycles. So the first things out on track on a very, very green and damp circuit are the headline cars, if you like, the single-seaters for the Macau Grand Prix. And we're getting ready, just about a minute away from getting the green light down in pit lane for 40 minutes. And you're right, they need to take care. They need to get into a groove. They need to have consecutive laps where they can get heat into these wet tyres, and they can actually learn good information to bring back and carry into qualifying 2 for this afternoon. Qualifying 2 is going to be so important, because if the weather forecast is right, and it's going to be drying up from about midday today, the times from yesterday are immediately going to be eclipsed.
Now, yesterday we had 1 accident in qualifying for Lure Chi. That was down at Lisboa. Did quite a bit of damage to the left front corner, and a lot of damage all round to the American driver, Jet Bowling's car. He went off just after Faraway and did a lot of damage on the left-hand side, the rear of the car. And it took quite a while, actually, to sort of dig it from underneath the barrier and then retrieve that. So those are 2 that got barely any mileage in yesterday. And this session is sort of doubly important because it's also a chance to make sure that the car feels right after the damage sustained yesterday. 40 minutes then this session will be. Just to make the point, the FR chassis is new to Macau, new to the Macau Grand Prix. It's the first ever running of the FIA FR World Cup. we're talking here about identical chassis. They're Tatuus built, they've got 2-litre Renault engines, and they now venture out onto the circuit then for our first activity of the day. You can see that it is still damp, so the first couple of laps are going to be treated with an element of respect, I am sure. But after that, let's see who the stars are, because these, as I said a little while ago, the best track surface conditions they've had all weekend thus far.
So down pit lane they go. You can see the puddles, you can see the standing water down in pit lane, and as the first bits of machinery around the circuit, since buses and cars were going around the tarmac over the course of the night between 6 and 6 in the evening, 6 in the morning. These are the normal roads of Macau, so they're full of buses and cars and mopeds going in opposite directions on the circuit. It really is quite an interesting sight when you're walking somewhere overnight to get something to eat, and you look just on the other side of these iconic yellow and black barriers, and you see traffic going in opposite directions. Everything about it just feels wrong, but for Macau it just feels so right and so normal. It's peculiar, very peculiar.
And the circuit itself remains this great mix of fast sections, tight sections, narrow sections, you name it, all thrown together to make one amazing lap. And we'll start to see a little bit more of the circuit over the course of the session as the cars now wriggle downhill. Oliver Goethe then, who was 9th in the Grand Prix last year, the man that topped both the sessions yesterday, but that really was being on the right part of the track at the right time, certainly as far as qualifying was concerned. And these FR cars, which are capable of 255 kilometres an hour in the dry, hit the circuit for the first time today, and there are, just like yesterday, parts that look wetter than others. So there's that real quandary for the drivers, and if you were thinking before the session, you know, having had a brief time in the paddock, you think, yeah, it's almost dry now. You look at bits of the circuit and far from it. That's still generating spray, isn't it?
Certainly is, yeah. So through the Solitude S's, just tipping their way up towards Police and Moorish Hill. And once they've done those two tricky right-handers that so often you see just in that background of that shot, someone getting it wrong there. It's very, very tight on the exit there, and so easy to hit the barrier. They then go on to the left-hander at Donna Maria. Around the left-hander at Donna Maria takes them up towards the part that was so tricky for a few of the sessions yesterday, just tiptoeing around a very damp circuit at the Macau hairpin, because it is so tight and so slow. No overtaking is allowed throughout the course of the weekend, in practice, in qualifying or in racing. But the exit of Macau, absolutely vital, because that's when the circuit opens up down through Black Sands towards the right-hander Fisherman's, and then onto Arbend, the final turn on the circuit, and then the run down towards the very, very fast Reservoir and the overtaking opportunity after Mandarin. Incredibly quick Mandarin at Lisboa. That's the overtaking opportunity. Let's go on board.
You're with Tuka Tappanen then, as he comes out of Mandarin down towards Lisboa. 255 kilometres an hour in the dry at this part of the circuit, fastest part of the circuit, and then you're down from 6th gear to 2nd, just under 90 kilometres an hour for Lisboa. The corner, and you sort of look for the gap in the Armco. Turn right, now that short straight towards San Francisco, and the steep climb, narrow part of the circuit this, and this is where the concentration is huge, because you've got to keep it off the wall on the right, the barrier on the left. Still climbing, and also hunting for traction. Drop downhill slightly now, bit of opposite lock needed, bit of correction by Tappanen. Big puddle on the inside, avoids the stone wall, avoids the concrete on the outside. And the precision here is absolutely astonishing, isn't it?
You know this circuit well from a point of view of undulation, because you ran it the other day.
I did.
I mean, amazingly, at about 4 o'clock in the morning, because you couldn't sleep because you were jet lagged, but what an opportunity to do, because these are the normal roads, and you got the best time of day when there was very little traffic there. But you did get a very distinct idea of just how up and down this is, this section in particular.
Yeah, you kind of think that the San Francisco hill is it, but actually
it's a hill.
But there's a lot more climb all the way after it. You know, even at Donna Maria here, you're climbing on this section on the way to the Macau hairpin. When you go downhill, you do know you're going downhill, but it only really starts to drop about now. First gear through the Macau hairpin, 38 kilometers an hour. Bear in mind, you've touched 255 early on in the lap, then you're down to 38 kilometers an hour around the hairpin. Speed building again now, and about the next right-hander coming out of Fisherman's, the road sort of opens up again. You get to a much wider part of the circuit here. Tappanen again a little bit sideways, but now the drivers can really push. And our bend is another quick right-hander you're coming up to, but we had people in the wall yesterday because that kind of tricks you. You think it's wider and faster than it is. Tappanen to the line, and let's see what that time is going to be. The road is still wet. He's fastest. It is a 2 minutes 38.126. And the commitment is still absolutely huge, isn't it? Because now tyres are a bit warmer. He knows where the grip levels are, and he's going to push on for another good lap here.
Yeah, this is great. Riding on board over the course of a whole lap around the gear circuit. What a treat that was. Yeah, very, very committed as well, because that was the first of the flying laps. That was the first lap after coming out from pit lane and getting things underway, finding out where the puddles are going to be around the circuit. That was their first chance, really.
But others behind have gone even quicker, because Ugo Chukwu went faster, No Leon went faster, and Teofil now is the fastest. He's on 2:36. So as you look at the cars coming out of Lisboa, the road is drying. We're not going to get to slicks, I don't believe, in these 40 minutes. So I think we are going to be on wets all the way, but the road is getting a little bit drier, but it's never going to get to slicks.
We were sort of looking towards the GT3 cars coming out yesterday when it stopped raining and we were waiting for the circuit to dry out a bit. We thought that the big wide tyres of the GT3 cars were going to do a good job of drying out the circuit. They did do a good job. We can't rely on that today. They're not out until just after 2 o'clock this afternoon. So we've got the single-seaters, first of all, the cars we're enjoying now. We've got Road Sport Challenge, we've got GT4 cars, and the second lot of Road Sport cars. So, and incidentally, I'm going to give a quick shout out to the Road Sports, the local Road Sports categories that we had yesterday. They were the only categories that took to the circuit yesterday over half an hour of free practice to not incur any kind of stoppage. That was impressive.
It was, because at the end of the day, the track surface was absolutely horrendous.
It was horrible.
Probably the worst of the weather all day.
Horrible.
Yeah. So the fastest driver is still Teofil Neal, who's been a Spanish F4 champion. That was last year. And Ugo Chukwu, the American driver, is currently third in the times, number 4, and getting a little bit closer to No Leon's pace, just up the road ahead of him. Tukki Tappanen, who we were with earlier on with the onboard, he has done an absolute best in the first sector on this lap. So Tappanen, I think, should be able to go faster. He is an FR champion already this year. He won the Middle East Championship with 5 wins. That's Ugo Chukwu with them, third quickest. And No Leon, the driver that's second quickest, has done 2 absolute bests in sectors. You can see on the graphic there, purple sector 3, sector 4. Ugo Chukwu looking for traction, coming out of our bend up towards the timing line. He's down to 4th in the times. Tappanen has gone quickest on a 2:36.4. Ugo Chukwu second, 2:36.5.
So waiting for that final sector for Noel Leon, and goes top, so a 2:35.772, and went purple in 3 of the 5 sectors, sector 3, 4 and 5. So Noel Leon to the top of the times, having competed in FIA Formula 3 this year, and coming in 10th place, 4 podiums to his credit, and he's just gone to the top of the times, 2:35.7 for Noel Leon.
The palindromic Mexican. Ugo Chukwu has now done the absolute best first sector, and Alexander Abkazova, who was up the escape road at Lisboa a few times yesterday, has done the absolute best in the final sector. But we've got a yellow flag at turn 19. That is in sector 4, and that is the reason for it. Car has ground to a halt, and trying to work out. Oh, and that's Tappanen at the escape road, which is down towards Police, isn't it?
What a great view of just how tight that escape road is as well. You can just shoehorn the car in.
No, it wasn't as far as Police for Tappanen, but he's got it wrong sort of at the first third of the lap. So he's away and moving again. But and now more drama at Melco. It's all kicking off.
Well, you said, I wonder if we can get into a bit of a groove. Unfortunately not, because on the second of the quick laps, red flag is called for, and that is because not only have we got cars to recover, but we've also got now a traffic queue at the Melco hairpin. Gives chance for that car to get going, which is good news. Well, going for a little bit. But that's the real recovery that we need to do. If only we could find reverse gear. I think that's what the marshals are saying. Yeah. If you can get it back on your own, then and get the car back to pit lane, we can maybe get the circuit cleared quite quickly.
I think the car that was in strife was Kai Darianani's car, which was in trouble yesterday, in fact, but he's got it moving again. The other one that was the other element of that Melco hairpin issue is that the marshals aren't allowed trackside until the red flags have been flown, as I understand it. This is Tappanen in replay, just lost traction, and look at that for like an auto test precision parking. Absolutely as neat as anything up the escape road, and then I don't think he needed reverse, it was just the slope that allowed him to roll back.
Split-second decisions to get it in there.
Yeah. So if he doesn't make it to F1 out of single-seater racing, he can always go and do auto tests, can't he? Excellent.
Very effectively. Well, that's good news. So we've got Melco hairpin clear. So
yeah, I don't think anyone's actually got any damage out of all that, have they?
No, which is good news.
Yeah.
So we've got the cork out of the bottle. Everybody else can slither through at Melco.
And that's Tappanen in the replay. And the marshals looks, where's he going? And they go, look, just lets it roll back down the hill. Yeah. And away he goes.
Superb. Checking mirrors as you go.
Yeah.
Keep it nice and safe. Over to the left-hand side and back in the game.
So, as soon as the last car is into the pit lane, Rui Marquez, who is the race director, will be able to issue a restart time. But without really anything to clear up now, we won't be too far off that, I wouldn't have thought.
Good news, and the tyres won't have lost too much of the heat that they managed to get into the tyres. But that was the second of the quick laps that happened. All of a sudden, there were things going off all around the circuit. So, yeah, if you want to get this session into a groove, then maybe a little bit more discretion required, I think.
Now, in fairness to all of them, wet running at Macau is not that common, is it?
No, very, very rare. I remember so few occasions that we've seen wet circuit, particularly all the way around. I do remember a few years ago waiting for the qualification race. The delay was to the start of the race because water had collected in the sort of tarpaulin roof of this grandstand structure just next to the grid, and all of a sudden quite a lot of water came off the roof and down onto the grid area, but that was just water in really one part of the circuit. Right. It wasn't all the way around the circuit.
So the teams can reflect, for the moment at least, on the fact that they don't have any damage to sort out. There's another of the Red Bull back drivers, Enzo Deligny, down the pit lane for RHGP. Enzo Deligny, who is making his Macau debut, 12th in the FR European Championship. Tuka Tappanen comes in, the FR Middle East champion, 3rd in the European, and he, again, talking about the number of junior drivers we've got in this, he's part of the Ferrari Driver Academy. You've got people here that are not only for Ferrari or Red Bull, but McLaren as well. Oliver Goethe, another of the Red Bull juniors we've touched on, I think, already number 1. So, but the links to Formula 1 teams still common, and we made the point earlier that FR is new to Macau, but it does, if you like, recreate the spirit, driving back in a way to how you had the early days of Formula 3, drivers coming from different championships all together for one shootout.
It was always like the end of term party for Formula 3 championships around the world, and that's how it was seen for many years. In recent years, we've enjoyed a feeling like that from this region, from Asia, for various F4 championships, because F4 enjoyed some really good Grand Prix here for a few years in recent years, and I think we both agreed that the smaller, the physically smaller and nimble little F4 car looked really good on the gear circuit, didn't it?
Yeah, these cars are fractionally down on a current F3 car, but they look very similar. They are effectively an F3 chassis, and you know, to the man in the grandstand, they are exactly right. They're single-seaters. They're modern single-seaters with the Halo device, and the fact that you've got people from Middle East Championships, European Championships, and Japanese teams coming back as well, because there's FR in Japan. The Toms team, incidentally, that operates the two cars, that's got 5 Macau Grand Prix wins to its name, so it's a very welcome returning squad, and I think the quality of the entry rather proves the point, doesn't it, that FR has been a big hit. So we await confirmation of the restart. The clock is ticking down with it being a free practice session. Last few cars have just made it back, I think. So,
only just, yeah, for Gressa.
Not far off getting things back underway. And the session will resume in 40 seconds. So just for the last ones in, time to catch your breath and out you go once more.
Which is fine, because it's still going to give us 24 minutes in this free practice session. So there is still time to get into a groove. We were just getting there, weren't we? We were just getting there. We'd just done 2 laps, the out lap and the first of the flying laps. It was the second of the quick laps that unfortunately gave us a few cars, a few incidents around the circuit, but nothing too much to worry about. And we can see, it's quite nice to see the flags over the pit lane just gently wafting in the breeze compared to yesterday when it was all a bit more dramatic with the wind, wasn't it?
Indeed. Green flag shown. The session is back underway, and some of the teams eager to get out on track first. Other teams, like the Prema squad, the Theodore Prema team, like yesterday, lagging back so they can try and be in some clear track space when they get the drivers out on the circuit. The rain, I think, is starting to fall again, though.
Looks like it, doesn't it? Yeah, just a couple of little drops on the camera lens down there, and that familiar ball of spray once again, which is not good news. So they're dealing with tricky conditions on day 1, tricky conditions on day 2. And, you know, we were talking about the fact these are young drivers at the start of their single-seater career, and many of them have been picked up by the big names of Formula 1 and taken on their driver development courses, if you like. It's the age of some of the drivers. You were just talking about Enzo Delaney, the French driver, 16 years of age, and able to drive a powerful single-seater around the gear circuit with the barriers either side. What were you doing when you were 16 years old?
Oh, scale electric, probably.
Yeah,
that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They're 16, 17 years old. And
but these are the only roads on which they can drive.
Yes.
Because they can't drive on the public roads, but unless they're closed for a street circuit, then they're all right.
Give them all a driving licence now.
Yeah.
Forget the test. This is it.
Exactly. If you could combat Macau, you passed.
Yeah.
This is the view then from on board with the Prema Racing squad. And yeah, track surface for Alex Dunn is not good, is it? The Pirelli wets cut through the water. Alex Dunn was impressive last year when he made his Formula 3 debut. He was good in the qualifying race, but then had an accident early on in the main race. So he's got a point to prove this year, and quite a few people tipping him for being the winner come Sunday afternoon.
Well, he was so impressive last year. First visit to Macau, qualified 6th, came 2nd in the qualification race, and had pretty much in the lead up to Macau, because there were big names that were racing here last year. He'd kind of flown under the radar, and then 2nd in the qualification race, everyone went, oh, okay, right, we'll look for this. Unfortunately, the Grand Prix didn't go according to plan, but back for a second bite. And
talking of bites, Kai Darianani again. He's having a torrid time this weekend.
Yes, he is, yeah.
And he's brought out the yellow flags. Looked as though he's biffed the wall once more in the Evans GP car. And hopefully that's not going to be too big an issue. It is sort of offline, but let's see if he can get it moving again. Doesn't look damaged from that angle, does it?
No. But looks can be a little bit deceptive.
Yeah,
there are much more. Oh, that was a big wiggle, wasn't it? You just realise just how much water there is when you see those plumes of spray. And visibility, if you're travelling close to the back of another car. Hang on, there is a car in there somewhere.
Over the timing line there goes Evan Gilter, and he's currently 4th in the times. Now they are effectively starting a flying lap, but how flying it's going to be given the Darianani car parked up against the wall, we'll wait and see. The yellow flag's still there. The car as far as we are aware, not yet able to move of its own volition. No, Leon remains the fastest, and actually he's not gone back out. Now this is Darianani in the replay in the background. Slowly comes into view. Maybe there'd been contact with the wall earlier, but the car grinds to a halt. Yellow flags fly.
In the Solitude S's, which is very tight, very twisty, and you're still climbing, aren't you?
Exactly right. Red flag, second of the day, red flag shown. So the race control team give the driver time, if you like, to power down, power back up, try and move the car, get going again, but it's not to be. And so we have our second red flag of the session, and more frustration for the drivers. 40 minutes seems like a lot. It's not helped when you've got these interruptions, and of course all the outlaps take a while to get through. So even before you start a flying lap, you lose another 3 minutes just getting out of the pits and back round.
Yes, you do, and it takes a while to get back to pit lane. And bear in mind, as we've said, in free practice, the clock continues to count down. So just over 19 minutes remain of this, and this isn't helpful, is it? It's not helpful. Now, the only saving grace here is that if we are to believe the weather forecast, which I do, I'm putting faith in it, because so far this weekend it has been pretty good. It's been pretty accurate. And it would say that the rain is going to stop at around about midday, so we're not going to have occasional showers as was predicted for this morning, and it's going to start to dry up. So qualifying at the end of today, well, I say the end of today, middle of the afternoon, at just before 3 o'clock, potentially is going to be dry, or at least much drier than now. So the information that they're going to glean about being out on a wet circuit might be the last time they're on a wet circuit this weekend.
Well, fingers crossed. A Macau circuit in the dry is quicker, but it's also a lot more pleasurable for the drivers. That's James Wharton, the Australian runner-up in the FR European Championship down the pit road. 18 minutes on the clock. This time it's going to be a slightly longer stoppage, though, isn't it? Because they've got to move a car.
It is, yeah. So a recovery, which they can do really quickly here. They know what they're doing. They've got such experienced teams around the circuit here at Macau that are poised and ready to go at any point. And there are recovery cranes, recovery flatbeds. There are cranes, permanent cranes on the outside of corners at strategic points around the circuit, and also mobile cranes as well. So it could be pretty quick that we get it turned around, but the important thing is that the clock continues to count down. So it's not just the cars that are running against the clock over the course of this weekend, it's also the rescue units as well.
Absolutely right. There, bearing allegiance to the Ferrari Driver Academy, is Tuki Tapanen's car, and Kai Darianani out of his car, the Evans GP entry, Mitch Evans' team, and Darianani is having, as I say, a really rotten weekend, and it ain't getting any better. So that car needs retrieving.
Competed in F4, didn't he?
Yeah.
Here at Macau, came in 10th in the race, but this weekend so far for Kai has been very troublesome.
There is Valerio Rinicella's car, the protege of Giancarlo Fisichella and Marco Ciocci. Kai Darianani, just going back to him, had a busy year because he's raced in the UAE, the British, the Italian and the Australian F4 Championship. So he's had a lot of mileage, but stepping up to a new car. More
and more, that's what it's like. I remember the year that Lando Norris was doing British F4 and also competing on other weekends in Europe. He was racing pretty much every weekend.
German and Italian,
and that was the first time I'd really known that a driver was filling every race weekend. So that was not the norm then. Now it's the norm. Yeah. So you pick this championship, you can do a full champion. Alex Dunn did it.
I was about to say, I'm sure he had
won the F4
similar.
championship in the UK with 1 round to go, and then was I think it was the Italian championship. He went off to compete the final round of that.
So teams.
Yeah, he came second in the Italian F4 championship and won the British. That's not bad in 1 year, is it?
No, no.
Goodness me.
Yeah, you need the budget to be able to do things like that. But yes, the mileage that the drivers are accruing, and of course, on on the continent, you're talking about quite a lot of Formula One venues, which they want the mileage of for later in their careers. There is Kai Darianani's car then, as you can see, being retrieved. And Darianani out of the session. I don't think he'd actually got a proper lap time in, had he? He had, oh no, he'd gone to be 17th. Interestingly, we've not really had a proper lap out of Oliver Goethe. Yesterday he was in the right place at the right time to be the fastest in the qualifying session, but the red flags have been against him in FP2 here.
Yeah, they have rather.
No lap time.
But it does just make you wonder how important this free practice session is going to be if track conditions change, because they haven't had dry running so far in the now 2.5 sessions that they've had this year. And then if we get to qualifying 2 at 3 o'clock this afternoon, just before 3 o'clock local time, then if they're on dry tyres, it's going to be the first time they've been on dry tyres. So what could possibly go wrong during that qualifying session?
Exactly, but that's why I keep coming back to this point about keep out of trouble, because they need to be learning the circuit here so that when they get into that qualifying session, because effectively it's going to be the only qualifying session. If it's dry, what happened yesterday is irrelevant. It's all going to come down to that one session. There are bound to be some incidents in it. So they need to be learning now, getting that confidence in, rather than going out wide-eyed in qualifying, thinking, oh, you know, it's a bit tight here, or oh, the braking point's not where I thought it was there. That's what these free practice sessions are all about.
Yeah.
And they're wasting the time. I know they're not doing it deliberately. It's circumstances. If somebody goes off, the rest of the field can't control that. But it's a big, big frustration that the learning isn't being able to be done.
Let's see, because we've got 13.5 minutes still on the clock. They've got Kai Darianani's car on the back of the recovery vehicle. If we can get this back underway, let's all keep our fingers crossed that we can have no more stoppages over the last. So we've got, so at 9:48 we'll get the session back underway. It's around about a minute away from releasing the cars from pit lane. They've got to go through it all again. They are learning. They're learning a lot. They're learning a lot about having patience and not letting frustration get the better of you now. And that is something that stands you in good stead for a weekend at Macau, because these sort of sessions are commonplace in the dry, in the wet, in the intermediate settings. You've got to be ready to go when the circuit is clear to run cars again.
Just had a look at the car of Lu Reiqi, which was damaged yesterday, but looking okay today. Oliver Goethe nearest to you there, ready to go back out in about half a minute's time. And the poncho-clad fans in the grandstand's busier today. Ponchos being given out left, right and centre when I walked in.
I've collected one for you if you want one. There you go.
It's not really my colour, but it's very generous of you, thank you.
Oh, no, it is.
Is it?
Yeah, very much so, yeah.
Or beige. So, yeah, they're the Hardy faithful, and still in the grandstands, eagerly awaiting the return to the circuit of the cars, which will be any second now. Green flag shown. So we're back in business, and the cars go pouring out with Oliver Goethe this time at the front of the queue, thinking, right, need to get a lap in here. But he is somebody who, having raced here before, is perhaps less concerned about losing time in free practice, because he does know his way around the circuit, whereas others are a bit rabbit in headlights. Not been here before, don't know the cars. What do I do?
I know. I mean, so often we say if you've been to a circuit before, it's a massive advantage. Maybe even more so. It's amplified even more so around the gear circuit at Macau. You can't test during the year. It's only a race circuit for, in normal circumstances, 4 days per year, and even then for only 12 hours of those 4 days. Every decade, like last year, we celebrate the decades of the Macau Grand Prix. So for the 70th celebration, it was a race circuit for 6 days of the year. But these are golden minutes on circuit. Make the most of them.
So with the spray still being kicked into the air, still a very wet racetrack indeed. Oliver Goethe heads the field out onto the road for the last 11 minutes of the session. And even if that goes without a stoppage, it's only going to be about 3, maybe 4 laps that they will get in. Number 2 there is Valerio Rinicella. Behind him, the third of the MP Motorsport cars of Matteo Colnaghi, who suffered some damage yesterday. Actually tweaked the suspension in qualifying. They got it back, and he was able to go back out again. It was a really impressive effort by MP Motorsport. Noel Leon has gone back out this time. So the order, we've not really touched on it, but Noel Leon from Théophile Néal second, Canato Lee third, Evan Gilter fourth, Mari Boyer fifth, then it's James Wharton, Tuka Tapanen, Ugo Ugachukwu, Enzo Deligny and Alexandra Abkhazova to round out the top 10. But read into that what you will. Again, it's just being in the right place at the right time, isn't it?
10 minutes to go in this final free practice session of the weekend for the FIA FR World Cup, because from this point onwards they will be in competition. Qualifying this afternoon, qualification race tomorrow, and the Grand Prix on Sunday. All of that to look forward to, but this is the last time that they can, inverted commas, practice. Just get some experience around the circuit in these cars, and they're doing so in very, very tricky conditions. You wouldn't want to be running too close to the car in front. You can see just how much spray is being kicked up, just how it unsettles your course on this tight and twisty part of the circuit.
And Alex Dunn stuck in that traffic, so wanting to find a way through, can't do it yet. And there's a double problem really here, isn't there? A, the traffic is bad because so much of the circuit is narrow, but equally, if you are going to have the opportunity to overtake, you go offline where it's even wetter and there's even less grip available. Oliver Goethe goes through onto a flying lap with 9 minutes to go. So the clock starts for Goethe, whose brother is a very handy GT racer, drives for McLaren these days in GT3. Father Roel Goethe, occasional racer, and the man behind the amazing Gulf liveried race car collection, the Rothko collection. Right, speed building down towards Lisboa comes Oliver Goethe, and once you've nudged 255 kilometers an hour, then you have to sort of look for the gap in the barrier, and there it is, and you turn right and fire the car up towards San Francisco.
It's only a short run as well between Lisboa and San Francisco. It's difficult to get the perspective when you look at the camera angles, but when you're walking on it, you just realise, oh wow, it's one straight after another. Two challenges, and Lisboa is the ultimate overtaking place on the circuit. You've got such high speed leading up to the braking for that corner. It's such an exciting place, and with that in mind, it has the biggest grandstand I think I've ever seen anywhere. What a great opportunity to watch the racing.
Absolutely. Goethe then doing personal bests, not a surprise because he hasn't really done a lap time yet, so it's going to be interesting to see where this lap puts Oliver Goethe. 2 years ago he was the Euro Formula Open champion for effectively an older style Formula 3 car. This year he's been racing in FIA Formula 3 and even had a go in FIA Formula 2 at the end of the season. So the lure of Macau puts him into an FR chassis for the first time, quirkily enough, even though he's raced at what you would term, I guess, a higher level, Formula 2.
Replaced Colapinto, didn't he?
That's right, yeah.
For Monza and Baku.
Yeah.
So presses on his way, twisting through. Those barriers are so close, aren't they? I do wonder what it feels like to actually be in the car. Oh dear, that's Kalagi's car.
Yeah, and that's sort of Moorish police section of the circuit, isn't it? And he's, by the look of it, gone into the barrier. I've got a horrible feeling that red flag's going to be shown again, I'm afraid.
That car cannot stay there with the cars continuing to circulate. Goethe continues on. He's going to get this lap complete, and
his first flying lap of the session, in fact.
Yeah.
Well, green flag show. So actually, Colnagi's got it moving again. Wow. I'm delighted to learn.
That is good news.
It is, and all the teams will be quite relieved as well. So up to the timing line comes Goethe. Where is this going to put him then in relation to everybody else? He goes through and is on a 2:41.9. So outside that 14 that we have on our timing and scoring here, you've got Cooper Webster coming up towards the line as well.
Because it's wetter now than it was before, isn't it?
Yeah.
Much wetter. Much, much wetter.
So, yeah, Goethe 16th was the answer. Through goes Cooper Webster then. 17th he puts himself. Cooper Webster another of the Evans GP drivers, and Alex Dunn in the meantime hustles on as well.
So these onboard shots are just something else, aren't they? See how close you hug the barrier, a little bit of correction coming out of the corner, and so tight. The wall on the right, the barrier on the left. You can't see where you're going yet. You can now, and you go downhill. This is where the circuit opens up. You can almost imagine this is the point at which they can breathe again.
Yeah. And you can hear off the engine note that the speed is building all the time.
It's wonderful.
There's another fast right coming up here. And now it's a nice wide section of the circuit as Alex Dunn gets sideways and gets perilously close to the barriers on the outside. Slow car on the right, easily negotiated down towards our bend. There's a yellow flag at Lisboa. And 5 minutes on the clock. Here comes Alex Dunn heading up towards the line. He will break the beam in a moment, and the lap is going to be a 2:39. That puts him 12th fastest, 2:39.005. And up the escape road, by the look of it, has gone Mari Boyer, but he's able to rejoin. So that should be the drama over at Lisboa. It is. Green flag, all is good. The crane you can see there, not needed yet.
It's poised and ready for action, but on board with Alex Dunn, you could see the amount of little moments there were caused by these areas of standing water.
It's coming into his bogey corner of last year, but that on board really illustrates how difficult a corner it is, because you just can't see where it is. The road carries on and carries on and carries on, and you want to do this sort of 90 right, and it's a case of almost looking for that gap in the barrier and turning through. And when he's sitting so low, don't forget this camera angle is much higher than where the driver sits. You know, it's an incredibly difficult corner, that.
These are great onboard shots, because Alex Dunn is pushing on, really pushing on, and pushing on whilst the circuit conditions are much more tricky than they were at the start of the session. So really up against it, really pushing hard.
Up against the wall there. We had some of the GT cars yesterday skimming the barriers, I was being told this morning by some of the teams. They can do that. It's not quite so easy to do in a single-seater. Alex Dunn then, McLaren Driver Development Programme member, British F4 champion 2 years ago, second in GB3 last year. Tough year this year in FIA Formula 3 though, only got 14th, and as he comes now from Moorish towards Police, brakes, turns right, no he doesn't, he's up the escape road, has to do a tap-in and park the car up the escape road. Whew. Now, has he kept the engine running? Don't think he has. So you could see him there, he lost traction, couldn't make the corner. He has got it moving, and fair play to Alex Dunn. He didn't fight it, he knew instantly, not going to make it. There's the escape road. And so now, red flag is being shown. Now, is that for Dunn or is that for somebody else? Either way, he's got the car moving. But there's something else, I fear, that has happened, and I would be surprised if that's going to... No, session will not be resumed. Race director has taken the words. That's it, because it will take more than the 2 minutes remaining to get whatever the incident is clear. Session will not be resumed. So, what have we learned? We've learned it's wet.
And that may well be the last time that they go around the gear circuit this weekend in the wet.
Now, that's partly the reason for the stoppage. There's bodywork on the road, and if there's bodywork on the road, there's a car somewhere that is no longer connected to it. That's the same part of the circuit, isn't it? Solitude S's, I think, where Darinani had his dramas.
It was, yeah.
But there's a car somewhere connected, or no longer connected to that bit of bodywork. But it's related to it.
And it's right in the middle of the circuit, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm just trying to work out whether the car might be hidden sort of
just behind,
up against the wall. But either way, the red flag flies once again, and that is the end of free practice 2.
I was doing tally marks like I did yesterday for red flags. I think we got to 3. Did I miss one? 3, I think. So
that right? Yep.
That's about right.
And here's your answer to, yes, there was a car up against the wall, and I can't tell you whose it is because it's hidden, but
it was blue. Centre
punches the wall, throws the front wing onto the track. We'll try and get to the bottom of who that was. So then, Noel Leon from Théophile Nial and Kenato Lee third is the order. And the session will not be resumed, but it does mean that qualifying 2 is going to be absolutely fascinating later on what we are teeing up to be a dry circuit. Let's just look at the order. Noel Leon from Théophile Théophile Nial, Kanato Lee, Evan Gilter, and then Murray Boyer and James Wharton 6th. Tuka Tappanen only 7th in the end, from Uga Oguchukwu and Enzo Deligny. Alexandra Abkhazova rounding out the top 10. 11th, Rintaro Sato from Cooper Webster, the Oracle Red Bull Esports driver. Alex Dunn 13th from Matteo De Palo and Oliver Goethe 15th. Then Freddie Slater, who we've not really seen the best of yet this weekend. Valerio Rinicello was ahead of Rashid Taheri, and then Jin Nakamura was next. Jet Bowling was 22nd after his damage of yesterday, and no time recorded by Mattia Kolnagi, nor, interestingly, by another driver that's a possible winner, Dino Beganovic, who was here last year and is highly rated, but Beganovic, again, in
at Macau, and we will have very soon a 30-minute qualifying session. We are on qualifying day 2 of the 71st Macau Grand Prix, and yesterday for free practice day it was wet. Today for qualifying day it's wet again. It's just got a little bit more damp around the circuit, but Lei Kit Meng, who we're looking at now, can afford to go into this qualifying session in similar conditions to what they enjoyed yesterday around the gear circuit with a good deal of confidence, some 5 seconds quicker, Lei Kit Meng, than anybody else on the circuit in free practice yesterday. And David, we extol the virtues of the drivers in the Macau Road Sport Challenge because they were one of only 2 sessions yesterday around the gear circuit that didn't have a stoppage in half an hour.
They were incredibly well behaved, and we were somewhat worried that they might get a little bit giddy. But they, in both sets, rose to the challenge. Why did we mean both sets? There are so many drivers these days in the Macau Road Sport Challenge as a series that the top 14 in each of the 2 groups go into the Establishment Cup, and the remainder go into the Road Sport Challenge. So you've got 2 full grids this weekend, which underlines just how strong the domestic championship is. And in the last couple of years, the regulations have moved away from a sort of catch-all series for all sorts of sports and saloon cars to a very carefully control regulation where you can have a Toyota GR86 or a Subaru BRZ, comparable cars, and the plan has worked very well indeed. They are pretty much, if you like, production saloon, production sports car type spec, made into race cars with the safety modifications, but they're as close to a road-going car as you'll find this weekend, such to the point that you'll see where the driver has to do a hard brake for a corner. On come the hazard lights because the car thinks it's doing an emergency stop, and we saw it last year and we thought, what's going on? And then the penny eventually
what's
dropped.
What's happening here? Yeah.
We were seeing it again yesterday. As ever, lots of enthusiastic drivers, and as ever, Alan, and I know this is quite close to your heart, the sign writers have been out in force as well. There are some cracking liveries, incling that one, which I know is a favourite.
This one is a real favourite, yeah, and we watched the car being prepared. There are 2 cars within the team, and yep, the wrap was going on Wednesday afternoon, and came out yesterday looking absolutely perfect. A huge amount of thought goes into the liveries, the way they're designed. The reason these local races are really close to my heart, for quite a few years here at Macau, this was what I was in charge of, all the local races. So I really dig down into getting to know the history of the drivers and how well they've done here at Macau. And what I learned is how much this race means to them.
Yeah,
it's so important. It's a highlight of the year. It's not surprising, is it? The eyes of the motorsport world are on this corner of the world this weekend. Whatever race is going on, Formula One, wherever it is in the world, the mechanics, the engineers, the drivers, they've got one eye to what's going on at Macau. It is world famous, and to be a local driver from Hong Kong, from China, or from Macau, to be able to race, to qualify, and to show off your car and your preparation and your driving skills on a world stage, it is something so special. It means everything to them. And look at the lineup. Look how smart they look. Beautifully prepared cars. Toyotas and Subarus. They're going to be unleashed on the circuit in just 1 minute's time, and we'll have half an hour of qualifying. Now, we say they were well behaved yesterday. That was free practice. That's not necessarily that competitive. Today, it gets competitive because we are about to have half an hour of qualifying. Will they be slightly less well behaved today? We shall wait and see. Wait and see what the next half an hour has in store for us. We have just seen out on circuit the FR Grand Prix cars, and with that in mind, it got wetter as the session went on. Don't think it's raining now, but the damage has been done. I'm afraid they're going to find quite a lot of standing water when they leave the assembly area, which they will do in 15 seconds time. So they're all lined up, they've been cleaned and prepared. If they needed a little bit of scuff repair from yesterday overnight, then they have had that done, and they are now good to go. And the word is given. Lei Kit Meng leads the cars away from the assembly area, the RPM racing team Subaru BRZ, that yesterday, David, so impressive, at one point was 8 seconds clear of anybody else, finished 5.2 seconds clear.
Yeah, Lake Meng in a way is the joker in the pack, isn't he? Because yes, it's a local grid, there are lots of quick AMs, but he has raced in Formula 3, racing the British Formula 3 Championship for a time. Last year he won the road sport race that was the 70th anniversary challenge. In other words, the road sport race on the main Grand Prix weekend. We had one for the 2-day meeting, and then we had another entry of cars for the Grand Prix weekend, and he was the winner there. The fact that he's in this race isn't really illustrative of his ability. It just means that he didn't do the full season and therefore wasn't able to score points to get himself into the group. His company is the team that operates the car. He's an experienced driver. He is the benchmark within this entry, no question about it. And yesterday, these cars, his lap time, 3 minutes 3, that was the best lap. So that's what we're looking as a sort of yardstick. Yesterday's second quickest was the redoubtable Geronimo Barraco, and then it was Li Ming Yip, third fastest.
I always say when we talk about Geronimo Barraco, a regular here at Macau, and he's just got the most perfect name to be a racing driver, hasn't he? Lei Kit Meng then has just completed Sector 2, and not surprisingly will be putting in personal and overall bests over these sectors on the outlap, but the windscreen wipers I would describe at sedate rate. That's because he is the front car. He hasn't got a big ball of spray. I think everybody else's wipers will be going double speed, I would imagine, because we saw just from the onboard shots from the single-seaters just now, there is a lot of standing water around the 6.1 kilometre circuit.
The other nice thing about these cars, whether they're the Subaru or the Toyota GR86, is that they're relatively narrow compared to some of the big beasts from GT racing or even the single-seaters. And that means that they can run together, they can overtake at parts of the circuit that wouldn't be possible for some of the bigger, wider cars. Not that Lei Kit Meng need worry about all of this, because I at the moment can't imagine he's going to see another car for quite a long time. But
clean pair of heels.
Yeah, that's the phrase. Certainly come race day, you can anticipate quite a lot of drama.
So you're quite right, they can squeeze themselves through on the section that we've just been through with Lei Kit Meng. He's now up towards the yellow flag zone at the Melco hairpin. Turn back on yourself and then the circuit opens up. This is where the power can be applied, and for Lei Kit Meng, just working out just how much water there is down here, because there are, as you can see, areas of standing water splashing through around the final couple of turns up towards the completion of the lap at our bend and onto the first of the flying laps in qualifying.
And you think, is there anybody else out there? Because he has really hustled on. This might be an out lap, but he's gone storming clear and will now start a flying lap. Comes out of all the puddles up towards the timing line. It's a really wet pit straight at the minute.
I was going to say, just on the final turn as well, lot of standing water.
Yeah. Right, now the clock really starts. First push lap, first flying lap for Lei Kit Meng, and making his run now from Reservoir down towards Mandarin. Many of the corners named after local either hotels, casinos or landmarks, and Mandarin has another imposing skyscraper leaning over it. Then the run down towards Lisboa, and yesterday we saw in the GT3 practice session 2, cars in the wall coming out of Mandarin. We saw lots of drama all day down at Lisboa, and the reason for that is it's the fastest part of the circuit, that long straight, and then a really tight right where you look for a gap in the barrier, dive into it, and Lei Kit Meng with a bit of a twitch there because he rode the curb on the inside, has to control the slide, but proof that it can catch out even the best.
Qualified 6th last year in the 70th anniversary challenge. Last year was the 70th Macau Grand Prix celebrations over 2 weekends, and we had a special race, the 70th anniversary challenge. First and fourth, having qualified in 6th place last year. Lei Kit Meng knows how much success means here at Macau, and you can see it from the drivers as well when they get back to Parc Fermé, having finished on the podium. The absolute unadulterated joy that you see, the celebrations down in Parc Fermé are something to bottle and savour.
Now, the other drivers that are going rapidly include Geronimo Barraco and also Rui Valente as well, who is starting to light up the timing screen, because Valente has done a absolute best within the first sector, and Rui Valente is another driver to watch, I think, as this session winds through, with still 24.5 minutes, but it's at the end of this lap where we're going to get the first indications of an order, with the first flying lap being completed.
3:03.522, wasn't it, that time from yesterday that you mentioned for Les Kitmen? That's the target time. Give us an idea just how different the circuit conditions are. It's just gone purple in sector 3, not surprisingly. Les Kitmen, Badaraco is through, Li Ming Yip is through, and so too the car of Les Kitmen heading up towards the Melco hairpin. Wide entry, that gives a tight exit, well away from the barriers. You see them go to within, I would say, an inch of the barrier when they're in the GT3 cars. You can keep well away in one of these.
That lap time you were talking about from yesterday, just bearing in mind it was wet, and bearing in mind it's 6 kilometres of a circuit, and bear in mind you've got a slow Melco hairpin, and bear in mind that these are sort of production sports spec, it was still an average of 120 kilometres an hour, an average. They're not slow cars.
No, they are far from it, and very, very nicely prepared as well. The windscreen wipers on Les Kitmen's car, just like they're chilling. Just they are a little bit slow on the on the downward wipe. We're fine. Don't worry. We don't need to worry too much. Not too much spray in front. It's not raining, so there's no car in front, so there is no spray. But I think they're dragging a bit because they're not having to clear too much water.
Yes, whereas the wipers are going hell for leather behind, aren't they, on Badaraco's car? That's how they should go.
Yeah, they are a little bit. So Les Kitmen needs to stay at the front. If the windscreen wipers are struggling a bit, then
But interestingly, he was only 4th fastest. Li Ming Yip has gone to the top on that first flying lap, 3:11.559. Now, Li Ming Yip was 15th in his group in the Macau Road Sport Championship. Now, what does that prove? Well, the top 14 are in the other race. So if you're 15th, that in theory means you're the best of this section of the entry. Making sense?
Perfect sense. 3:03.52 is the target time from yesterday, and on the first flying laps, Li Ming Yip has done a 3:11.5. So we are some way away from the times that we were seeing yesterday in free practice. But let's make the point again. Just how well behaved they were yesterday. There were no reasons to stop the session. They were looking after their cars, keeping them all in one piece for qualifying today, and doing it to great effect as well. Li Ming Yip is quickest. Second quickest is Mu Chi-Fai, Macau driver in a Subaru.
There is Li Ming Yip going through. Slowest was Vicky Law, but she's now improved up to 21st. And Rui Valente has also done an absolute best in the first sector. Today gives the impression of being a lot more competitive than yesterday. Les Kitmen just absolutely dominated every lap of the entire session. Today, he's finding it tougher.
Yeah, really is. And we are on the second of the flying laps, and Les Kitmen has just put in an overall best on the second sector, personal bests on the first and third. Li Ming Yip has put in an overall best on sector 3. We are on sector 4, and as we look at that number 26 car that's at the top of the times, you get an idea of just how smart these cars are. Now, the spare a thought for the teams, because they are working in a car park, essentially, preparing these cars, where there is very little fresh air. There is quite a smell of petrol throughout the week running up and during race weekend, and it's also very warm, very humid down there. So they've got these huge fans that assist them to get a bit of air. But I was talking to a couple of the engineers, and they said that the way to do this is to take regular breaks, to go outside, to get some fresh air, and then get yourself ready for the next section. I felt really sorry for one of the touring car teams as well. They were working on one of the cars, and the fluorescent lights required a new bulb. So they were all working with little head torches on to prepare the cars. They have to work really hard in that car park.
Yeah, they all come out like moles, blinking, don't they? Sort of twice a day.
Look,
daylight.
Yeah, they do.
Lei Kit Meng up to the top of the times. We're still a long way off yesterday, 3 minutes 10.472. But Lei Kit Meng then goes to the top from Li Ming Yip and then Mo Chi Fai, third fastest. He's just gone through and done a 3:11.390. We have Geronimo Bararaco then fourth fastest, Rui Valente fifth, and Michael Wong rounding out the top 6 at the moment. We've had the first third of the session completed now, but Lei Kit Meng looking good. Without a stoppage.
Without a stoppage.
For your road sports, yes.
Yeah, my road sports are doing very nicely, thank you very much indeed. And they maintain their 100% records of... but you can see, can't you? They're in a groove. They can get into a flow.
Yeah.
And when we have sessions like we had for the FR cars, they never do. They can do one lap, they can pull out one lap and then back into pit lane, have to warm up the tyres again, have to get the brakes up to temperature, all of those things. But the road sports can just get into some kind of a groove and put a meaningful series of laps together.
Now, Lei Kit Meng has done a personal and an absolute best. We're trying to find him. We're trying to find a car because they've all sort of hidden themselves at the end of that. There he is. Lei Kit Meng arrives on scene and still has the road to himself. It's not only a chance to have a look at him, it's also a chance to just look at the contrast of Macau and how the circuit, how Macau itself changes the more of the lap you have, because, of course, near the start, you've got all the big hotels, the big casinos, the huge skyscrapers. But here, as you've headed up San Francisco Hill and you're kind of halfway around the lap, this is sort of old Macau, isn't it? Older buildings and a totally different feel.
It is. You go past the hospital, which is a very, very ultra-modern facility, a great facility. Past the police station as well. It is the working part, if you like, of Macau. And you're quite right. The nightlife part of Macau is all the hotels, the bright lights and the unique atmosphere of Macau, and it is like a switch. As soon as it gets dark here at Macau, it's like a new place. A new place is born. It's, after all these years of coming to Macau, I still absolutely love going out at night time. Just walking wherever you're going for something to eat, whatever. Just taking in everything that's around. I still feel this overwhelming desire to take photographs to show people. I've got the same series of photographs from the last 12 years, but every year I have to do it.
I think Lei Kit Meng wants the same photograph as last year as well, which is him winning a race. Right, goes over the timing line. We're getting there, 3 minutes 6.995 now. That's the new top time. And we're almost at the halfway mark without a stoppage before Alan makes the point for me. He's going very nicely, Lei Kit Meng. Geronimo Bararaco up into second quickest now, 3 minutes 8.418. And so you've got Macau drivers first and second, and the margin between Lei Kit Meng and Geronimo Bararaco is now 1.4 seconds.
We edge ever closer then to the 3:03.5 that we had in free practice yesterday. We completed in total, well, I say we, I didn't have anything to do with it. Lei Kit Meng completed 8 laps yesterday, and we have now completed 4 laps.
Oh, we've completed them, have we?
I know.
We.
I feel part of the team.
If anyone's completed a lap round here, Hyde, it's me.
It is, yeah. First year I came here, I did a walk.
Yes, true, yes.
And had an argument with a bus and decided I wouldn't do it again. Yeah.
Typical, isn't it? You go for ages without an argument and then 2 come along all at once.
Good night. Very good.
Here all week, tell your friend. Heading into Lisboa is Mo Chi Fai, third fastest, 3 minutes 8.752. And actually, Mo Chi Fai has managed to find all the clear track space as well now. This car for the Macau driver, one of the Subaru BRZs, which it's funny, isn't it? You kind of think Subaru, you think rally car, you think Impreza, but it's a really nice little shape, that.
It's a great looking car. They both are, actually, the Toyotas and the Subarus, really smart looking. And when the teams are sort of planning on how they're going to present the car, they've got to get the sponsors on, but what colour scheme are we going to use? Loads of thought. There are no 2 cars with the same kind of design down in in the car park. It is just wonderful, the amount of prep that goes into this weekend.
Looking at Badaraco and I think the sister car of So Yang Hong, they're the pink and what was the other colour?
Seafoam green.
Thank you. And it's reversed, isn't it, on each car? So one's pink on one side and the other car's pink on the other side.
Watch them doing it.
Right.
I think it was a mistake. Intended them to be the same, but no, they didn't. No. We literally watched them doing it, didn't we? And using the little heat guns, and then to watch them emerge yesterday, completely finished and looking so splendid. And they've got a little merchandise stand outside as well. So they are one of the very, very popular merchandise stands that we have, little stalls that are set up just outside the entrance to the Macau Grand Prix. Very popular, these model cars. Very popular.
Yes, there is a Spark model stand which caught attention last night and needs a visit.
Well, I thought it might.
Yes,
they are nice models, aren't they? Very, very smart.
I don't have a Macau car in the model cabinet, so there needs to be one. Yeah.
Have you decided what it might be?
Not yet.
Okay.
So it's got to be relevant. So it's got to be either last year or this. I don't know. I'm leaning towards Jules Gounon's Mercedes, but
would be a good choice.
Not sure yet. Haven't decided.
Well, you see the hazard lights flashing away as Geronimo Badaraco hits the brakes.
And this could be an improvement, couldn't it? Because with two absolute bests, he goes quickest, 3 minutes 5.731, and Li Mingyip goes second. So Lei Kit Meng, who dominated yesterday, is back down to third now. It's a bit snakes and ladders, this. He goes up and then gets pushed back down again. But Geronimo Badaraco, a really, really good job there. 3 minutes 5.731, and up to second. Now goes Mo Chi Fai. Do you know what? This is boding really well, isn't it, for a very competitive race?
13 minutes just over of the session remain, and we have yet to have a stoppage. This is really, really good news, because they are able to put quicker and quicker and quicker laps in, as we've just seen from Geronimo Badaraco. We're seeing the times, the drivers that are at the top of the times changing from lap to lap, and Geronimo just put a really good lap in. A 3:05.7 compares to a 3:03.5 yesterday for Lei Kit Meng, who is currently down in fourth place.
But has improved within the first sector. So it's slightly confusing, this, in a sense, because we know it's a full grid. We know there are lots of cars, but everybody we find seems to be on their own. Maybe that's why they're quick, and that's why we're looking at them. But Geronimo Badaraco then, absolute best sector 1, personal best sector 2. We've had a pit stop, incidentally, for one car Hong, but that has just rejoined, number 82, 22nd fastest. So Badaraco comes then now towards the mid part of the lap and doing, as I say, improvements in the sectors, but so too is Lei Kit Meng. Now Lei Kit Meng is ahead of him on the road, so he will come across the beam first. This is Badaraco out of the Solitude S's. Down the hill he drops, and absolute best, personal best. Lei Kit Meng, 2 absolute bests. I think Lei Kit Meng's going to go back to the top on this lap, although Badaraco eclipsing him in sector 3. It's really, really tight between the pair of them now. Hazard lights come on, hard brake up at the end of Faraway Hill, going through Moorish, and we've got drama at Lisboa, and just folding in the mirror. How about that? Aaron Kwong, precision, precision, precision.
That was very, very smart indeed. So it's going to have a slightly distorted view looking into the mirror. He's going to see himself because it's just pointed in, but that was very well saved indeed. Wow, that was close. 3:05.7 the target time now, held by Geronimo Badaraco, and about to complete sector 5. Not sure if this is going to be an improvement. Sector 4 was slightly off.
Yeah, Lei Kit Meng, I reckon he's going to go on to pole position.
Yeah.
But Badaraco will be not that far behind him on the road. Look, there is Badaraco. Ahead of him coming into our bend is Lei Kit Meng. So Lei Kit Meng at the moment is fourth. 3 minutes 6.995 is his best. He breaks the beam and goes quickest of all, 3 minutes 4.306. And then Geronimo heads up towards the line and needs to get himself into the high 3.3s, really, to get pole position back, and he does it. 3 minutes 3.816. How about that? Geronimo Badaraco back onto pole position.
We're still not on the time from yesterday. We are tantalisingly close, but not close enough yet. 3/10 away from the quickest time from yesterday, but we've still got just over 10 minutes to do it. What a great session this is.
It is,
Geronimo Badaraco at the top of the times, a 3:03.8. Lei Kit Meng briefly at the top of the times, a 3:04, 3:06, but Badaraco's lap, and you're right, they've managed to get themselves a bit of space on track. It's a 6.1-kilometre circuit. There is no reason why they shouldn't all be alone on the track. There's plenty of space to do it.
Absolutely. So, Lei Kit Meng, second, but he's down in the first sector, and also, strangely, is Badaraco. We've got 10 minutes to go, but it's almost as though now we've seen the best, because all of the top three are slower in sector one on the next lap.
All just backed off a little bit.
Yeah.
Just under 10 minutes, so we're in the final third of this half-an-hour qualifying session. And you're right, top five all without personal best. That changes now, because Cho King Kwan, the Macau driver in car number 4, has just done personal bests on all sectors and flies up to 5th in the standings on the provisional grid.
And Aaron Kwong is 7th. He improved his lap time on that previous lap, despite being slower in sector 1 and sector 2, which included his mirror folding escapade. Mochi Fai has done an absolute best in the middle sector. Lei Kit Meng we're looking at, but I think he's back right off on this lap, and actually you can see how much he's backed off, because Geronimo Badaraco is almost with him now.
And Geronimo Badaraco in that process has just put in an overall best in sector 3.
Yeah.
So the two of them going around together. These are the top two in the times, with 8 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. And Geronimo Badaraco in the pale pink and seafoam green car is currently on top of the times by just under half a second from Lei Kit Meng.
But that lap is going to be squandered, because he caught Lei Kit Meng on the run up towards Donna Maria, and he hasn't found a way past him. So he needs to sort of let Lei Kit Meng go, let him pull the pin and try and get away, and then he needs to up his own pace with, 8 minutes on the clock now. So they're both going to have slower laps. Others making the climb up San Francisco Hill. I'm inclined to say the road is starting to dry now. We've not had any more rain for a while, and it is looking a little bit better as a track surface,
You're right. We haven't had rain for probably about an hour now, I think. And yeah, the FR drivers are going to be looking onto this session slightly envious, because they dealt with they were first out on circuit. Normally it would be the motorcycles out because of the wet surface. They didn't start yesterday, they didn't start this morning. They're going to be getting their weekend underway at the end of today, and of course they will qualify and race tomorrow now for the motorcycles. So the FR drivers are going to be envious of the track conditions, because they are the best they have been. The road sports have done a good job of drying things out a little bit, haven't they, over the course of this session?
And Lei Kit Meng and Geronimo Badaraco both into the pit lane, and Badaraco escaped the hawked eyes of the scrutineers, who have asked for Lei Kit Meng's car to go as a random check to the scrutineering patch. Badaraco gets back to his team in advance. I wonder whether they'll go back out again, because with just under 7 minutes on the clock, take an lap out, there's not a great deal of opportunity. And all the leading cars, Mochi Fai, another one, is into the pit lane.
And the advantage they have over 3rd, 4th and 5th is considerable.
Yeah.
So, so the top two into pit lane, we're going to have two jolly quick drivers that provisionally will line up on the front row of the grid.
Now, Aaron Kwong, with his new aero tweak of a folded mirror, is up to 4th fastest, so it's clearly helping him cut through the air now in a different way. They're number 8, another one that improved last time, of Lao Feng, and 14th fastest he is, number 8, Gerald Lau. So Badaraco, Meng, and then Li Ming at the top 3. There at Lisboa goes Chan Chak Yin, who's also got the road to himself. There are 6 minutes to go. Badaraco, Lei Kit Meng, and then Mochi Fai, 1st, 2nd and 5th in the times, all in the pit lane.
It's a leaf out of Rob Huff's book, isn't it, who said at the end of a lap at Macau, if I have 2 wing mirrors, I haven't been trying hard enough. Well, he's folded one in, there's another one to be folded in, and see if it increases the aerodynamic efficiency of these cars in the final 5.5 minutes of this qualifying session for the Macau Road Sport Challenge. I'm rather looking forward to seeing a checkered flag and an unblemished score for the road sports over the course of 2 days for the Macau Grand Prix. No stoppages.
You live on the edge, don't you, making statements like that?
Just so proud of them.
Well, quite. So, Badaracco, by nearly half a second ahead of Lei Kit Meng, who has gone back out. He has decided there's the chance for one more roll of the dice, and Badaracco has not yet ventured out, so doesn't look as though he's going to go out to respond.
I wonder if that was a quick tweak to tyre pressures and one last chance.
Might be, if the
It's
road's
getting
dried
drier,
a bit. Yeah, good thought. Yeah, we've still got Badaracco in the pit lane, and Mochi Fai went back out as well. So the other one that is in is number 99 of Hui Hang. And we're looking here at Aaron Kwong, who is fourth, and Kwong did a personal best in the first sector, but has then been slower in sectors 2, 3, and 4. So funny sort of a lap this for Aaron Kwong, who in the championship was 17th in his group, which effectively means that he was third in his group of the drivers in this section of the entry. Top 14 going into the Establishment Cup, this for the 15th and back. So, just under 4 minutes to go.
Badaracco stays in.
Yeah.
Lei Kit Meng is out. We are looking at the 67 car of Aaron Kwong.
Do you know what? That mirror hasn't really folded much at all, has it? Needs to have another go at that conveyor belting to really fold it in.
No, has it popped back out on its own?
Possibly. Anyway, Aaron Kwong has gone through and did go quicker. 3 minutes 5.232. So he's fourth fastest now, Aaron Kwong. And there's an example of somebody that's used the track time over the course of the weekend. Just almost every lap has found a bit of time, just got better and better and better, and chipped away and chipped away and chipped away. And so Aaron Kwong now, okay, he's 1.4 seconds off pole. Ooh, big shunt going down to Lisboa, and that was all wrong in a straight line. Up the escape road, it spins. And a yellow flag zone there. He's going to scupper the chance, isn't it, of Lei Kit Meng getting himself onto pole position again. It is number 84 of Chan Chat Yin, who has done a lot of damage to the front of the Subaru. Now, did that get away from him under the heavy braking? Here's the answer. It's wrong before he comes into view, and he's already hit the wall. So something happened to pitch him into the barrier. We didn't really see the start of it, but a lot of damage has been done.
So, unfortunate right at the end of the session with 2.5 minutes to go. We have the first, quite a bit of debris on the circuit as well, going down towards Lisboa, with Lei Kit Meng on the out lap with 2 minutes remaining of this qualifying session. Geronimo Badaracco, who sits on provisional pole, remains down in pit lane, and Lei Kit Meng second. Looking at that car now, back into pit lane.
Red flag.
Yeah.
So that effectively is the end of the session, because there is less than a lap time left in it. They would get a checkered flag at the end of an outlap, so it's not really worth restarting it. But I wonder whether it was an issue like a tyre failure that put the car into the barrier first. We saw some debris fly, but it was hard to know whether that was after the initial impact or whether it was a very heavy brake and the car just got away. I'm leaning towards that.
Yeah.
The session will not be resumed, and that's the reason why up the escape road has gone Chan Chat Yin, but a lot of front damage and debris on the road. So, how are your road sports doing then?
I'm not talking to you.
Okay.
Which is a difficult situation for two commentators, but we might have made up before the next session.
For the next sentence.
Yeah.
So that's the end of qualifying, and Geronimo Badaracco thinks, well, there you go, I did the right thing by staying in the pit lane, and we won't be going back out again, so the order is confirmed. Geronimo Badaracco is on provisional pole position for the Macau Road Sport Challenge race from Lei Kit Meng, and Chan Chat Yin, who's now got a rather badly damaged car up the escape road, third fastest. Aaron Kwong fourth, ahead of Li Ming Yip and Mo Chi Fai. Then it is Rio Valente from Yung Chut Lin. Ninth fastest, Cho Ken Kwam, and rounding out the top 10, Michael Wong. But for Chan Chat Yin, the damage pretty serious, and let's see what the extent of it is going to be, and hope that he will be able to be on the grid for the race itself. So, session won't be resumed, and the drivers then make their way back to the paddock, and a chance for the teams to go to work, and we'll have more from the other half of the Cars at Macau this weekend, not just GT3 but GT4 as well for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup, and it is the qualifying session for those cars that we will have next on track here on the gear circuit. 30 minutes is the duration. Yesterday free practice was topped by the energetically driven Toyota Supra of Han Li Chao, from the Porsche Cayman of Alessandro Gueretti making his Macau debut, and Deng Yi third. GT4 is a popular category in this part of the world. They have had 4 championship races, all of which have been at the local circuit of Zhuzhou, and Han Li Chao took 2 race wins. Lau Kim Ho took 1, and Kan Che Wei also has been a race winner. But the entry this weekend is a great one. We've got 26 cars in total, and Kan Che Wei was unable to get a lap time in yesterday, so we need to keep an eye to the Ginetta G55. Another one that had problems yesterday was Brian Lai's Ginetta, and that car expired on the circuit and brought out a red flag. But the entry is a really great snapshot of what GT4 racing has become. You've got Mercedes, Ginetta, BMW, Porsche, Toyota, McLaren, KTM. There was a Lotus Enter, but it's not here as far as I can tell. And there is an Audi in the entry as well. Oh, and Aston Martin, one shouldn't forget. So what's that, 9 different brands? That ain't half bad, Alan.
Not bad, is it?
No.
Not bad. A great entry. And as you can see, all of a sudden, things become a little bit more Macau. Why? Because the sunshine has started to come out. The weather forecast was that from around about midday, we would enjoy more Macau-type weather. And the sunshine has come out about an hour before expected, which is really good news. Sunshine looks down on the paddock, the temperatures will start to rise, the circuit will start to dry out, and lots of people wave at the camera.
Indeed so, and the nice thing is that hopefully the sunshine might get rid of some of the humidity, because it's been really, although we've had a lot of rain, it has been so humid as well these last couple of days.
90% I noticed on screen yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it was pretty unpleasant out running at whatever time, 6:30 this morning.
My bath is less humid than that.
Yeah, quite. They're sitting in the assembly area, Lokar Chun, with one of the BMW M4s, Mercedes AMG representation for Chen Chunhua. And that's going to be a car to watch for sure. He was third in the opening round of the championship, in fact, at Zhuzhou was Chen Chunhua. So one of the quick drivers to keep an eye to, as the cars will shortly be released out on track for 30 minutes of qualifying. And in true Macau fashion, it's not just drivers and mechanics now in the assembly area. Terence Say with the Team TRC Mercedes AMG. Number 72 there is Leung Keng Hei with the BMW M4. And further down the assembly area, you'll see further representation of all the different brands that we have within the entry. So the assembly area is starting to be cleared of mechanics, and very shortly engines will fire and we're going to be in business. A wet track declared, but the good news is it's going to dry pretty swiftly now.
I reckon it will as well. The sunshine comes out, and it was drying as the previous session here for the Road Sport Challenge. It was drying and drying as the session went on.
And we'll see what the times are going to be at the start relative to the end, when hopefully it will be a much drier circuit. Toyota and Porsche at the front of the Prix grid, which is lined up based on the order of the times set in yesterday's session. And in a moment, not just Macau welcomes you, but the circuit welcomes all drivers as engines fire, doors are closed, and we will be in business for qualifying for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup, purely for GT4 cars, and an illustration of just how successful GT4 has become. It was a slow burn for sure, but now is an absolutely huge success story, and the fact that we can fill a grid in this part of the world so easily is testament to that. Green flag, Alan.
So cars leave the assembly area, and when we went down with the camera past the huge variety of GT4 cars that we've got, I always talk about the bright colours, the liveries that are presented for this unique one-off weekend here at Macau. And I don't know if you saw, but there was a very pale pink car, the 33 car of Ho Ka Meng. And Ho Ka Meng's car, I have never seen, David, these cars are wrapped, they have vinyl wraps on them, and just the idea that there is a pattern on the vinyl wrap, the like of which I've never seen before. It is such a unique planning leading up to this weekend.
Yeah.
It is a beautiful looking car. The most vinyl that we see this year is a kind of a matte finish, and it is pre-printed onto the vinyl with a kind of an opaque little pattern in the background. The thought that has gone into these cars and the way they're presented, just brilliant. I mean, absolutely brilliant.
Everything here is a one-off race, but there are cars that come from championships, but that isn't to say that they are going to reflect that livery here, because it's Macau. It's a one-off, it's an event, and this is your showcase race. Whether you're a local driver in the road sports, whether you're a local driver in GT4, whether you are a manufacturer coming to Macau for the FIA GT World Cup, all the liveries here are special. Go down the FR grid, and yeah, okay, the teams have a colour that's reflected.
There's a theme from year to year.
But even so, there's an element of local sponsorship that is brought in. But yeah, you're right. I mean, the effort that goes into the cars here and in the two road sport categories that we've got, mighty impressive.
I love it. It's a spectacle. It's a television spectacle, and with a thought to that, let's present the most standout livery of any, and they do just such a brilliant. We mentioned yesterday in the commentary that Pirelli have done their little bit just for this weekend with the little dragon logo on the wall of the tyres. It's all of these things that add up together that just remind me every year we are in a very special and unique place, and being involved is just feels like a bit of a privilege, doesn't it?
Absolutely right. Yes, and for the drivers too, to be on track is a privilege, because this isn't somewhere that you just rock up and go racing. You know, there's one event a year, most years, and it's an invitation-only concept. So to actually race at Macau is something that relatively few drivers, if you consider the number of licence holders worldwide, it's a tiny proportion that have ever raced here.
It's a bug as well. It's once you do it the first year, it's all a bit of a shock to the senses. Yeah, and you go home and you reflect and you think about it. You think, I want to do that again. And you go back the next year and you enjoy it again. And if you are watching around the world and you thought maybe you're in the UK and you think it looks like the other side of the world, it looks like another event. It does feel like that until you've gone, and then you realise that actually it's a 12-hour flight, and I could do this, and I could get quite a competitive rate on a hotel, and I could enjoy this experience. And I think once you've done it, you do it year after year. So many people from around the world turn up on not just on Sunday for race day, but also for Saturday as well, because it's racing, qualification races tomorrow, and you see people from all over the world all descend upon Macau for a unique motorsport experience. It's just brilliant. And absolutely brilliant.
And you're right, I mean, it's a 12-hour flight, but Macau itself, take the racing to one side, it's not just casinos. You know, the culture here is fascinating because it's been a Portuguese colony, so you've got this mix of Portuguese culture, Chinese culture. It's fascinating.
Lovely Portuguese restaurants.
Oh, absolutely.
There are Italian restaurants, Chinese restaurants, so much choice. And you can come back year after year and do things that you didn't do last year. You can go, if you are a motor racing person, make a moment in your day to go to the Grand Prix Museum,
Yes.
which is beautifully presented, absolutely bang up to date, virtual reality. I can't say enough just what a wonderful experience this place is.
Yeah, the racing's almost a distraction for the rest of the
Sometimes
colony, isn't it?
is, yeah.
But, yeah.
Sometimes it is.
So this is one of the cars that really excelled yesterday, the Toyota Supra of Han Li Chao, who won 2 races at the very start of the championship season. There's been a bit of strife at Lisboa. Ooh, that's one of the saves, isn't it? Terence Say in the Mercedes skims the conveyor belting. That's the save of the weekend, I think, to get away from that without any damage whatsoever.
That was
wow.
very, very close, wasn't it? Goodness me.
So, Toyota versus Porsche. Han Li Chao versus Alessandro Giretti. Now, Giretti is new to Macau, but he's the Carrera Cup France champion. And here's an example of how manufacturers are treating this race nowadays. Are we seeing the start of something big? Because the manufacturers have brought all their factory stars for the GT3 World Cup, the FIA GT World Cup. But here, Porsche have brought Alessandro Giretti and just plopped him into the GT4 category. They've not done that because he was at a loose end this weekend. And off again has gone Terence Say. So having failed to stack it as Lisboa, he's had another drama round Moorish and Police section of the circuit, and he's in the wall there. Han Li Chao towards the timing line.
Actually, that was one of the cars that has a very distinctive, unique livery for this weekend, and all the team are wearing the bright pink logo, the big lip logo, which is on the side of the car. So, gaining attention. It's an attention-seeking car, and a bit of attention gained already.
Now here, you've got Alessandro Giretti and Han Li Chao running together, and that's Terence Say, who I think found the wet part of the road, and he just sort of understeered out wide, didn't he? Boom.
I think you're right, and the problem we mentioned at the start, okay, it's gone in now, but just at the start of the session, the sunshine was out, so you could be sort of lured into a false sense of security that, okay, it's all dry again now. It's not, far from it.
Yeah, indeed. Giretti went quicker than did Han, when they came across the line. So Han Li Chao in the Toyota is trying to respond, and Terence Say on his first flying lap has done a lot of damage to that front left corner.
And he's shedding its skin, isn't it, as it goes around the circuit. That's not good news. That's going to put little bits of debris, or you can see it flying off now, little bits of debris everywhere.
It is not in the pink, is it, anymore, that car, so
Far
to speak?
from it.
Yeah. So he's going to head to the pit lane and limps round. The team's being told there's a slow car on track. They can relay that message to the driver. And actually, it's going to affect these two, isn't it? Because both Han and Giretti are on a push lap, and they are going to come across that slow car in the not-too-distant future. So they're together on the road, but this good lap might well be spoilt by finding Terence Say's car limping back. And another one up the escape road at Lisboa is the Ginetta there of Lau Kim Ho. And how did he get there? This is the answer. Red flag, by the way, being shown. He just goes straight on. And then, and this has been a common problem of the weekend, can't get the car turned, hasn't got the lock. And then if you let the revs drop, very, very hard to restart. You've got to wait for a good half a minute or so. And while you've got a car at 90 degrees up the escape road, it really isn't very safe, because if anybody else goes up the escape road, you've got a big accident. So the race director says, got to stop it, and red flag comes out.
But the good news about this is there is going to be debris on the circuit, and it does give the marshals maybe the opportunity to just sweep up a couple of areas, because that Mercedes was shedding. You can see a bit there at the Macau hairpin, just on the outside there. There are bits of bodywork that do really need to be recovered, and this red flag will give opportunity for that to happen. So red flag with 21 minutes, so they've only done one flying lap so far. So the cars will come around the circuit slowly under the red flag caution, and will arrive back in pit lane. But you're right, David, your intro was absolutely spot on. What a collection of manufacturers for GT4s. They're nimble, they're slightly smaller than the GT3 cars, and they do work their way around the gear circuit very nicely indeed. And to have so many manufacturers represented, it's a really, really good entry, this, for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup for GT4 cars. Onwards and inwards into pit lane they come. So they'll make for a busy pit lane as they thread their way in now. And you can see in the background that's a unique shot that we get of normal life at Macau going on in the background, and the port just in the background with the buses and the motorcycles and cars going about their daily business. Low Chirk in brings the car to a stop. That's one of the unique cartoon liveried cars, and so too the 58 Mercedes down. That's Tai Chang Ta in the Level Motorsports Mercedes AMG.
And there the Caymans arrive in the pit lane, including the car of Alessandro Guiretti, that was the fastest before we had that red flag. Guiretti's car being run by the Z-Speed team. The Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 RS CS, if you want the full title of the car, the CS for Club Sport.
Which you like lots.
What, the Cayman?
Yeah.
It's a lovely shape,
yeah, it is
that car.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And been a successful car, as has that, the BMW M4, as has that, the Mercedes AMG GT4. And it's fascinating to compare and contrast things like the Mercedes, because you have both a GT4 and a GT3 version of that car. The BMW the same here this weekend. And you look at a GT4 car and you think, God, they're pretty sexy cars.
Yes,
and then you look at a GT3 car and it's one of these on steroids.
It is next level. Yeah, it is next level. Beautiful looking cars.
Kevin Say, who's another very popular driver in this part of the world, very successful driver, the Hong Kong driver, but became the first driver from Macau to win a race at Alton Park a few years ago. He won a British GT race. And for 5 points, who was his co-driver?
Oh no, go on.
Tom Onslow Cole.
Was it?
Yeah.
Was it?
And Kevin was a winner also at Snetterton and at Spa, I think I'm right in saying, this year with Maxi Gertz helping in British GT. But in GT3, not GT4.
You're talking about GT drivers and Alton Park. I just remember a couple of years ago when Raffaele Marciello said that when he was competing in British GT, what a joy it was to go to circuits like Alton Park, old school circuits. You couldn't get much more old school than the gear circuit in Macau,
absolutely.
could you?
Absolutely, yeah. No, Jules Gounon was the same. I remember interviewing Jules, but he'd done his first session, I think, at Alton Park. And it was just the best advert for the circuit you could imagine, because he without being prompted, he said, I think I'd asked him about, welcome to British GT or something, and off he went about the circuit. He just came pouring out of him. And the same is true of this. Drivers come here, the lure of it, if they've never been before, they all want to come. And after their first few laps, first experience of the circuit, it all flows out of them, the enthusiasm for the venue.
Well, so many new circuits are appearing now, but they are exactly what they say now. They are new circuits, so they are built, they are designed with this in mind, with that in mind. These are old circuits. These are circuits that have not changed for many, many years, and were built probably with the most notable thing in mind, to offer fast straights, overtaking positions. Nowadays, when you're building a circuit, you're thinking about runoff areas, you're thinking about track limits, you're thinking about all of those kind of things. And a circuit like the Gear circuit, it was designed, it has evolved with an idea of presenting every challenge over one lap to the driver.
I mean, the start line has had to move over the years, and things like debris fencing has had to be put in, and various safety aspects. But the actual circuit, you can't really change because you can't move buildings.
No, it's
what it is.
It's racing on the streets of Macau, and long may it continue. Absolutely superb. Just looking at Wong Cheng To in the McLaren 570S, and that's the 21 car of Hanley Chow. Top time yesterday, and last year qualified in 13th, finished in, I beg your pardon, qualified 3rd and finished in 14th place for Hanley Chow.
Yeah, last year's GT4 race sadly was cut short, wasn't it? Because we had a drama at the Malco hairpin, and that was the end of that. So it was a Lotus Emira 1-2 last year, but no Lotuses here this season.
That's the one. That's the one where you've got the pre-printed design on the on the wrap, very pale sort of pink colour, which goes from silver at the front to pink at the back, and jolly smart it looks as well. Really, really nice, that.
Hokar Meng's Ginetta, yeah. So the session is going to resume on short call, and it will be in about 5 seconds' time, in fact, now we're being told from race control. So there at the end of the pit lane, as the green flag is now shown, is Han-Li Chow, who is the first one to blast away. And everybody trying to get out on track as swiftly as. Now, with it being qualifying, the clock stopped, it restarts now, but you don't want to be in traffic if you can avoid it. And there comes Chen Chenghua's Mercedes AMG, just makes the Ginetta behind back up a little bit.
You'd have thought that we'd have seen just about every presentation of the Ginettas over the years, because they've been racing for some years with great success as well. And then they turn up here to Macau, and you think, well, I've never seen that before, and I've never seen that presentation of a Ginetta before. It's just a great, thoughtful grid this year. Very, very good. And great that we've got a KTM as well.
Yes, indeed. And it's fascinating, isn't it, the way that people have chosen their brand. You know, you kind of think about Ginetta being a very British thing, made in Yorkshire, but actually they've sold a lot of cars to this part of the world.
Huge amount over this part of the world.
Yeah, you know, in Scandinavia as well. And yet it perhaps isn't the most obvious brand to have in the Far East, but clearly, because it was designed to do the job, it's a competitive car. Brian Lai, whose car expired yesterday, is back out on track today, which is good to see. And the session back underway. Road getting drier all the time, getting faster all the time. And I think after their rather spirited battle earlier on, now Han-Li Chow and Alessandro Gueretti have split themselves apart, so they're not going to trip over each other.
So 20 minutes just over of the session remains. And this is qualifying for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup GT4. The sunshine is trying ever so hard to peek through the cloud cover that we've had here now. This is the third day of quite cloudy weather that we've had at Macau this year. It's quite unusual. It's an area that does suffer from a windy season, if you like, but it doesn't normally coincide with the Macau Grand Prix. This year we've had a little bit of a challenge with the weather and wet conditions, but you can see now how it's drying out, and that is down to the fact that we are beginning to see the sun burning through the clouds, and it's going to hopefully do a good job of drying out the track, because this afternoon we've got qualifying not only for GT4s out now, road sports, the second category of road sports coming up, qualifying for the Macau gear race, so touring cars on circuit, GT3 GT cars, and for the FIA FR World Cup as well. So if we've got a dry circuit this afternoon, it's going to be the first time for all of them that they get to enjoy the gear circuit and really open the cars up.
And the first time that motorbikes will take to the circuit, because they can't run in the wet. So finally we'll get those on track. I'm trying to work out whether that Cayman has got a problem or it's just lagging back. It's lagging back a lot to let the traffic go, and that's why you've got this sort of traffic jam now, as everybody slows, letting the car ahead go so you don't catch traffic on your first flying lap. So you trickle around the hairpin and then pull the pin, but actually 66 there of Yangzhou Wei is looking rather slow. Oh no, picked up pace now.
Pin pulled.
Yeah.
So 66 now gets underway, and the cork is out the bottle really for everybody else. I suppose the only way that you could deal with that is to stay back in pit lane, not go out when everybody else goes out. However, with the way things work at Macau and the fact that so often you get a stoppage, you need to be in it to be putting a time in, and you don't know how much opportunity you're going to get on track. I'm still wondering whether there was a problem for that Porsche, which has now maybe rectified itself, because it seems to be on pace now as they head on, flashing the lights. 77, that does have a problem. So that's Lau Kim Ho's car, and it's not going anywhere, is it? It's unfortunately stationary. Trying to see if there's damage to the car as well, but the 77 car, this is what happened. A little bit of a clip there, and just on the back of the 55 car of Kenny Chung, and the net result of that is that Lau Kim Ho's car is beached down on the outside of Lisboa. And more problems as well. So this is a rather costly lap, isn't it?
That's a lot of damage and another red flag. Car in the wall, debris on the road. And we get a replay of the car bouncing from one side to the other and then going off into the barrier and stopping. Trying to work out who it is, actually.
Two cars already there on the right-hand side, and they're going nowhere, which now becomes one car on the right-hand side. Quite a bit of debris. We've also got the Ginetta, the G55 of Lau Kim Ho.
Is that Giretti's Porsche?
I don't know.
Just looking at the livery, it might be the car that's got provisional pole position.
I know.
So, another red flag.
Can't be sure yet.
We'll see. Try and trace who's headed into the pit lane or not. It is looking a bit Giretti like that.
It really does, yeah. And with the car now without a driver out of the car, walking over to the other side. There's a wheel in the road. There's all sorts of debris that the cars are threading their way through.
It's a lot of damage, isn't it?
There's a lot of damage, and I think that identification of the car is probably right. Yeah.
Because it didn't get to the end of Sector 3. Everybody else coming to the pit lane now, obviously. Session suspended. But I'd like another look at that replay, trying to work out exactly how it all started. Because Giretti, if we're right in saying it's Giretti, he's not somebody that's, OK, he's new to Macau, but he's not somebody that often throws cars at scenery, you know?
We shall see. We've only got fairly limited picture of the car that's stricken. We shall know a little more when all the cars appear back in pit lane for this red flag. This is going to take a little while, isn't it, to clear up? Bit of debris there. Car to be recovered as well, but as yet we've not seen exactly what happened.
The pit lane's getting busy. More and more of them arrive back. One or two being taken to the scrutineering area as they come in for the random checks to make sure that the ride height and the weight is okay. But eventually the recovery vehicle will be allowed out on track, and the marshals will go and attend to all the debris as well.
Yeah, plenty of work to be done. Marshals, we can mention them now. It's always fascinating walking into the circuit early in the morning, even if you're walking in at 7 o'clock in the morning for the first motorcycle session of the day. The marshals already on post, already in place. They've probably been there for an hour. Some of them may well have stayed near to trackside overnight as well. There are very often sleeping bags that are dotted around the circuit, and they are committed to the cause over the 4 days of the Macau Grand Prix, and they are incredibly well trained as well. They do a super job, the marshals.
Yeah, they do, and so also fairness to the crane operators, because they're so good at getting cars out of the way. But of course, part of the issue these days is whether the marshals are allowed to go trackside and quickly affix the rope to do that without the race being suspended. Then number 55, Ginetta, which is Kenny Chung's K2C Motorsports car, and more and more of them heading down the pit lane, but not including Alessandro Giretti's Porsche.
No.
Then number 37 is Deng Yi, one of a number of drivers who's been fined over the course of the weekend for not presenting documents on time to the race administrators. So 87, which is the sole Aston Martin in the entry of Yang Meng Chao, the driver from Chinese Taipei. And a quick flick of the wipers there on the Rover Oils BMW of Lang Jiatong, the Harmony racing car. So the pit lane, as I say, starts to fill up, and we await the recovery operation to be concluded.
Have to thread them all in, don't we?
Yeah.
It's a lot of cars to get into place. It's a long pit lane here at Macau. Some of them are just indicated on pit lane entry to pull off and have a couple of random technical checks. It would be fairly basic technical checks that take place on pit lane entry. Quick wait, and the car will be on its way. Most of them make their way down pit lane. That was the car that was stopped over at, just coming into pit lane, over at Lisboa, the 77 car of Lau Kim Ho, the Ginetta G55. Qualified 13th last year, finished 8th in the race, did Lau Kim Ho. 16 down in pit lane, the team attending Lo Churk Yin's Ginetta G55. There's lots of Ginettas, aren't there?
Yeah.
Plenty of them.
And another spectacular colour scheme. There is the number 1 Ao Chi Wang Mercedes AMG, the Macau driver. 77 Ginetta is Lau Kim Ho. 88, which is the Porsche of Leona Chin, the Z-Speed entry. The same team that operates Alessandro Guerretti's car, and I fear the same team that's going to be rather busy repairing it.
I'm pretty sure I saw a wheel on the left-hand side of
right.
the circuit.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of work.
So, red flag, and the fact that he's not made it back to the pits does rather confirm Alessandro Guerretti's incident. There's the KTM with its spectacular bodywork, up and push forward, revealing the driver, who is Chang Chi-shun. And the KTM 13th at the moment. You'd think KTM really is a motorbike operator, but they've been around in GT4 and GT4 lights for quite a long time. GT2 as well now, they have a car full.
We're going to have to check that car over, the 77 Ginetta, and I think the team already were just having a look at it. 58 in pit lane with the team in attendance. That's Tai Chang Ta's car, the Level Motorsports Mercedes AMG, and the team are struggling with that 77 Ginetta, aren't they, as a result of that problem down at Lisboa.
There's a rather sorry sight of Alessandro Guerretti's broken Cayman being put on the back of the flatbed, and that's taken a massive whack on the left and the right at the front.
Yeah, from one side of the circuit to the other, I fear.
Sort of pinballed its way across by the look of it, didn't it?
Yeah.
And Guerretti, just to kind of rub salt into the wounds, had done an absolute best and a personal best on that lap. So he was clearly pushing. Clearly pushing.
Yeah, very unfortunate that. And there will be lots of work needed to be done for Guerretti's car.
Yeah. And now he's got to hope that that early 2 minutes 45 lap isn't going to drop him too far. Others will go quicker, but 17 minutes on the clock. Let's take out 2.5 for an out lap. You know, they're going to get 6 laps in, assuming there are no more interruptions. But is that good enough to keep him near the front of the grid? We'll find out. 85. Good to go is Fok Wei Ming with his Mercedes AMG. And another man looking forward to getting back out on track. Go, 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 he says. It is very rare that a camera points into a car and you don't find a happy driver to respond. They're all absolutely loving it.
It is always such a good reaction you get, particularly down in an assembly, in pit lane, or on the grid, because they're made up to be here.
Yeah.
It is not an easy entry to get on the circuit here at Macau in whichever form of motorsport, be it GTs or touring cars, and you're here, you're doing it, and you're on the starting grid. So it is always a joyous driver. We're going to get the first one that doesn't wave at us.
As Kevin say.
Yeah, as I say, a joyous driver. He's very focused, isn't he?
Yeah. Thinking, come on, I want to get back on track. Wipers on 1 or 2 cars. There are some umbrellas up, but I was thinking that was more really because of the sunshine coming out.
I was going to say exactly the same thing. We see umbrellas every year more as parasols than anything else, because the sunshine here can be extremely intense, and at the moment we don't have a roof on the structure in front of us because of the wind that we've had for the last couple of days. The tarpaulin is standing by, but it's strapped down and not ready to be put on the grandstand yet. I'm sure they're going to be busy tonight because the weather forecast much better, much less windy and less wet over the next couple of days. So that's why I think the guests in the grandstands are with umbrellas up, just because the sunshine is now peeking through the clouds. It's doing a good job of burning the clouds away. But when we look down on the tarmac, look down on the start-finish line, just on the other side of the pit wall, it's still very wet down there.
It is, but that part of the circuit is not the racing line, so it's not getting anybody on it to really help dry. Leona Chin's Porsche is good to go. And Cayman, of course, a car that has its 01 make series promoted by Porsche in selected areas. And number 2, which is Brian Lye's Parkview Motorsport Ginetta, is also ready to go. Another really creative paint job on that car.
Oh, that looks stunning when you're up close to it. Absolutely stunning.
All smiles. Brian Lye good to go, the Hong Kong driver. There's the slightly unusual sight these days in GT4 of the Audi R8. It's not the most common of cars anymore, but Miguel Lay from Macau is aboard it. And there's one view of a rather broken Porsche, and lorks a mercy. Yes, whether we see that car again is a moot point.
I'm not sure we will.
That's had a lot of damage, hasn't it? Welcome to Macau, Alessandro Giretti. So, absolute best first sector, personal best second sector, written off car third sector. A lot of damage. However, with the car on its way, that means we're not far off getting the session back underway, and the race director will probably release the cars at a point that they're not going to catch that recovery vehicle rather than wait until it returns. So we don't yet have a restart time, I have to say.
A bit of debris to be recovered, and I would imagine just a check of the old circuit furniture as well. It's had quite a bash, hasn't it?
Yeah,
car?
True. Right, session will resume in 3 minutes. A bit of sweeping up to be done. A lot of paints being gouged off the barriers. So, yeah, almost
Goodness
done.
me.
That was a big, big hit.
That was a very big hit, wasn't it?
Yes, he's run wide there and then bounced across the road. But it was, yeah, you could see the left front had taken all the brunt of it. And those barriers are up against walls anyway, so there's no give in them. So it was, yeah, a very solid hit.
It really was. And, yeah, so 17 minutes of the session, just over, to get back underway once we get the cars out from pit lane. This, the third session of the day, qualifying for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup. GT4 cars will move on at the end of this qualifying session to the Macau Road Sports for the Establishment Cup, the SAR Establishment Cup. And there was going to be a gap of around about 40 minutes between the end of this session and the start of the Macau Road Sports SAR Establishment Cup.
Not anymore.
I think that's going to dwindle. Yeah.
Yeah, lots of broken cars I can see out of our window in the paddock, including the Terence Say Mercedes that is on a flatbed heading to the paddock, which is the underground car park. Ahead of it is a rather broken Toyota from the Road Sport session that we had earlier on in the day, and they're going to be joined by a very crumpled Porsche, a crumpled Cayman before long as well. The session is just over a minute away.
Macau bites, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
And sometimes it bites pretty strong, unfortunately, and there will be damaged cars at the end of sessions. Very disappointing indeed. But the teams do remarkable jobs. You know, we've seen cars that have been really badly, GT cars as well, that are really badly damaged. And missions happen overnight to get spare parts from various areas around that are local and maybe not so local. And then lo and behold, the following day we see a car on the start line ready to get a race underway. It's remarkable what the teams can do here at Macau, and there's a lot at stake when sponsors have put their faith and their investment into a weekend of racing. The teams do absolutely all they can to get cars back on track. Just looking at that recovery for the number 17 car, just over from our commentary box, comes back on the back of a recovery vehicle, is being lowered down. The cars in pit lane being held by the teams, waiting for the green flag, which comes now. So we get the GT4 cars back on circuit. The third time of asking for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup. The GT4 cars all indicated to go out on circuit. The session back underway, 16.5 minutes of qualifying.
And one or two cars getting a bit caught up as they all went storming out of the pit lane, because the drivers know effectively they've got, you know, half a qualifying session now in which to do a time, and not everybody has been able to achieve a proper flying lap thus far. The drivers and the teams being told about a slippery track surface because of liquid put down that's had to be soaked up, but they need to be mindful that where Giretti crashed, the circuit might just be a little bit slippy at the start of this session. Much drier down at Lisboa, still damp offline, but an awful lot better than it has been all weekend as Brian Lai turns through, and the sun still threatening to break through properly and dry the road completely. Clock ticking on down then, 15 minutes remain. Drivers now not only hustling on to try and get a good time for the grid, but also get themselves some clear track space, which in turn is going to help them get that good lap time. I don't think I ever saw Giretti's car return to the pit lane, actually. You'll keep looking out of the window, looking to see yet more damage to a car, but I think it's back just yet, but it can't be far away. As the leaders, the first out of the pit lane, thread their way towards the part of the circuit that caught out the French driver. And now it's going to be the Toyota Supra of Han Li Chao to try to make up just over a second to take pole position away from Giretti, who can do nothing to respond.
Han Li Chao quickest yesterday in free practice. Now it gets competitive with the qualifying session underway, and 15 minutes to have a look at that benchmark time of 2:45.571 for Giretti. So we are now into the second half of qualifying. Doesn't feel like it, does it? Because we've had two red flags, so they've only just been able to put in a couple of flying laps in each of the parts of qualifying that we've had so far. Up towards the Melco hairpin. Dry around there on the line, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And there is really only one line that you need, because you can't overtake anyway. Han Li Chao then now starts to accelerate through Black Sands down towards Fisherman's, and that Toyota that was so fast yesterday, really energetically driven, the same again. It's a good shape, that car. BMW behind it, the M4, and of course the Supra base really on a BMW platform. It is 37 of Deng Yi. So these are the cars second and third in the times. Han Li Chao down to our bend, and there Deng Yi gives up the fight. Interesting that he backed off there rather than earlier on in the lap, because really you need to be on the power coming out of that corner to go for a time now, but he will have lost momentum, and therefore I don't think the next lap for Deng Yi is going to be all that impressive. Han Li Chao in the meantime is on a mission.
Yeah, very much so. So with a personal best in Sector 4, gearing up for the start of this flying lap, an overall best in the 5th sector for Han Li Chao, car number 21, looking at it just going out of view there, and with 13.5 minutes left to run. Let's see what this lap is going to be for Han Li Chao in the Toyota Gazoo Racing China Toyota through Lisboa up towards San Francisco Hill, turns into the right-hander, and now threads up towards the closing narrower part of the gear circuit here at Macau. 13 minutes of this session. Let's hope we can get a good couple of laps in here, because we see the circuit better than it has been day long, with huge areas of dry line, twisting and rising through this section of the circuit.
Deng Yi has made a liar out of him, because actually he's done 2 absolute bests, even though he looked as though he backed off coming through our bend. His first sector, better than anybody else's in the session. Sector 2 as well. So there, BMW number 37 of Deng Yi on a real charge. And in contrast to all of this, the Alessandro Giretti Porsche has now arrived in the paddock out of our window. I can see what's left of it, and it might be heading for a skip.
It's not good, that, is it?
No, it's very, very broken. Deng Yi comes now at the end of Far Away, up the hill towards Donna Maria. Han Li Chao further up the road has done an absolute best third sector. And down to the Melco hairpin now come Toyota and BMW, with only 12 more minutes of the session to go. 2
purples for Deng Yi at the start of this session, and 2 purple sectors now for Han Li Chao. No, because Deng Yi takes the purple in sector 4 once that's complete. So Deng Yi, car 37, looking at it now, coming up towards the conclusion of the lap. 3 out of 4 purple sectors for the 37 car. Looking at the BMW now, the wipers are on, not sure they're needed. So close to the wall, turns into the final turn. Up towards the line goes Deng Yi. This is going to go top, is it? Overall best, yes, 2:38.6. So a 2:30, and then Deng Yi, yeah, with a best 2:37.653.
Han Li Chao went top, and then the BMW next on the road went even quicker, and Alessandro Giretti's time is now being eclipsed because the road is drier, the cars are getting lighter on fuel, the road is getting faster. So Deng Yi 2:37.6, Han Li Chao 2:38.5, Liang Jiatong in the BMW 2:41.969 goes third, and Giretti, for what it's worth, because the car may not be fixable anyway, is down to 4th already.
And it will drop and drop, because the circuit has not been this good all day. Look at the areas of dry surface that we have around the circuit. Let's hope we can get this final 10.5 minutes of this session without a stoppage, because they can get in a groove now, and they've got a nice drying track to deal with. Need to still exert a bit of caution. If you go offline, you're going to get caught out, particularly in this part of the circuit. We've already seen it for Giretti. You can, unfortunately, be bitten rather hard here on the gear circuit at Macau. Keep it neat, keep it tidy. Let's see what we can do. Deng Yi has gone purple, sector 1 and sector 2, already with the best lap, a 2:37.6, but is pushing on and pushing on in the BMW.
Mighty, isn't it, this? The BMW M4 GT4 ideally suited to Macau, and right now, of course, as the wipers flick again, he's got something to aim for, which is another quick car of Han Li Chao, that Toyota just up the road. This may well turn out to be the lead battle in the race, never mind for pole position, and they're running together on the circuit as well. And every time Han Li Chao sets an absolute best, it's then just eclipsed seemingly by Deng Yi, except on this lap for sector 3, where Han Li Chao is just ever so slightly the quicker by 166 thousandths of a second.
They get a whole day to think about it as well, because they don't race here tomorrow on Saturday. They race on Sunday. They have a day off tomorrow. So this is the last time they'll be on the gear circuit until they line up for the start of the race.
It's good news for Giretti, possibly, because it gives them an extra day of repair time on the Porsche.
Another day of repair time, and opportunity to get parts in and get them shipped into the area for the team to work on. So maybe we will see the car again.
So Deng Yi, who has been one of the leading lights in the China Endurance Championship this year, fastest, and Han Li Chao goes quickest, but not for long. He did a 2:36.224. Deng Yi straight behind him, retakes pole position, a 2:35.292, 9/10 of a second the margin. But almost every sector, almost every lap now is an improvement. Liang Jiatong goes through, and BMW number 99 is third fastest, 2:39.477. But he's a long way off the top times, like 4 seconds off the top, even though he's third. And Kevin Say, just to make the point quickly, is now 4th.
And Liang Jiatong is really pushing on as well. because you see the car skipping around, and you say it's a little off the pace to what you would expect, bearing in mind it's third, but it's 4 seconds away from Li Chao and Deng Yi, but they really are pushing on in that BMW, very much so in the 99 car, the car of Leon Xiaotung. 7.5 minutes just over of this session remain. Best lap is a 2:35.2 for Deng Yi, and is still pushing on this lap. Purple in the first sector, personal best in the second sector, and the two of them, the top two, going around together as they head up through the very tight and twisty section. But the good news is that we are now in a bit of a roll. We're putting a quick lap in, another quick lap as well.
Giretti has dropped down to 8th, not taking any further part in the session. The top two in the times running together on the road. And the Toyota Supra doing it again, absolute best, sectors 2 and 3. Deng Yi, absolute best, sector 1. And as I say, the tyres are getting warmer, the road is getting drier, the cars are getting lighter. Add it all together, everything's getting faster. Down to Melco hairpin, just under 7 more minutes of the session to go. This is the car that's third quickest then, another of the BMWs, the Harmony Racing entry of Liang Jiatong. And fourth fastest now is number 14, which is the BMW again, different team, 778 Autosport car of Lo Ka Chun. Great noise from the Aston Martin as it growls its way out of Lisboa.
Lovely,
Yang Meng Chao, yeah. And where's he got that car to in the times? 87, 10th fastest.
Keen to see what the conclusion of this lap is going to be for Li Chao. 3 out of 4 overall bests in this, and and the final sector for both Deng Yi and Li Chao. It's the final sector that's cost them on that lap, so no improvement from either of the top two. Maybe not such a good idea to be going round together, because there were 3 purple sectors for Li Chao up until sector 5, the final sector. Oh, what a noise.
Absolutely. GT racing is pretty special, whether it's GT4, GT3, GT2, just because the cars are all different shapes and sizes, different configurations, whether you go big engine, normally aspirated, smaller engine, turbo, but they all have a very distinctive sound as well, which is always part of the appeal of a GT grid, particularly when they're all unleashed at the start of a race or the start of a session. That said, even on its own, the Aston Martin does sound fantastic, doesn't it?
Looks great as well, doesn't it? It's an Aston Martin with a Macau twist as far as the livery is concerned. A nod to the Aston Martin green and yellow, but on the side, it's very Macau. It's a great livery, that.
BMWs, oh no, another Porsche in the wall, and that's got a lot of damage. That's pretty much where Giretti had his dramas by the look of it, and it's the same left front corner, another red flag. Just under 5 minutes to go. May not have been Porsche, that may have been Mercedes. Having had another quick look at the back of the car, but whose it was, I can't yet tell you. But another red flag and
a big hit.
Yeah, is there? The session will not be resumed. That's it. 3 strikes and you're out. So another big hit, and the session is not going to be resumed. So Deng Yi takes provisional pole position. Thought you said we were on a roll. We were in a rhythm.
We got 3 laps, 4 laps.
Fair enough.
4 laps without interruption. That's as good as they had during that session. But unfortunately, it's bitten again.
Yeah, absolutely right. So the cars will head back to the pit lane, and we'll try and work out who it was that was in the barriers. It's going to be an awful... It's a flipping good job they're not racing tomorrow, Alan. There's an awful lot of damage to sort out for the teams.
A bit of work, isn't it, tomorrow?
And the rest, absolutely. Yeah, day off, you said.
Well, for the driver, maybe. Yeah.
Well, if the driver's got anything about him, I think he'll go and help the team, both in the context of those 2 big accidents we've just seen. It was a Mercedes, and a skim of the tyres, and then how does it end up in the wall?
Well, it's already done it.
Yeah, it was the conveyor belting that's done the damage. Yeah. So actually relatively low speed, and it ends up near the wall because I think it just ends up there. 85, that was Fok Wai Ming. for Team TRC, and that is that. I can't offer you an illustration of this because there isn't a camera nearby, but out of our window I can see Alessandro Giretti's Porsche, which is a very, very broken car. The front left has virtually disappeared. Wheel, suspension, all the front bodywork pretty mangled as well. The rear of the car doesn't look too bad. The door is hanging off, but it looks like it's just come from Wimbledon Stadium or something like that. It's a very broken Cayman. But the order at the end of the session is Deng Yi the fastest by 9/10 of a second from Han Li Chao, and Lo Ka Chun up to third in the end in his yellow BMW. Fourth fastest was Kevin Tse ahead of Liang Jiatong and then Leung Keng He. Yang Zhao Wei was seventh. Then we had Kelvin Leung eighth and Alessandro Giretti in the end ninth, just ahead of Ho Ka Meng. And then the remainder of the order headed by Yang Meng Chao from Kan Che Wei. Chen Chun Hua was 13th from Brian Lai, 14th. Miguel Lai 15th, and then Lau Kim Ho from Wang Cheng To, Chuang Chi Shun, and a couple of cars, those of Terence Say, and also, we didn't really touch on this, but Lo Chuk In's Ginetta not able to get a lap time in as well. So, yeah, a lot for the GT4 teams to do before they race on Sunday, and if ever there was a
Motorsports Macau SAR Establishment Cup qualifying is next here at Macau, and we're counting down around about 5 minutes, well, exactly 5 minutes until the cars are released on circuit for half an hour of qualifying for the Macau Road Sport Macau SAR Establishment Cup. Now, yesterday, they did a jolly good job of completing free practice on a wet track yesterday. You can see there, it's still very humid, 97% humidity here at Macau. We've had a rainy 3 days, but the weather forecast says that as of around about now, it's going to get warmer and warmer over the course of the afternoon, with rain not necessarily forecast for this afternoon, which means it may well get to be a dry circuit by the end of today. That's what we're hoping for, you know, because we have yet to see the motorcycles come out. One of the highlights for many here at Macau. Well, they didn't go out yesterday morning. It was wet. They didn't go out this morning. It was wet. They are hoping to go out at the end of this afternoon. Let's keep our fingers crossed. With the Macau Road Sports equipping themselves very nicely indeed yesterday. David Addison, another one of the road sport categories here at Macau that had an unblemished copybook at the end of free practice.
They were really impressive yesterday, the road sport drivers, collectively, because we have enough of these 2 separate races, and they produced some very, very good driving and an interesting practice session. But this qualifying session now is going to be on the best track surface we've had. It's still damp offline, but we are getting to a lot closer to a dry circuit.
It might be warm, David. 97% humidity.
Crikey. My only fear in this is that offline, it's still quite damp and tricky, so they've got to be careful.
Yeah.
The last session that we had was for the GT4 cars, and an awful lot of damage was done in that. I think drivers thought it was drier and they could push harder than they really could.
They were lulled into a false sense of security because for the first time in 3 days we saw the sun. That came out just before they headed to the track. Some of those problems that we had for GT4 drivers were right at the start of the session because they seen the sun, thought, okay, it's normal Macau, let's press on. Oh, hang on, what's this? It's a small swimming pool which happens to be just on the turn-in for this corner, and it is a bit like that. There are still large areas of standing water here around the gear circuit at Macau. However, it doesn't put them off, does it? They are very keen to get out on the circuit. Huang Ying in the mustard yellow Pikachu liveried car in the Subaru, number 55. Toyotas and Subarus all represented in the Macau Road Sport. And this, unique for this year, the Macau SAR Establishment Cup, celebrating the Macau Special Administrative Region. 25 years. Number 14 is Lopak Yu in the Toyota. Car number 14. Nice and bright in red and yellow. And 30 minutes in prospect. 1.5 minutes away from getting the cars out on circuit. Number 19, that's Wong Chuk Pan in his Toyota with a double thumbs up for the cameras, a smile for the cameras as well. And this opportunity is a unique opportunity for the drivers to say hi to the wider audience around the world. All distinctive liveries, that mauve and pink livery on Hu Zhou-Liang's Team Prospect Subaru, car number 81. See the wind just wafting the Pirelli flags down there in the paddock, in the assembly area. The wind has dropped down considerably to yesterday, where everyone was in a T3 for, and that's a warning level issued to the residents of Macau for the level of wind. For a little while, we were worried it was going to be more windy than that, but T3 was as gusty as the wind got, and it was very gusty yesterday. Taming an umbrella was not the work of a moment.
It was good to watch, though, as you tried to tame it.
Thanks very much.
Now, yesterday we had 1 or 2 drivers being fined for crossing the pit exit line. Let's hope they don't do it again now, because that is an absolute no-no. Financial penalties rather than anything more draconian than that. But the cars then go pouring out. If you've not seen the Macau Road Sport Challenge, because this is what the cars come from, their season-long championship, into the Macau SAR Establishment Cup. You either have a Toyota GR86 or a Subaru BRZ. Those are the eligible cars. It was a pretty decent split. I think last year it was more Toyota than Subaru, but the Subarus are becoming more common again. And the Macau Road Sport Challenge has enough cars for 2 groups for its championship season. It has 4 events, and then you take those points. The top 14 from each of the 2 groups go into this race, or are eligible to go into this race, and the remainder go into the Road Sport Challenge race that we've already seen qualifying today.
So, after you.
I was going to say that number 1, Thomas Chung, is one of the drivers fined yesterday for crossing the pit exit line. I'll only mention his name because the way the timing screen is displaying everybody, it is currently in numerical order rather than anything else, because there was at a time.
Yeah, quite a few of them yesterday, as you say, getting those warnings yesterday. In the UK, when we go racing, we're so used to warnings going out for track limits, aren't we? Here, it's yeah, that all-important line, which they are warned about and sometimes reprimanded about as well.
And isn't it nice not to have to worry about track limits, because here, if you exceed track limits, you're in the wall.
Oh, it's a joy not to have to talk about them.
Drama already, though, for number 41, which is Vincent Yip, who's gone up the escape road at Lisboa, but thankfully has not only the engine still running, but the lock as well, to be able to turn around that car and rejoin.
And that just reiterates the point that you were saying. It is dry online in quite a few areas of the 6.1 kilometre circuit, but if you have to go offline, that's when it becomes all a little bit more tricky.
Yeah, indeed.
And the road sports that we saw earlier on almost had a 100% record, didn't they? It was only in the last 5 minutes that the session had to be stopped and not restarted, so the onus is now very much on the Macau SAR Establishment Cup competitors for keeping a clean copybook this on day 2. No stoppages yesterday. Let's see if we can get through the whole of qualifying without any stoppages today. So it's not something we've seen that much over the last couple of days, weaving the cars to get a bit of heat into the tyres because it has been wet up until this point. There hasn't been an awful lot of opportunity to weave the cars from side to side and get a bit of heat building up in the rubber. But now they've got the opportunity to do so. It's that overhead view of the Macau hairpin. You can see it's dried out quite a bit in the last half an hour. It was a lot wetter on the outside line there, going around the Macau hairpin half an hour ago. Right, we're on to the first of the flying laps. The out laps complete, and a great field this for the Macau Road Sport Macau SAR Establishment Cup. And here we go.
And in theory, these are going to be the star drivers out of that season-long competition anyway, because if you're in the top 14 in your group, you're eligible for this race. So here you're talking about race winners, you're talking about champions. Adrian Chung, as an example, 4 second places. Race winners include Wang Chuk Pan, Damon Champ, 4 race wins, never battered in his group. You've got Chan Kar Ping as a race winner as well. So, you know, some really quick people are out there, and the road is getting faster all the time because it's getting drier all the time. And we've also got a car under investigation for crossing the dreaded pit exit line, and it's a race winner this year, Chan Kar Ping, with the Mogan Team Track Day King Subaru BRZ that is already being looked at.
Plenty of entries from the Mogan Team Track Day King squad, and all busy working down there in the car park, the underground car park here at Macau, which offers the facilities for the preparation of these cars for the 2 road sport categories and for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup and the Macau Gear Race as well. And big damage for the 77 car. That's Zhou Suray in the Subaru, the car stricken in the middle of the circuit, and it naturally brings out the red flag. Quick part of the track.
Yeah, that's facing the wrong way, coming into our bend, isn't it? So he's got it wrong into the last corner. It's gone around on him. And so Zhou Suray is, sad to say, in a very rather broken car and in a dangerous place, and no mucking about there. Red flag straight away. So nobody has yet done a lap time. They all will come back to the pit lane, as you see there, Thomas Chat Chung, and it was a big lockup, and then into the barrier, and he's going to hit the... Oh, I see, yes, because the barrier juts out, and that's what did all the damage to flick the car around.
And pull the wheel off as well.
Wow.
So big damage there, not such a big hit, but a damaging hit.
Yeah, that secondary impact, as it were, where the concrete and the barrier sort of overlap. That's what did the damage, and a rare incident to have there.
Yeah, you know, unique one. That.
Yeah. So you can understand why Joe Ray's car is as badly damaged as it is, as the rest come back to the pit lane, including Huang Ying, who took a couple of third places in the Road Sport Challenge Championship this year. If you find the positives, that car that's in need of recovery is right at the pit entrance, so it won't take long to get it off the track, if nothing else.
Yeah, that's very true indeed. So we, unfortunately, they were our last hope for having 2 sessions without an interruption. Unfortunately, early on in this session, we do have an interruption. So indication on the timing screen for drivers to keep out the way of the stricken car, and drivers indicated to keep right the way over to the left-hand side, and that will be the entrance route that they will find to get into pit lane. Not one lap completed, unfortunately.
No, it's been one of those days, hasn't it, with a lot of damage. And there, in fact, it's also taken a bite out of the barrier, hasn't it?
It does rather appear that way, doesn't it?
So where the barrier overlaps the concrete, that's where the car's gone in and ripped the barrier, as well as ripping bodywork and wheels off it.
Didn't think it looked to be that hard a hit. Just the angle, maybe. Okay. We do see unique things here at Macau.
That's going to be the longer delay now.
That's going to take a while.
Sort out barrier damage, yeah.
That will take a while, that's for sure. So, with the Macau Road Sports making their way into pit lane, the Macau SAR Establishment Cup, their qualifying session underway at 10 past midday here in Macau, local time, due to run for half an hour. Following this today at Macau, got a busy afternoon, a very busy afternoon. 2 qualifying sessions for the Macau gear race at the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour event of Macau. Then the GT3 cars take to the circuit to qualify with the world's top GT drivers on circuit at Macau. And that will be just after 2 o'clock. And we have qualifying 2, which, if conditions stay the way they are, will be the only relevant qualifying session for the Macau Grand Prix. They qualified yesterday in a very, very truncated, interrupted session. 5 red flags in total yesterday on a fully wet circuit. Hopefully, today they'll be qualifying in the dry.
So the Toyotas and the Subarus from the Road Sport Challenge regulations come down the pit lane for this qualifying session for the Macau Road Sport, Macau SAR Establishment Cup qualifying session, and 1 or 2 being taken to the scrutineering patch, others released to the teams, and we will await more news as to the resumption of the session. 25 minutes on the clock, so they've still got a sensible amount of mileage to be able to be achieved, but quite how long the stoppage this is going to be is rather more of the concern.
Maybe that we get a view of the repair process. So my wish comes true. It's first of all the recovery, isn't it? The wheel needs to be recovered, the car needs to be recovered, and the circuit furniture needs to be repaired. So quite a few stages to this repair. Is that fluid which has gone down as well? It is.
Yeah.
So a bit of sweeping going on, a bit of fluid dressing going on as well. The flatbed recovery vehicle in place.
Yeah, they've done all the the front of the car, won't it, where you've got the radiator, where you've got coolant and whatnot. So all of that's trickled onto the circuit and is going to be dealt with. Then the car itself needs retrieving, but already there's a team of people looking at the barriers. Now, down at Lisboa, it's busy.
We talked about the grandstand, the biggest grandstand I think I've ever seen, and look at it; it just goes on forever. And we're seeing it in a unique skeleton of the grandstand, because it doesn't have the tarpaulin over the top of it. Being the windy conditions over the last couple of days, we've got an open top grandstand. And the weather conditions have not in any way taken away from the joy of coming to Macau. And look, you can see people from around the world descend on Macau, all very, very happy to enjoy this, and rightly so. That grandstand is immense.
It is, yes. Just to clarify, the reason it's an open top grandstand because of the wind is that they've not put the top on it. It's not blown away.
No. It's to prevent the tarpaulin blowing away.
Yeah.
We can see them just on the grandstand in front of us. It's all rolled up. It's ready to go. It's strapped down, and I'm sure tonight the team will be very busy putting the roofs on. Really windy yesterday here at Macau,
and really wet as well. I mean, we've had 2 days of pretty heavy rain, and to say it's relentless is not quite right, because there have been periods where it's not rained, but when the rain has come, it's been long and heavy showers we've had over the last couple of days. So the drivers are eager to get back out as ever. Let's go, they're saying, but the recovery work still being completed, and the track workers have had a busy couple of hours, haven't they, with lots of cars to retrieve in different sessions. 39 there is Lamto's car.
They are used to it, aren't they, through necessity here at Macau. They are incredibly well drilled. They get on with their job. They industriously get the circuit ready to get cars back out. They turn it around so quickly, and it's a really good point, actually. We're seeing for the first time a tyre change take place, a dry tyre.
It's bold.
It is. I wasn't actually sure when they went out if anyone had initially elected to do that, but we did see a bit of weaving going on, so the opportunity to get a bit of heat into a tyre would be for a dry tyre. So the session is going to get back underway quite soon.
Excellent.
About 3 minutes.
Yeah. So
wow.
Barrier damage is not a concern.
Really good work.
It is excellent. That the car will be off the road very swiftly, and then we'll be good to go. And still 25 minutes on the clock. Now we're going to lose about 3, maybe more for some, with an outlap. But so let's say in real terms, competitive times will be available for 20 minutes.
Leaf blower keeping the driver as cool as can be expected inside the cockpit. They get very, very warm, and with the humidity, what was it I said, 97%,
yeah,
which is incredibly warm and sticky, even more so inside the cockpit of the car.
Interesting there, sorry to interrupt you, but wet's going back on.
Wet tyre.
Yeah.
Wet tyre. So we're going to have a mix here, and maybe our only view into who might be on a dry tyre might be to watch for weaving taking place on this outlap from the pit lane. So
very impressed though, you were able to identify Leaf Blower. There aren't many Swedish drivers here this weekend.
He's a great guy, comes back every year. Loves it.
Yeah. You can hear him rustling. Number 17 is Sabino Osorio Matias Ley, who's another regular at Macau. And we are into the last minute of, if you like, stoppage time before things get back underway here on the gear circuit.
And we've not really done anything at all, have we? We've got 25 minutes and 25 seconds of a half-an-hour session to go. Scheduled time for the start of qualifying for the Macau gear race at 12:55. So maybe we're going to get the whole of this session underway without another stoppage. Can we? Let's hope so. We see the 77 car being recovered just in front of us at the commentary box on the back of the recovery vehicle, minus that wheel. And let's see how busy that team can be to get the car repaired. the resumption of the session will be delayed until further notice. Now,
interesting.
So we've got lots of fluid down there. We had an estimated time. We were surprised that the restart time was given to be so early. They're dealing with the fluid down there. We were worried about this, which is over to the right-hand side of the of your picture, where the barrier has been damaged, and I think now they're worried about it as well. So yes, this is going to take a little while, isn't it?
It is. I'm surprised that message therefore came up actually with such a committed time to resume it. But anyway,
we both looked at each other and say, "Really? Okay, this is good news."
But the officials sorting out all the liquid that had come out of that broken car of Joe Ray, and then the barrier will be looked at as well, just to make certain that that's okay. So the rest of them sitting in the pit lane, including their Damon Chan. He's the Group A champion. So 4 wins in the champion motorsport Toyota. He's the man to beat, really. But we wouldn't yet know that, seeing that we haven't got the cars doing proper lap times yet. 39 is Lam To. If you're wondering why on the number panel there's a number and then a 71, that's to have the branding for this 71st Macau Grand Prix. Number 18 is Sekar Hing, who had a 3rd place in his group, Group A. And number 6 is Chen Hinghua's SS Racing Team, Toyota. So that car also ready to go. And further down the pit road, Vincent Yip's car. That, I think, was one that we saw at the escape road down at Lisboa early on, didn't we? 6th in Group B in the championship this year. Number 1 is Thomas Chak Chung for Monkey Racing.
Great team name, great team logo as well.
Yeah.
Really cool. Number 15, Action Chan, and big banners all the way around where they're working on the car. Action, action, everywhere.
Well, we would like some, but at the moment we are under this red flag hiatus with the circuit surface being treated.
It's interesting as well that the drivers, irrespective of the fact that they have been told potentially there could be quite a delay now, but they stay in the car. They're not taking the helmets off. They're used to the humidity of this region of the world, so it's not too much of a problem. You would imagine if you and I were sat in the car, we'd be out there trying to get as much sort of fresh air as you possibly can without being stuck inside. So is the problem more to do with the fluid that's gone down on the circuit?
Looks like it, doesn't it? Because there's nobody
really
now touching the barrier.
No.
But there would have been a lot of liquid, a lot of coolant and the like that has come out of the front of that car. So you've got to treat it. It's obviously a slick all the way across from where the car rested. But then you can't just leave all that sand or cement dust or speedy dry, whatever you want to call it, lying there. You've got to sweep that in. So the bigger the patch, the more sweeping required. So lots of sweeping going on, and as soon as the cars are going to be released once more onto the circuit. '48 is Carson Tang, another regular here over the years, and has been 5th within the championship this year, and even fist bumps the camera lens. There you go. Good characters in these races. So that car ready to go. So is Ivan Sito, who was good yesterday, got quicker and quicker as the free practice period wore on. Yesterday's free practice session was on a slippery circuit, but it was Jack Tin Chung who went fastest right at the very end, 3 minutes 9.277.
95, that's the car of Fonking Leung in the Parkview Motorsport Subaru. Number 14, the very bright red and yellow car of Lopak Yu in the 778 Autosport entered Toyota. Cameraman making his way right the way down pit lane and giving a fair bit of air time for each of the drivers as they do their very best to remain focused on the potential restart for this session. The 55 car of Huan Ying in the Pikachu Pokemon liveried mustard yellow Subaru. The 24 car, that's the car of Chun Young in one of the Mogan Team Track Day King Toyotas, and a very, very bright yellow and lime green Toyota from the RPM racing team of Sabino Osorio Matthias Ley, one of the regulars here at Macau year after year, and a nod for the camera. 36 as we make our way right the way down the pit lane. That's Lo Kai Tim in the 36 Toyota. And although it's frustrating for the drivers not to be out on circuit, it is an opportunity for the drivers to get a little bit of airtime.
Yeah, true.
And show off their cars a little bit closer.
And it also therefore allows them to prove that although these, we dub these the local races, it shows the rest of the world the level at which Chinese motorsport, Hong Kong motorsport, Macau motorsport operates, because these are all very, very well run, very well presented cars. You know, we don't have them, we're about a minute away from the green flag, by the way. We don't have these cars, you know, with mechanical problems. Okay, there might be the odd incident. Yes, we've just seen it, but, you know, they're not blowing engines, they're not dropping oil, they're properly run cars by proper teams. And if you think, oh, you know, motor racing out there, it's not going to be anything like we have in Europe, well, think again. And this is a great advert for it.
Honestly, I think we could all learn a little bit about their livery presentation, because it is so creative and thoughtful. And I would... if I was part of a team racing in the UK, I would come back from here and thinking, can we do that? Can we do something like that? Because I tell you what, your car would stand out, wouldn't it?
Oh, absolutely right. Yeah, it's not just the colours, it's the design, it's the fonts, it's the characters that are used. Yes. Right, we are about 5 seconds away from that light that's red becoming a light that is green. And when it does, now we are going to be underway for the resumption of qualifying and keep everything crossed that they all behave themselves. Alan was absolutely right earlier on when he touched on the fact that yesterday the road sport drivers got through both of the free practice periods without any stoppages at all, and today we've had a red flag in each.
Yes.
My road sport drivers, you get called in. Well, let's see whether they are going to behave themselves now.
Nothing to do with me.
Oh, okay. Move on. However, while they've been sitting there, the road has got that little bit drier again. There are still these damp patches, which is going to be to the frustration of the motorbikes, because it's tantalisingly close to being dry, but not dry enough yet.
It is. It is so close to being dry, isn't it? And we've seen this process over the last couple of hours, and unfortunately we see car covers going over recovered cars just over the other side of our commentary box, and we've seen a few bitten cars today here at Macau in the qualifying sessions that we have had thus far. And just a warning that we've got that slippery surface down there, which the marshals have dealt with, but just officially reminding all the drivers that there is an area of the circuit where the slippery surface has been dressed, and it might be a little bit more slippery than they expect. Look at the dry tarmac.
And wipers on.
Yeah, yes.
Everybody.
All of them with wipers on. Do they know something we don't on this section of the circuit here at Macau?
And that's just the humidity and the sort of dampness in the air that's getting onto the screen.
Oh no, poncho's going on.
Oh dear.
So
that wasn't the plan.
In the grandstand underneath our commentary box, just stood up to have a look down there. And yes, so all that good work that the Sunshine has been doing over the last couple of hours is all being undone rather quickly.
However, nobody had done a lap time in the dry, so it's a level playing field. It might be getting to be a damp playing field, but it's level because nobody has got a time yet. What you do need to do is get a time in early, because theoretically the track surface will only deteriorate.
But that said, there might be a few cars that are out on the wrong tyre at the end of this outlap, do you think?
Yeah, but I think depending on the heaviness of the rain, you can still make your slick tyre work and warmth is in it. It'll still cut through a bit of drizzle. If it's heavy rain, obviously not, but depending on what we've got, then okay, ponchos are up, but it's I can't see anything in our little puddle.
No, it was these people just in front of us to the right that had put their hoods up. They've now taken the hoods down.
Right.
So maybe it was just a very short, sharp bit of rain.
You spit some spots.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, let's see, because right now, drivers pressing on, and as I say, if they've got warmth in the tyre, that'll work over a little bit of light drizzle. Anything more serious than that will reset. So the cars pour their way through. You can see there the speedy dry that cuts across the racing line. Up towards the timing line comes Tim Chung, who was quickest yesterday, also there, number 29, which is the Chen Da-Xing car. And a little bit further back in the queue, number 41 has gone by Vincent Yip. So circuit's got busy once again. Everybody back out and trying to get track position.
Wet.
Yes, okay. That really is just to put the emphasis on the driver choosing the tyre. We've got another one in the wall. Thankfully, though, I think getting out of the way, that the yellow flags wave. Now the car in question has just hidden itself behind the barrier, and the green flag, therefore, is the other side of Mandarin. Down towards Lisboa they come, but was that a car that had hit the barrier pretty hard and had to limp out of the way, or was it a mechanical problem? Try and work out which one it was as well as they come out of Lisboa. There it is. You can see that little gap in the barriers, and the car has aimed for it and parked. So it's off the racing line.
It's done well, hasn't it,
yeah,
to just tuck itself out of the way.
And there was a big, big slide. And sort of goes in backwards. Now, who was that? It was Ivan Cito, wasn't it?
Keeping an eye on Damon Chan on this lap. Oh,
another one to the wall. Big tyre squeal. And there, number 29. I think the car has got away with it, Chen Da-Xing's car, but yes, he has. But that was a moment that almost, I think, created more damage, but he survived it.
Car number 21, Damon Chan, is currently third with a purple sector in sector 1 and 2, but this is going to, unfortunately, interrupt our session once again.
Cheng Hinghua is the driver of number 8 that's in the wall. So drivers are pushing on because they need to, because they want to get a time in before the weather conditions might be changing on them. But sad to say, we've got more and more damaged cars around the road now. That car that spun at Mandarin is still trying to get to the bottom of, but hasn't got going yet, I don't think. Having said that, we're not being told about yellow flags anywhere, so the race control team happy to let the road sports go for now, at least.
Yeah, with just under 20 minutes remaining, getting it wrong at Lisboa. Was that the 41 car?
It was.
That was the car of Vincent Yip. Hong Kong driver in the Toyota gets going again down at Lisboa. They are having problems all around the circuit with this little sprinkling of rain.
I'm not sure that was Lisboa. I think it might have been sort of far away part of the circuit.
Right.
Because I think he got through there. He was sort of doing what Alex Dunn did almost in the FR session and going up the escape road. But it does illustrate, as you rightly say, that it's treacherous all the way around now. Number 21 goes through. That's Damon Chan, who ought to be up near the top of the times, if not the very top at the end of this lap, as he comes through on the tail there of Chan Kin Sang, who goes fastest. But then Damon Chan does a 2:55.013. So through he goes, and the Group A champion to the top. Here we go. This is going to illustrate Vincent Yip, and I think it's a bit of hit and shoulder, isn't it? Because up the inside, all locked up, when Adrian Chung and Vincent Yip gave him room, but then found himself heading towards the escape road.
Yeah, really nowhere to go, was there? So they can slip past each other on this section in the road sports. They are a little bit smaller than maybe a GT4 car or a GT3 car, so there is room to squeeze through, but it's tight. Boy, is it tight. You just saw there's nowhere to turn in on the corner if you are side by side. So, yeah, unfortunate that. Damon Chan, meanwhile, in car number 21, top of the times with a 2:55.013.
So there is Damon Chan, and now that he's wriggled himself through the traffic, he's got nobody around him. Perversely, though, his first sector was a little bit down. What happened at the Melco hairpin, we are about to discover, as late on the brakes, into the corner, lack of lock, possibly, and drivers slow right down because they think I'm not going to make the corner, and it's a bit tippy-toey, but the second car able to get through on the inside. Still, look, sitting up against the barrier there is Chung Hinghua's Toyota, so they've just left it there and hope that the drivers are going to be able to respect that and not clatter into it, and therefore the session can carry on.
Back with our quickest car on circuit, Damon Chan, car number 21, with the top time at the moment at 2:55, threading his way halfway around the lap now. Windscreen wipers with a clue that told us that there was unfortunately a bit of rain falling. That's the 81 car. I mentioned earlier on about Hu Zholiang's Team Prospect Subaru and how beautifully bright and colourful that car was. It's not going very well now.
No, he's hit the wall, hasn't he? Because you could see the rather pigeon-toed suspension. Damon Chan, though, is showing people how you should be doing it. He comes to the Melco hairpin, and another very badly damaged car there is going no further, and trying to work out who that one is. Vincent Yip, it is, number 41. Lots of damage at the front, and although he's going to try and wriggle his way out of that car, the crane hook is coming down. Let's hope that can be shifted. No, red flag. Red flag. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Yet to get to the halfway point in this qualifying session for the Macau Road Sport Macau SAR Special Administrative Region Establishment Cup, unique for this year here at Macau in 2024, the 71st Macau Grand Prix. And that rather pigeon-toed car is still making its way back.
Vincent Yip just understeered out wide, and he never made the corner. Breaks the front right, was lucky not to get collected by Chung Chen Yuan. But the session will not be resumed because there is, of course, the need to keep the timetable moving, and so the session ain't going to be resumed after that second red flag.
Which rather goes to prove you have to be out there at the earliest available opportunity. No point in waiting in pit lane. We were talking about that. Why do you not hang back and wait for a little bit of clear track? Well, that's the reason. They've only had 4 laps and the qualifying session is done.
So after being really impressive yesterday, and bearing in mind that within about 10 minutes the touring car session's meant to start, the second red flag brings to a close the Macau SAR Establishment Cup qualifying session, and with the need to keep things on schedule and with live television for qualifying for touring car racing, of course, in other regions.
Motorcycles yet to turn a wheel.
Motorcycles yet to turn a wheel, yeah. We aren't having the road sports back on track. Damon Chan then takes pole position from Chan Kin Sang and Lu Long Yin third. 4th, Ivan Sito from Adrian Chung and then Huang Ying. 7th was Lo Pat Yu, Yu Lung. 8th, then it was Roy Tang, 9th quickest, and Wong Chuk Pan rounding out the top 10. And 2 red flags and not even half the session done. Damon Chan the fastest. Just a quick look at the rest of the order. Cheng Hoi Man 11th from Chan Ka Ping and Chung Chun Yuan. Then Lo Kai Tim. Carlson Tang was 15th from Jack Tin Chung. Now that's the significant one. Jack Tin Chung quickest yesterday in free practice, only 16th because never got a proper lap in. Vincent Yip's badly damaged car 17th, and you can see what 4 or 5 of them didn't get a lap time in at all because of the damage and the red flags. Right then, that was the Macau SAR Establishment Cup qualifying session for the road sports that you can see trickling into the pit lane, and touring cars are going to hit the track next here at Macau, followed by GT3 cars, followed by the FR cars. The track workers are busy sorting out Vincent Yip's damage, but a frustrating morning it has been. But we'll see what the afternoon brings, as I say, with touring cars, 2 parts to their qualifying session coming up next.
Well, but we're going to give them a fight for it. Hopefully now qualifying is everything here in Macau.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the drivers, Frederick. Obviously, you've got Ted. He's currently third in the championship standings. Jan is just 6 points behind him. Will Jan be helping Ted out, or are they just going to be fighting for themselves at this stage?
At this stage, they need to fight a little bit for themselves because we haven't really had one dry lap at the track since yesterday was really challenging with wet conditions. So it's all about the drivers now, and surely they will support each other, but mainly it's getting through to Q2, and then we will see how we take it from there.
Best luck to the team. Thank you, Frederick Varlan there. Like, I just want to see if I can grab a few words with Andrea Kachinko, team manager from Volcano Motorsports. Obviously, they've got the very famous driver, Rob Huff, in the car with them this weekend. They made their comeback in China in preparation for Macau, so it's definitely a big race for them. It's a big race for Rob as well. Rob's currently in the car, but I want to grab a few words with Andrea if I can. Andrea, I was just telling everyone at home, you made your comeback with Rob in the car in China. How was China for you? Because I know that was a preparation for this weekend.
Yeah, China was a bit complicated with the weather conditions changing and the rain and the dry, so not so successful, but we are hoping that we have more luck here, and looks like it's now dry, so we're going to go for it.
And obviously, Rob being here, he's had multiple victories here in Macau. He's somewhat of a celebrity. Does that bring expectations, more pressure for him?
No, I think Rob's pretty cool. He knows what he has to do, so he's pretty calm. He's quite happy this morning, so the weather is dry and he's going to do the best he can.
Okay, best luck to him and best luck to the team. Thank you for chatting to us. Okay, we're almost ready for Q1 to start. It's time for commentary.
So let's get in business then for qualifying. David Addison and Alan Hyde. Trackside, there's a lot to look for here because not only do we have, as Lisa has just touched on, a championship situation being fought out within the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour, but there's also the grid here comprising TCR Asia drivers and TCR China, and both of those championships are up for grabs as well. And all the championships have points on offer for qualifying, more for the World Tour than for the China and Asia championships, but even so, the times are going to be important. And the other bit of housekeeping we need to just clarify is that qualifying comes in two parts, and we're looking for the fastest 12 drivers here that will go into Q2. We're also looking for people to do laps. I know it sounds obvious, but you'd be surprised with the number of incidents and stoppages you can have around the gear circuit here, how often a qualifying session becomes just a lottery and whether you've got a lap in or not. So Q1, when the lights go green, should be half an hour. And ideally, we want to see 30 minutes worth of lappery with nobody in trouble, nobody triggering a red flag.
Welcome to the dream. Might not happen that way. It was good to hear Lisa asking the question as well. Do we have, well, succinctly, team orders in place?
Yeah.
Not at this point, no. So Jan and Ted are racing for themselves over the course of qualifying over the next half an hour. Good question to ask, though, when you get to this point in the season. At what point do you start to take instruction about what you can and can't do over the course of this weekend?
Now, bearing in mind, Norbert Mikulic is the championship leader, 10 points ahead of Esteban Guerrieri. So that's Hyundai versus Honda driver. The best Lincoln Co driver, Ted Bjork, third. Jan Ellerche behind him, fourth. There are 4 points between them. Fifth is Mikael Ashkana, and then you've got Santiago Arrutia and Nestor Girolami, who are just about mathematically maybe in with a chance. But there are 15 points on offer for pole position here. The top 6 score points, 15, 10, 8, 6, 4 and 2 in the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour aspect. Just park Asia and China for a minute because their point system for qualifying is slightly less important, but it's not as generous as the World Tour point system. So, well, first up, you don't want to be slow. You've got to get into Q2, and then you've got to be quick there to make sure you get a big haul of points. And the championship lead could well change come the end of qualifying.
Our previous qualifying session had a rather unusual turn. We had a weather forecast saying that we would have dry weather here at Macau for the afternoon, but spits and spots of rain happened, and it was when maybe everybody was expecting it to be a dry session. So anything can happen. You need to get out now. You need to do what you need to do, and you need to do it early in this half an hour session for Q1. And some of them are reluctant to leave, aren't they? Rob Huff was holding back just a little bit. Windscreen wipers are working. We've seen ponchos coming on in the grandstand. Weather is going to play a part in this, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I think it's on the turn again. I think the umbrellas are in greater numbers now. Wet track declared by race control. That's the view down at Lisboa. The last session that we had for the local drivers had 2 red flags and was ultimately abandoned to make sure this started on time. So out they all pour. In TCR Asia, that championship is being argued over by Max Hart, who is doing the chasing against Zhang Zhendong. And in TCR China, it's Jason Zhang, who is the championship leader there, from Martin Tsao and then Huang Doyon, who damaged his car yesterday. The driver from Korea ended up with quite a broken Hyundai. But it's going to be the attention on, of course, the drivers within the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour that we'll have to be focusing on. And they are the drivers that are going to be up there arguing over pole position. Rob Huff, as ever, comes to Macau with his great track record around here as a possible race winner. He can't fight for the championship, but he could affect the championship because his success or otherwise may well take points off those that are pitching for TCR World Tour honours.
And in the meantime, Rob Huff is looking for this historic 10th win at Macau. I'd like to use the phrase, if anyone can do it, Rob can do it. He is incredibly brave around this circuit. Finished up in free practice yesterday with the changeable conditions. Second quickest, didn't he? And he, as we heard, turned up for the last time the cars were out in China. And it was always going to happen that he would appear in a car at some point at Macau. And the deal was done relatively late in the day, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's had another win outside of the gear race, hasn't he? The year that he drove in, I think it was the China Touring Car Cup.
And I was commentating and I said, and Rob Huff, his 10th win at Macau. And then I got a number of text messages, no, not this one, no.
But a win is a win. It wasn't a gear win, but it was a race win.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see how he fares within this first part of qualifying for his chances. He was saying to me yesterday that probably the reverse grid race is his better shot, but we will see. So umbrellas up in the pit lane, teams looking at the data, drivers hustling on, trying to get a banker lap in early, because if the weather is changing, it's changing for the worse, they need to get the time in sooner rather than later. So go for broke on your first lap.
Need to put this in the book, don't you? And you can see that it is not easy out there. These conditions, you can see the water on the side of the car as well, can't you? It's been declared wet, and you can see it's wet. It's going to be very, very tricky. Such a shame, you know, we were getting to a stage that we were getting really dry parts of the circuit around the gear circuit, the 6.1 kilometres here, but now it's windscreen wipers on, cagoule, and see the spray.
Yeah, that's got really wet really quickly at that part of the circuit.
Really wet, really quickly.
Yeah.
And although it's not touring car related, I'm beginning to think about the end of the day. We've yet to see a motorcycle on the gear circuit, and it might be that we've still got a wet track at the end of this afternoon if this continues. That would be very, very disappointing.
Well, it wasn't drying out quickly enough, was it? And this isn't going to help. Right, you're on board with Norbert Mikulich, who is the pioneer at the moment, discovering where all the damp parts of the racetrack are. So the teams look on, but this could well be each driver's best shot. 1 or 2 cars coming into the pit lane for a tyre cross. I would not have thought you had the time to do that. You need to just stay out and get a lap time. It doesn't matter if the tyres aren't absolutely perfect, at least you've got a lap time in.
It's kind of a nicety that you don't need to worry too much about when you've got these changing conditions. The important thing is the circuit, the way it is at the moment. It's not going to get any better, is it? It's only going to get worse.
Absolutely right, but there are people coming in. Largely, I've got to say, the local series drivers rather than the World Tour drivers that have come in to do a tyre cross. We are already with the first 5 minutes done. We're waiting at the end of this lap for a time, and Nestor Girolami has done 2 absolute bests, and Mikael Ashkina has done 1 absolute best. Mikael Ashkina 5th in the championship and lugging around 30 kilos worth of compensation weight, the so-called success ballast, if you like. World Tour, having been at Vallelonga to start the season, where Norbert Mikelic and Nestor Girolami took the wins, to Marrakesh, where Jan Erlaché and Marshall Inha were the winners. At Mid-Ohio, it was Ted Bjork and Jan Erlaché. At Interlagos, it was Esteban Guerrieri and Norbert Mikelic. At El Pinar, it was Erlaché and Ted Bjork. And then in China, at the Zhuzhou circuit, Michael Ashkener and Mark Qing-Ha victorious there. Right, up to the timing line they come. Norbert Mikelic is going to offer the gun time, and as he breaks the beam, it's a 2:54.098, and then we wait and wait and wait. There's nobody behind him.
So, yep, circulating alone on the track, and that's really good news to get that lap in nice and early. Guerrieri comes through some 2.8 seconds slower than Norby on that lap. Ashkener comes through and some 1 second slower than Mikelic. That may well be a very important lap time for no, Girolami goes quickest, 2:52.027. So Girolami, top of the times, car 129. Nestor goes top.
Yeah, by 2 seconds as the rest come pouring over the line. Marco Butti goes through 7th, Dusan Borkovic 6th, Guerrieri 5th, Santiago Urrutia 4th, Michael Ashkener 3rd, Norbert Mikelic 2nd. At this point, though, it's getting into that top 12. Rob Huff has gone through 8th, Jan Erlaché 9th, Jason Zhang 10th, Ted Bjork down to 11th now, and Mark Qing-Ha is 12th. And then that changes again because who's got himself up the order? Lo Si Ho, 9th fastest. It was here 2 years ago. He had a huge accident when he was tipped into a big shunt coming out of Mandarin by Andy Yan, but Lo Si Ho is normally very quick around here, so he could be one to watch. One of the local drivers, like Jason Zhang, threatening the World Tour regulars. Right, on board here, number 186 with Esteban Guerrieri with the GOAT Racing Honda, and because he's let Mikelic go, he's got a clear road ahead of him, but you'll be able to see in a moment where the grip level is and just how treacherous the track is.
And Mikelic is going well. He's got a purple in Sector 2, a purple in Sector 3 as well. Is in Sector 4 at the moment. Currently second quickest with a 2:54.098. And Norbert Mikelic, who claimed the title here at Macau 12 months ago, needs to press on this lap early in the session. The windscreen wipers, you can see, working hard, turns through the tight hairpin at Melco. Threading down through now, the circuit really opens up. Not nice, this.
So you come to Macau with the championship on the line, pressure. You come to Macau and it's wet and changeable, extra pressure. Norbert Mikelic, though, rising to the challenge here as he comes up towards the end of the lap through Fisherman's down towards our bend. 30 minutes they have for Q1. And it's about being in that top 12. We've got drama, though, there, as 112, rather, which is the Santiago Urrutia. Lincoln Co. has gone up the escape road, down round far away. Paul Ridgway, there, with the spectacles on, the Lincoln Co. engineer, looking at the pictures, looking at the data, and Urrutia now to try to find reverse gear and a gap in the traffic. We do not want the car to sit there. We want it to move for fear of a red flag.
And we've seen the cars able to reverse out of there or roll back onto the circuit and clear that escape road so far today. But Urrutia doesn't look as if it's about to. Ashkener goes quickest, 2:50.335, and we've got a red flag. How important is it to put those laps in early in a session? 21 minutes, just under of Q1 remain. And unfortunately, we need to recover that car. And Urrutia gets rolling now. So after the red flag is shown...
Isn't it always the way?
It's ironic, isn't it? Urrutia is on the move.
So the good news about that is it won't take long to restart the session, hopefully. He'll get back to the pit lane. You can understand, though, perhaps why he was a little bit reluctant to do that under a live situation, because having rolled back, it's taken an awful long time to find a gear and maybe even get the car started. There's a little bit of smoke coming out of the engine bay.
Or steam.
Yeah, which might be something to do with why it ended up at the escape road in the first place, but it's not for starting, is it?
No, it's got back on the track, so good news that Urrutia did not roll back out of that escape road when the circuit was live.
But he's now going to cause a traffic jam unless he can start that, and the danger is, as everybody else has to queue up behind him, their cars might overheat or stall, and then we're in for a longer stoppage.
So door open, driver out.
Road blocked. So they're going to end up now with a complete traffic jam whilst Urrutia's car is pushed out of the way. It's all hands to the pump to try and move that and let everybody else through at least.
So I think they're indicating turn left and we can get this car out of the way, take the cork out of the bottle, everybody else can thread their way through, and good work by the marshals to indicate that's what was needed, so we can let everybody else come back to pit lane and minimise the delay to get things back underway, and then worry about Urrutia's car.
But is the fact that it wouldn't start cause or effect of going up the escape road? You know, is that just a coincidence? Did he make a mistake, or was there a problem and therefore he had to get up the escape road? Well, either way, red flag.
What are they doing with tyres?
Let's have another look at this. The car comes up towards us, and it's slow anyway at that point, suggesting there was a problem. And yeah, Urrutia thinks, I'm not going to go anywhere else. I need to get the escape road and park. So yeah, in fairness, it wasn't a mistake. It looks like a mechanical problem.
Saw that steam already, didn't we, on the right-hand side of the car, at the right front. Now, I've just been noticing them working on tyre changes down in pit lane. Marcin Huil's car is the car we're looking at the moment, the 155 car down in pit lane. But dealing with really tricky conditions, aren't they, this weekend? Unpredictable conditions as well.
But that's one, I think, for Lisa to try to investigate, isn't it? What news, if any, of Urrutia's mechanical dramas. He is 6th in the championship. He's very much an outsider, although mathematically there's a chance, but he's out of qualifying. The car put behind the barrier. 5th, though he was. So Santiago Urrutia, 5th quickest, notionally, could progress from there if he stays in the top 12, if the car is willing.
Urrutia's car now out of the way, so tucked neatly out of the way. The marshals doing a good job, and Urrutia out of the car as well. And as we look down in pit lane, you can hear the air guns, the wheel guns working away on tyre changes, which you can only imagine is to make sure they've got wet tyres on.
So Norman Mikulic making his way down the pit lane. Ted Bjork for Lincoln Co. coming in as well, 3rd in the championship. And Ted Bjork, who's got 2 race wins to his name this season, talking to the team on the radio and explaining how the car feels, what he thinks they ought to be doing.
Now, obviously, we just had a red flag. We saw Santi Urrutia's car just stop. I did speak to the mechanic in pit lane, and he just said the engine stopped. And that's all the information I got from him. But let's see if we can grab a few words from team manager Fredrik Valen. Maybe he can elaborate on that a little bit more. Fredrik, sorry, just a few questions about Santi. What actually happened, do you think, with his car then?
He reported some technical issues on the car, and it just stopped. And since we don't have any data, we don't really know. Unfortunately, it's a technical issue. So it was not him doing anything. There's something wrong with the car, and we have no way of getting it back. So
okay, all right, best of luck. Hopefully you get things sorted there. Okay, thank you. Back to commentary.
Yeah, thanks, Lisa. So emphasising what we kind of reached, I think, wasn't it? It was a mechanical problem. You'd seen the car slow up the hill. He went for the escape road to get out of the way, but whether or not the car could have restarted or not doesn't really matter. It couldn't have been left up the escape road because then there's no room for anybody else to escape. So it did need retrieving, and that means that with just about a third of Q1 gone, red flag.
It's going to damage the weekend, isn't it, Santiago?
Possibly. If it were to get wetter again now, the worst he could be is 12.
Yeah, that's true. And we've got an estimated session resumption time of 11 minutes past. That's a minute and a half away. What are they doing as far as tyres? That's brand new slick tyres going on Ashkona's car. So, was it slick tyre, wasn't it? Yeah. So,
well, I thought it was wet.
Oh.
Slicks are coming.
Slicks are coming.
That's got grooves in it, hasn't it?
It's got grooves in it, yeah.
For Norbert Mikulic. I don't think it's quite good enough for slicks yet. There are still puddles on the road.
And I wondered about the cars that have gone out, if any went out on slicks, changing onto wets, because you saw the spray. It's really tricky out there. So Mikulic was on wets, 2nd quickest. Ashkona, top of the times, with a 2:50.335.
Nestor Girolami there 3rd currently. getting set to go back out.
Treading tyres.
Yeah. And currently, number 28, which is Lo Si Ho, is the fastest in TCR China. And who is the quickest out of TCR Asia at the moment? Have to go quite a long way down the order. Max Hart fighting for that championship, the Irish driver, but not yet really making an impact in the overall order. Green flag waved.
Made a great impact last year, didn't he?
Yeah.
Here at Macau. Drove exceptionally well and won a race here in the touring car category over a 2-weekend meeting here at Macau, celebrating 70 years of the Macau Grand Prix. Max acquitted himself very nicely. Good to see him back here at Macau.
Yeah, last year, those out of TCR Asia that did well in the first weekend were invited back, weren't they, to be included in the World Tour grid for the second weekend. The World Tour in its second season, but it's first as an FIA championship. And the cars, they're now back out on track. TCR Asia, it is Zhang Zhendong who is currently the fastest, yes, number 18, 7th overall. So that's the unofficial poll within TCR Asia. And Zhang Zhendong is the championship leader, 4 times a winner. Max Hart's had 2 wins, and perversely, because he had a better weekend last time out, Max Hart carries more compensation weight, an extra 10 kilos loaded onto his car than his championship rival.
So they thread their way back onto a tricky circuit, tricky conditions, even on this outlap down at Lisboa. And with ever-changing conditions over the course of this weekend so far. When we got this session underway, it's warm, ambient temperature 25 degrees, track temperature 30, and 95% humidity as the stats when we got the session underway. 19 minutes of this session remain. Ashkana, Nikolic, Girolami, Bjork, Urrutia, who is out of this session now, and Guerreri, the top 6. What of those sorry, David, yeah.
Only that Ted Bjork straight away, absolute best, 3rd sector. So drivers leaving nothing on the table right now. Ted Bjork is at the head of this little Lincoln Co queue, but making his way now towards the end of an outlap and knowing that he's got to push, push, push.
And for those following the Macau story of Rob Huff, so far 10th in this qualifying session for the 9-time Macau gear race winner.
Yeah, one of the quirks is that the reverse grid race, because that's the second race, is the one that goes for the gear tag. Whereas, if you like, the pure race comes from the grid after qualifying, which is the Saturday race, which for Macau purposes is the qualifying race. Anyway, it's for the World Tour, they're equal points races. And if you take all of Rob's race wins, he's chasing a 12th victory in a full distance, full points race.
It used to be when World Touring cars were competing here at Macau that they had 2 races on the Sunday with a short turnaround in between the 2 races. It was a very long period of time, but a lot could go wrong. Touring cars on a Sunday. Pretty much took over 2 hours of the race time on Sunday, and having a race on Saturday, a race on Sunday is a good way to space out. They used to have Saturday off. Touring car drivers would be often doing other things on Saturday, doing appearances, photographs, all that kind of thing.
Right, 17 minutes then, still on the clock. And Ted Bjork absolute best within the first sector as he tries to escape, coming down towards Lisboa. The Lincoln Co goes through that right-hander. Ted, who first came to prominence as a sports car driver many years ago in the FIA Sports Racing Series with Larry Oberto, and now very much a touring car champion, touring car star. So he's the man to watch on this first flying lap after the red flag. And he's getting away from everybody else, so he's got the road to himself. Mikkel Ashkana, though, goes even quicker within the first sector. So Ashkana, absolute best sector 1. Bjork, absolute best in sector 2 now.
So Bjork goes purple in sector 2, Ashkana purple in sectors 1 and 2 now. So already top of the times is Mikkel Ashkana with a best lap of 2:53.35 and on target to go even quicker. Butty went overall quickest in the first sector on that lap, and Girolami now goes quicker in sector 2. They've got to make these laps early on in this session. There is no real definite indication on what the weather is going to do over the course of this qualifying session. 16 minutes remain. Boy, is it tight as the Lincoln Co's thread their way around. Ted Bjork just in front of Jan Lachey, and Ashkana goes purple in sector 3. Overall best for Ashkana in sector 3.
Yeah, it's going to be Ted Bjork, isn't it, the 2017 world champion, that will offer you the target time. But then those behind, I think, are going to go quicker still. Ted Bjork coming then through the Melco hairpin. He's only got 10 kilos of compensation weight on that car. Mikael Ashkana, though, has got 30. And he is also doing purple sectors, and we've got another absolute best ever so briefly by Ma Xinhua, number 155 Lincoln Co, which is the second of these. Ma Xinhua sitting on the tail, sitting on the shoulder virtually of Ted Bjork, coming out of Fisherman's Bend. The Lincoln Co Brains Trust see Ted Bjork bail and let Ma Xinhua go ahead of him. So number 155 Ma Xinhua is going to go for a time, and in fact Ted Bjork, despite what looked like an impressive lap, is going to go for the pit lane. Looks a little bit brighter now coming out of our bend up towards the line, and Ma Xinhua goes fastest briefly on a 2:46, but Mikael Ashkana absolutely blitzes that 4.7 seconds quicker to do a 2 minutes 41. So he knocks everything else out of the park, does Mikael Ashkana, to go to the top. And Nestor Girolami goes second, 0.8 of a second back. What about Rob Huff, first flying lap, goes fourth quickest, 2 minutes 46.867.
That states intent, doesn't it, for Ashkana, 2:41.705. We said how important it will be to go quickly early on in this session, because we don't know what's going to happen. You never do at Macau when the weather is changeable, even more so, even more important. Get those laps in the bank nice and early. 2:41.705. Mikael Ashkana has done exactly that. Girolami second, a 2:42.507, and has just gone purple in sector 1.
Okay, so the Honda looking good as drama at the Melco hairpin. One or two of the local drivers tripping over themselves and each other, but I think they're going to sort themselves out, and we should be good to keep the road clear. The Hyundai's there, the Elantras getting themselves together.
Ma Xinhua has gone purple in sector 2.
Yeah, he was good on that previous lap, wasn't he?
Yeah,
but
really good.
Now you've got up to third fastest, Rainy He, who is the fastest out of TCR China, ahead of Andy Yan. Marco Butti has done an absolute best. I think this is all down to the fact that the road is drying and Bjork's rolling the dice. Need to go slicks.
Yeah, so we wondered when Ted came into pit lane what was going to happen. We know now. Slick tyres, dry tyres going on Ted Bjork's car. Currently down in pit lane, about to be turned round. So too for Guerreri. So tyre changes happening down in pit lane. This is a rather frantic half an hour, isn't it?
It's good, this 30 minutes to go, and really you're going to lose another 3 with an outlap. So Ted Bjork may have done the right thing by going to put those tyres on early. Marco Butti is lighting up the timing screen as well. You're riding with Ted Bjork as he rejoins the road. So the very rapid Swedish driver back on track in the Lincoln Co. Another absolute best from Nestor Girolami. And it's a slower lap by Mikael Ashkana this time, making me think that he's going to head for the pit lane.
I think you may well be right. It's a busy pit lane at the moment with tyre changes happening, threading around the Melco hairpin, avoiding those barriers on the exits of the corner, then the green flashing light out of the yellow flag zone, which reigns throughout the 4 days of the Macau Grand Prix. Girolami has gone purple in sectors 3 and 4. And Ma Xinhua goes top. 2:40.811. Ma Xinhua, top of the times, car 155. Great lap.
But is it going to stay there? Because as you rightly say, Girolami looks really good and he goes quickest now. 2:38.221, 2.5 seconds quicker. 2.5 seconds quicker than anybody else. Mikael Ashkana is indeed down the pit lane. The other one to watch is going to be the GOAT Racing Honda of Marco Butti. Butti is on a roll at the moment, and he's done 2 absolutes and 2 personal bests. So using his loaf here, knowing when to put the right tyres on is Marco Butti, as he will head towards the timing line. So it's Girolami from Ashkana. Norbert Mikelish is into the pit lane as well. Girolami down to Lisboa, and we're waiting still for Marco Butti to come through. Rainy He is up to 5th. Marco Butti goes 2nd, misses out on pole, or the top time, at least by 0.7 of a second. Bennett Girolami from Butti from Ma, Ashkener 4th, Rainy Hut is 5th, and Jason Zhang is 6th.
Into the last third in a moment, because we've got 11 minutes remaining on the clock, just over, and this is a fascinating session. The weather has really played a part in the 2 days so far, and with 5 wheel nuts on each of the 4 corners of the cars, tyre changes take a little while. Off come the wets, on go the dries for the reigning champion, for Norbert Mikulits, who is at the moment down the order as the conditions get better and better. Norby is down there in 15th place at the moment, going through the tyre change.
And everybody within the entry is eligible for the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour. So even if you're not a regular, that doesn't mean that you are ignored for the purposes of points or the purposes of the next part of qualifying. So it's all in as far as the World Tour part of this is concerned. Now there is Ted Björk. Remember, he is a lap ahead of everybody else in terms of the slick tyres and getting them up to temperature. At Volcano Motorsport, that is Rob Huff's car with the bonnet up. And 10 more minutes remain. Huff at the moment is 13th. Right, so this is Björk, and he's on a mission. He is onto a flying lap now. He's got the tyres a little bit warmer. Others look in the background, have just left the pit lane and are weaving around to generate the warmth. Ashkener has rejoined. Mikulic has rejoined. Huff now on his way out of the pit lane too. It's going to be a real scramble, isn't it, for just over 9.5 minutes on a circuit that is drying, but there are still damp patches, and it can catch you out. Look, there, coming under the Pirelli banner, you've got another puddle, another damp section, so the drivers have got to be so careful here.
You need to, yeah, really keep it neat and tidy through this twisty and very close section of the circuit, threading up, threading down, left, right, through the Solitude S's on towards ultimately the Melco hairpin, where the circuit after the hairpin opens up, and Ted Björk is going to be the first really glimpse into what the dry tyres are going to be able to do here. And there's traffic, and there's unfortunately a car stranded in a very peculiar place at the Melco hairpin as well. Yeah,
I wonder whether that's a spin or it's been a tag that's turned the car around. I think that is Mansu Ming's Evolve Racing Honda Civic that we had at the Escape Road yesterday. There's another incident between Gary Kwok and Dusan Borkovic that's going to be looked at after the session. But right now, some drivers not even prepared to try to go around the outside, and if the road remains like that, it's going to be another red flag. 8.5 minutes on the clock, and it's another red flag. Ted Björk is going to have this really good lap spoiled, because here, look at the Melco hairpin. We have got a car park, and the second red flag flies. And guess what? Now the road opens up a little bit. So Ted Björk turns through the hairpin, but the red flag's already been called for, and so yet again they will come to the pit lane, and from your 8.5 minutes, take 3 out for your out lap, roundabout. 5 minutes of competitive mileage.
It has been exciting enough already, and now with yeah, the prospect of just 8.5 minutes remaining on the clock for this Q1.
So let's have a look. It's a big slide. Oh, it's Losei Ho's car. It's gone around. That Evolve Racing entry, and he just got it wrong, and round came the back. So evidence that even though people have gone for slicks, it's still greasy and it can still catch you out. So Losei Ho is the one that went around. You've
got to be absolutely on the dry line, haven't you? You can't afford to put even 2 wheels off on the wet part of the circuit. With 95% humidity, it has been a difficult job to drive the circuit. And with touring cars out, 4 wheels, they can negotiate the challenging conditions that we've had over the day and a half so far here at Macau, but I'm still with a thought to the end of the day as well, and whether we get a dry circuit in time for the end of the day when motorcycles are due to go on circuit for the first time. At the moment, it's all about touring cars and getting them back to pit lane. Motorcycles have yet to turn a wheel in 2024.
And 1 or 2 drivers out of their cars even, so pondering whether or not it's going to be worth going out again. So big frustration. And Losei Ho's car again, strangely, doesn't want to fire up, does it? I wonder whether that was something mechanical that seized that caused the car to get away from him, because
it's on a weird line on the approach, wasn't it?
But in fairness to Lo Se-ho, he is a very quick driver and he knows his way around here. So I'm surprised that it was him, for example, that was caught out under those circumstances.
The incredibly impressive lifting equipment that proliferates around the gears circuit here at Macau, and we should be able to get the car recovered and out of the way fairly quickly, but the damage already done. And guess what, everybody? We've got sunshine again here at Macau. That's a much more usual picture than we have from the commentary box at Macau.
So I just found Santi Urrutia in pit lane. Obviously, we saw him retire from the qualifying session a few moments ago. Let's just see actually what happened from his seat. Santi, just a few moments. Sorry to interrupt there. Obviously, we saw you retire from the session. What actually happened?
I think I got an electrical failure. I don't know, just the dash went blind and then I couldn't run the car. It's racing, it is what it is. I feel shame for the team. You know, I was having a good pace, P3, just taking it easy. Now I hope my teammates can get inside the top 10, you know, for Q2. But yeah, sometimes goes like this, so nothing I can do. I'm very sad for the team, but looking forward to my teammates, so I hope they can collect good points.
Absolutely, these things happen, of course, that's racing, but you guys, you're obviously going for the team championship this weekend. I guess the pressure is really on tomorrow for the race.
Yeah, I mean, in this situation, you know, we are professional drivers, so this is the time we need to deliver under pressure. Macau is not easy, you know. It was very difficult at the beginning. Everyone was trying to get it easy, but at the same time you need to push, you know. So now, you know, for them it's a bit more pressure because they're driving as well for the Drivers' Championship, apart from the Team Championship. But they are one of the best drivers in the world, so they will do it.
Thanks, Santi. Unlucky for today. Thank you. Back to commentary.
Thanks, Lisa. Good to hear from Santi down in pit lane, and explains that. So an electrical problem led to the session coming to an end for Urrutia.
And he's now been dumped out of that top 12, so he can't benefit from the reverse grid.
Yep.
It's the top 10 that are reverse, it's the top 12 that go through, but he won't be able to benefit from the reverse grid race because he'll be out of that zone, as it were. And we've got 8 minutes and 27 seconds on the clock when we get back underway. You're sitting on board with Ted Bjork at the moment.
He was in the zone, wasn't he? And unfortunately, he scuppered the first to go onto the dry tyres.
Lisa?
Now, I'm still in pit lane, and I really want to speak to Gabriele Tarquini, team manager BRC Hyundai, just because the championship leader, Norby, hasn't set a fastest lap yet. Not the best news at this stage of the game. Gabriele, he's a little bit busy. I think we're going to be restarting in about 50 seconds, so I'll just, if I can, grab a few words with one of the Gabrieles. Gabriele, sorry, I know this is tense moments for you and the team. Obviously, Norby hasn't set a fast lap yet. It's difficult moments at the moment.
Yeah, especially because we had this rain in the beginning, so we tried different solutions on tires, and now it's completely dry. We hope to score a lap.
Best of luck for the rest of the session. Thanks for talking to us, Gabriele. Okay, back to commentary.
Right, here we go again then. So take 3, 8.5 minutes are on the clock, just about, and we are going to have the green flag shown in about 45 seconds' time. And a Mexican or a Lisboan wave has started.
That's impressive, isn't it? It's only Friday.
Yes.
We've got a couple of days to build on that over the course of the 71st Macau Grand Prix. And spirits are high in the grandstands. Interesting that Gabriele Tarquini said completely dry. That's from a racing driver's point of view. We look on and think it's not dry. He's probably thinking about the dry line around the circuit.
Yeah. Esteban Guerrieri set to go, and 3 seconds, 2 seconds before we get that green light at the end of the pit road, and the car's now released back on track. There are quite a few drivers here who are going to need to dig deep. Max Hart, by the way, into the top 10, but under investigation for overtaking under a red flag. And Lo Se-ho and Santiago Urrutia, best lap deleted for causing the red flag. flag, sir. But their lap time's taken from them. So Lo Se-ho currently 9th, so he's going to drop. That might be to the benefit of others. Right, the surviving Link and Coes together at the head of the queue, coming down towards Lisboa now.
So just under 8 minutes of this first segment of qualifying 1 for the Macau gear race, the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour events of Macau underway. Let's see if we can run this final section of Q1 without interruption. Heat in tyres is the order of the day. Teammates are going to be working together to just get the cars up to temperature on this outlap from pit lane. What's going to happen in the next 7 minutes? More so, oh dear. I'll tell you what's going to happen. Shoshin Jur in the Honda Civic is going to have a problem down at Lisboa. It can get going again, that's good news. So it's not dry everywhere, is it? It's very easy to be over impetuous when leaving the pit lane when you know you've got a limited amount of time, and I think that's what happened there.
But isn't it fascinating to watch how different people treat all of this? So it was Martin Shee, wasn't it, who we were talking about, and there he is, just straight on. And it's easy to sit and judge, but as we've seen it more really from the onboard with the single-seaters. You sit low in a racing car and those barriers are pretty high and you can't see the corner until you're on top of it, and then you've got to turn right. So judging it and even overtaking into that corner, not easy. Another one up the escape road. This time it is Man Siu Ming. I was wrong in saying he was off at Melco, but I'm right in saying he's gone straight on at Lisboa and not for the first time.
Threading their way around the Melco hairpin and down to complete the lap, the outlap from pit lane, and get the first flying lap of this resumed session. We've had 2 stoppages in this half an hour. Gabriele Tarquini has been coming here to Macau for many years as a driver. He's seen it all before. He knows what it is to plan these sessions and plan to get a lap in as soon as you possibly can. And that is what Ted Bjork is about to try and do.
Yeah, Gabriele Tarquini overseeing the Hyundai assault, and as he made the point yesterday to Lisa Leyland, although it's a bit of a surprise to hear it, he never won a race here. He won titles at Macau, but never individual races. Right, Ted Bjork on a mission, and the road is now going to dry pretty quickly, I think, because Alan is right. Finally, the sky is breaking, the sun is being able to get through, and it won't be long if it carries on in that vein without further cloud cover that those puddles, those damp patches disappear. Bjork down to Lisboa, turns in, powers out the other side. He's got Lachey, amongst others, chasing after him, but the climb up San Francisco Hill, a steep climb up San Francisco Hill as well.
It is, and Ted Bjork was on course to be the first of those to set a time on dry tyres. Now is able to press on, and with nothing in front as he threads the car through that twisty section. Engineers looking on, Paul Ridgway for the first time down in pit lane. They're having to shield from the sunshine to see the laptops.
Paul Ridgway studying what time his ring and ride is. Marco Butti, absolute best in the first sector now, the Italian driver who was the on-the-road winner of the touring car race at the FIA Motorsport Games, and then ended up being excluded for putting the anti-lag on during the race, so he lost the win. Mikko Ashkana, though, absolute best middle sector. Jan Erlache, absolute best third sector. So these final 4 minutes are going to really be coming alive, aren't they now? And pretty much every car coming over the line is going to shuffle the order. At this point, remember, it's being in the top 12 that matters. It's nice to be the quickest, but as long as you're in the 12 to progress, that's the important part about it.
Just outside the top 12 is Rob Huff, 9-time winner here at Macau. Just outside the top 12, Marcin Khoa goes overall best in Sector 3. This is going to be fascinating, isn't it? Yeah. 3.5 minutes to go.
Right, Bjork on a mission. Ted Bjork at the moment is not only not in that top 12, he's not even in the top 16. So let's see what he can do as down towards the end of the lap, Marcin Khoa coming towards the end of Sector 5, just like Ted Bjork, trying to stay in that top 12, or in Bjork's case, get into the top 12. Jan Erlache also knocking on the door of it. Here is Bjork down now towards the right-hander of our bend up towards the line, and this ought to put him into the mix as he breaks the beam, and he goes fastest, 2:32.3. Air Lachey now goes quickest of all as he comes over the line, and Ma Xinhua goes quickest as he comes over the line. So we're into the 31s now, 2:31.7, and it's just over a tenth of a second splitting the top two. Ma Xinhua from Jan Air Lachey.
With the sunshine coming out, this is electrifying. The final 3 minutes of Q1 for the Macau gear race and the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour event of Macau, and a car once again stricken up at the hairpin.
But I think being able to get itself moving again as Norbert Mikulich then goes through. He was 5th fastest at the end of that previous lap, 1.7 seconds away from the top spot. But again, it is being in that top 12 at the moment to go through into Q2 that we're focusing on. Ma Xinhua then from Jan Air Lachey and Ted Buick. Marco Butti is 4th, Mikolashkin 5th, Dusan Vukovic 6th. Then it's Mikulich, Guerrier, Mick Girolami, Zhang Zhendong, Martin Tsao and David Zhu. They are the 12. Correction, John Filippi gets up to 11th now in the Volcano Audi, and Rob Huff was 12th, but he's been elbowed back to 13th, to 14th, to 15th, because others like Andy Yan and Zhang Zhendong go quicker.
I was about to say, Huffy, where are you? He wasn't on our first screen, which goes down to 16th place, currently occupied by an Irish driver, Max Hart, and Rob Huff, 16th and 15th place respectively. So come on, the two of you, into the top 12 is what's required. 1.5 minutes to do it.
So Marco Butti, absolute best sector 1, Jan Air Lachey, absolute best sector 2. Comes from good racing stock, of course, Jan Air Lachey, because his uncle is Ivan Muller, his mum, Kathy Muller, a very good Formula 3 racer many, many years ago. The next one up the escape road at Lisboa is, as you can see there, number 9. That is David Zhu, and he is 11th fastest. So that means he can progress, but if he stops there and causes a red, he'll lose his lap time. So he's got to try and get that car moving and keep the engine running. It's going to be a to and fro job, but he's up the escape road. Please keep it moving. We don't need another red flag with a minute on the clock. It's going to red flag. It's happened. It's happened. Another red, and that's the reason there's a very, very broken car sitting against the wall of Wu Yifan, and that's at San Francisco Hill. He's had a real moment there, and the teams, I can almost hear the groan from the pit lane as they see all of that. There are bits everywhere. He's had a good go at the barrier. He's taken the conveyor down as well, hasn't he, the belting, and that's a very broken car. Most of the damage on the left front corner, but with a minute to go, that's the end of Q1 effectively, because they, even if it were resumed, you get the checkered flag at the end of the outlap.
And a few are going to suffer, aren't they, because they are not within the top 12 with just 1 minute and 1 second yet to go. A very damaged car brings out our 3rd red flag in half an hour for the Macau gear race and the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour events of Macau. There are going to be a few frustrated drivers.
Yes, best lap time deleted for causing a red flag there for Wu Yifan. That's the least of his worries, because he might find himself being lynched by some, because as you rightly say, there are some big names the wrong side of the top 12 there. Oh, what a shame though. In fairness, it was not the car at the escape road, it was this incident. Have a look at the top of the screen, because coming through San Francisco in a moment, we'll get the incident, and he's just completely wrong, slides out of the corner, almost as though something else had happened earlier on, but there's nobody else around him to have made contact. So whatever happened for Wu Yifan, it was a very strange line, and he's ended up in the barrier on the outside of the road.
Drifted into the barrier. A lot of that debris that we saw on circuit was from the barrier itself, not so much from the car.
I just wonder whether he tried to go for the apex and actually clip the barrier on the inside, and that fired into the outside.
Yeah, very possibly.
Otherwise, it's a rather odd one. Right, a minute remaining of Q1. The session will not be resumed. And there is Wu Yifan's car being hoiked out of the way.
Doesn't take long to remove the car. Might take a little bit longer to rectify that barrier down there. There's enough marshals on duty overseeing the removal of the car, and will be actively involved in the rebuilding of the barrier as well. Getting ready for 15 minutes this time. 15 minutes for Q2. And we have our top 12. We've got our names. They appear on the timing screen. Intake of breath, preparation of cars with tyres, and the first half of qualifying was exciting enough. Now we've got the top 12 about to shoot out over 15 minutes.
One of those that has made it through is Martin Cao, who is second in TCR China in the championship. Good for him.
So as you've all seen, we've just had our third red flag of this session with just 1 minute to go. Let's speak to team manager Andrea Kachinko from Volcano Motorsports, because Rob Huff is currently P15. He hasn't gone through. Sorry to speak to you at this tense time. Rob, P15, he hasn't gone through to Q2. Not the best start to his Macau campaign.
No, not at all, because obviously with the conditions, rain in the beginning and not able to set any fast laps, we were blocked on the fastest lap, so pretty frustrated with these results.
I mean, there's been so many things thrown in the team's way. Obviously, at this stage of the game as well, with the weather conditions, it's a case of just getting out there fast, set that fast lap early.
Yeah, I mean, he was fast in the end, but he got blocked in the fourth and the fifth sector by the slower car, so he couldn't get a good lap time.
And just quickly, at one point we saw him in pit lane. The boot of the bonnet was up. What were you working on there?
Yeah, we had a slight issue on the engine, so one of the tubes got loose, so we fitted it back, so everything was fine.
So that didn't impact anything?
Yeah, that should be no good problem.
Okay, well, best of luck for the rest of the weekend. Thank you. Okay, back to commentary.
In fairness, asking a private team to defeat the manufacturers is quite a order anyway, and I think they were pinning their hopes on a reverse grid race story, but it ain't going to happen easily from 15th, that's for sure. Right, we are about 8 minutes away from the start of Q2. So there the repair work to the barrier, the sweeping of the circuit completed, and in a few moments' time, once the last few cars are in. Some drivers, their work done for the day, others can try to get themselves in the zone for Q2. Now, am I being really stupid when I say that with only 12 cars on track and the best 12 that we've had thus far over the course of the day, it'll all go seamlessly?
It'll be fine.
Yeah.
Absolutely fine.
What could go wrong?
It will go with...
Okay, I'm now joined with Rob Huff here in pit lane. Rob, you probably don't want the camera shoved in your face at this stage of the game, but difficult times out there and you couldn't go through to Q2. What happened from your seat?
The guys at the front want to do like F1 style outlaps, right, and they're taking like 4 minutes. You go to try and overtake them, they weave and block. The Chinese championship, they're flat out straight away. Obviously joining the championship now, we get let out in the middle of them all, and it's a case if you can't get past the guys in front because they're blocking you, and then the guys behind come at you at 200 k's an hour, and then there's just nowhere to go. So you try and do a lap, but then you catch the guys in front, then it's a red flag. So yeah, I mean, I did one lap in the beginning on slicks in the wet, and that was the qualifying time, so we never got a lap again. But it's just frustrating because why the hell we need to try and do Formula 1 style outlaps at 4.5 minutes a lap? I have no freaking clue whatsoever.
Okay, well, thanks for the insight, Rob. Thank you. Best of luck for the races. Back to commentary.
The frustration is palpable, isn't it? And he makes a valid point. You know, when track time is at a premium, you don't need to be crawling around. And the blocking is because, yes, people don't want you to get past because they want the clear road ahead of them, and they don't want to let you by because then that's another car that can get in their way. So you can understand his frustration. You can understand why some of the tactics are pulled by the others. Anyway, the Rob Huff story this year is going to be a rather different one from many a season at Macau. But the main focus is now what's going to happen in Q2, especially given that this is where we start allocating points to the fastest 6 as well, and how this is going to affect the championship. So just to remind you, the ones that have gone through: Marcin Hua, Jan Erlaché, Ted Björk, Marco Butti, Mikuláš Dušanbokovic, he's gone really well thus far, Norbert Mikuliš, Esteban Guerrieri and Nestor Girolami. They're your World Tour regulars, if you like. And then Martin Cao, David Zhu and Andy Yan, 3 local drivers whose pace at the end of qualifying got them in there.
So 15 minutes in prospect once we get this qualifying session back on the way.
Let's grab a few words now with Pepe Oriala, team manager from Goat Racing, just before Q2 starts. Pepe, that was a tough one for everyone, wasn't it?
Yeah, really hard. Macau qualifying is always special with a lot of red flags, a lot of cars. Especially we had this raining that came in the last minute before starting the session. We were out of Q2 with two of my drivers. We used the slipstream to tow Buti, Esteban and Dusan. We are in, let's see Q2 now, but yeah, really stressful qualifying.
Best of luck for the next session. Thanks, Pepe.
So Pepe Oriola, the man behind Goat Racing, will see his headset back on, strides towards the cars, and we are getting closer then to the 15 minutes. And again, you take, say, 3 minutes out for an out lap, or 4 in the case of what Rob Huff was describing for the top drivers. Why are they taking so long? Well, it's because they're slow out laps to try and let the car ahead go so that they don't have traffic ahead. It's interesting to see now what Martin Tsao, David Zhu and Andy Yan can do as the local drivers. They're not in there as token locals, they're in there as quick locals, and they outpaced others. They're there on merit.
Drivers that we've mentioned very much over the years here at Macau as drivers that can do extremely well around the twisty demands and tests of the gear circuit here at Macau. Drivers now preparing themselves for 15 minutes in a sunny condition now here at Macau, which is very nice to see. Nice to say as well, because it's the first time in the last day and a half that we've had a prolonged period of sunshine. Probably about the last 10 minutes we've had sunshine glinting down, and with Marcin Roy taking a bit of fluid on board, getting ready for the next challenge of qualifying.
Let's grab a few words with Frederick Varlen from Lincoln Co Racing. Just because we saw Jan Erlicher, he took some time setting that fastest lap, and at one point I did think he's not going to make it through, but let's see what the approach was there. Frederick, just a few words with you. Just talk about Jan quickly. It looked like he took some time to set that fastest lap. I mean, there was tense moments at one point, wasn't it?
Yeah, but we have to put on a good show, don't we?
Oh, so you're playing games with us, Frederick.
It's going to be a tough one now. But now the conditions are at least stable, so now we just go for it.
Yeah, okay. Best of luck for this next session. Thank you.
Tense time still, I think, on the pit wall as they try to get set for qualifying 2. It is definitely getting brighter. Umbrellas are now being used as parasols rather than to keep the rain off. And it is just looking brighter all round here now at Macau, which is good news. We are forecast proper weather, nice sunshine for Saturday and Sunday. It's been a very wet Thursday. Yeah. It's been a mixed Friday, but we're getting towards the good bit.
Proper Macau weather in prospect for qualifying race day and for race day as well. We've had unusual weather so far. If the sunshine does continue, may well be dry by the end of today. What else have we got coming up? Well, we've got 15 minutes in prospect for the touring cars, then half an hour of qualifying for the FIA GT World Cup, the Macau GT Cup GT3 machinery around the streets of Macau. A symphony of noise around Macau in prospect, and then qualifying 2 for the Macau Grand Prix, the FIA FR World Cup, their first chance to be around the streets of Macau in drier conditions. So a mouth-watering prospect for the afternoon here at Macau, and hopefully, all things being well, motorcycles to complete the afternoon here at Macau. All things being well.
Right, drivers are ready, and the 1 minute board is being shown, and the last part of qualifying of the season for the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour drivers is about to get underway. Fastest here, pole position, 15 points in the championship, so it's a very important, perhaps the most important 15 minutes of the season. It'll weed out some for the championship. It could give you a different championship leader. It's going to be a very, very important 15 minutes for the title outcome, which will be decided on Sunday afternoon.
Engines fired up. Team about to signal the cars onto the circuit to get this Q2 underway. 15 minutes around the streets of Macau in the sunshine, and it's Friday afternoon here at Macau, and we already have grandstands very full indeed to welcome the cars onto the circuit. Green flag is waved, and very quickly they want to get out onto the track for good reason as well. Dry tyres, the option, if you think back to about 30 minutes ago, 35 minutes ago, 40 minutes ago, getting this session underway, there were treaded tyres being used, and now, no question about it, dry all the way around the circuit. That's what they want.
Absolutely right. So now a bone dry circuit and busy weaving to get the warmth into the tyres, to get them to switch on quickly. Now, given the length of the lap, are we going to see a tyre cross? Because it's going to, of course, mean that you lose another 3 minutes with yet another outlap after the pit stop, and of course you lose the time taken while you're in the pit lane. So
in the ideal world, yes.
Yeah, but I'm not sure. Well,
15 minutes.
Yeah, long lap, 6 kilometres. We'll find out, won't we? But I'd suspect you don't. You work the tyres hard all the way around the lap, and you're on board now with Ted Björk, and he's making his way from San Francisco Hill up towards Teddy Yip, then to Eternity, and on towards the Solitude S's.
Tense is not the word down in pit lane. Anything can happen at Macau, and very often does. We've got a very limited amount of time for Q2 around the streets of Macau. Look how dry it is in certain sections now with the sunshine out. There's a few sort of shaded areas that have still got quite a few damp areas, damp patches. Stay on the line, and you can have a jolly good lap around the gear circuit. Probably the best lap of any over the course of the day and a half we've had so far.
Now the Lincoln Co's sort of running in close proximity, which you could argue is to try and give somebody a tow, but you've also heard that it's every man for himself right now, so they need to be fighting for themselves in terms of a grid position, because we're not yet at a point of team orders, are we? So there they all are, en masse, en bloc, the Lincoln Co's, or Lynx and Co, depending on your preference, all coming out of the hairpin, and the Hyundai fleet behind, trying to let them escape. The same is true, I think, of cars from other teams. Let the cars ahead go, buy yourself that clear track space, as you've got Guerrieri and Pokovic going through. Martin Tao, Andy Yan, David Zhu, the others. So as the field now comes down towards Fisherman's, speed building, the first flying lap will be started in a moment by some, possibly by all. Well, the Lincoln Co's stay out, so there's part of the tyre cross answer. They're going to go for a time.
Probably not a bad decision, is it, with 12 minutes after the outlap left to go, and we have proven time and time again at Macau, you need to get a quick lap in the book early on.
Yeah.
If you want to worry about niceties, then maybe do it after you've got a lap in the bank, and that's what they're about to do. And
Ted Björk closing on the traffic ahead. He's going to have to go to the outside line to get through, coming down towards Lisboa. In fairness, his teammate lets him go, so Ted Björk, he's the first one to really push. Alache and Mar on track too. So let's ride with Björk then, making the run now up San Francisco Hill.
Up the hill, you see the barriers and the walls close in. This is the very demanding section of the circuit, and it is quite incredible. Year after year, we see these touring cars, these TCR cars, are able to squeeze by other cars on this section. You can barely believe it, can you? When you see the wall on the left-hand side, the barrier on the right. Is there space? Yes, but you have to be brave. At this point, Ted Björk can absolutely pick his line.
So the car that you saw bailing down to Lisboa was that of Marcin Khoa, who slackened off his pace and let the others go. Ted Björk then here with the clear road ahead of him, coming up towards Faraway Hill, and will drop down towards Police and to Moorish in a moment as he comes then into this sharp right. A little bit of correction needed there, but he got away without hitting anything. Road climbs slightly, sharp right again, narrow, 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 but he's fine, he's up the hill. And Ted Björk doing an absolute best within sector 3, although those behind might be able to go better. Now left into the long left, Donna Maria over those parking spaces on the inside, still climbing at this point, and only about now does the road start to plateau, and you can think about the hairpin. We've got big damage done yet again. That's going to be a red flag straight away. The Honda very broken indeed as it sits on the circuit. 10 minutes we had. Nobody has done a proper flying lap. And the teams just can't believe it. Every time they think they can sort of go for a time and concentrate on the run plan, it all changes.
And that further endorses what we were saying about putting a lap in the bank early on in the session. Anything can happen. 15 minutes, and already we have lost 4.5 minutes of this part of qualifying, and no lap in the book. What happened to the Honda? Bang! And then push back onto the centre of the circuit. That was a nibble, wasn't it, just to get through, and Guerrieri just able to squeeze through.
It was Marco Butti's Honda, and there you can see it, massive impact into the barrier, sort of understeers out wide, and the gap closes, but he just makes it. There was contact to get through, but wow, Marco Butti had done an absolute best in the first sector before he headbutted the wall, so that's him done. Wow. So the fans seeing themselves on the big screens. The cars now coming back into the pit lane. Paul Ridgway barking instructions to his drivers on the radio. And the cars will go back to the teams. And Marco Butti's lap, or such as it was, as broken as the car. Now you can see all the debris lying on the road. This will take a few minutes to clear up. What the teams can at least now do in sort of dead time, if you like, is do a tyre cross, because they're going to have to go out again and warm them up, so you might as well put them on the different corners. But Marco Butti surveys the wreckage, outlap, pressing on, trying hard. The GOAT Racing team is, with respect to it, not the one with the biggest of budgets that can ill afford things like that. And the sister car of Dusan Borkovic had to elbow its way through, so that's why it's picked up damage by having to go for the narrowing gap. Here it is again. Wait for Butti to come into view. Just understeers way out wide and kaboom, into the wall. Damage to the front of the car, takes off the wheel. And there, just being able to get through is Guerrieri. And Borkovic has even less chance, but glances off his teammate. And there you can see a really, really hard hit from Marco Butti that straight away takes a wheel off the car, lots of front damage as well. So that car broken and the session stopped. Tyre cross goes for some in the pit lane, but Marco Butti will not be taking part in the resumption of the session. Right, so there's the Honda needing to be collected, and all the debris, all the bits of it needing to be collected as well. So huge frustration for everybody, not least GOAT Racing, because that's a very badly damaged Honda.
Butti had been very, very committed, hadn't he, on the gear circuit here at Macau yesterday and today as well. Very quick as well. And that is unfortunately what happens if you're living life on the edge, committed in qualifying at Macau. There is no space for any kind of mistake.
So the drivers in the pit lane are waiting news for the resumption of the session. And Marco Butti causing that red flag. He'll go to the back of the 12. So Ted Buick, Jan Elaché, Marcin Khoa, Michael Ashkunen, Norbert Mikelic, Nestor Girolami, Esteban Guerrieri, Dusan Borkovic, Martin Sao, David Ju, Andy Yan. They're the ones that will go again. Marco Butti's car there still needing to be collected, as are all of its bits that have been broken after a really hard hit into the barriers.
So recovery in process. When we get this session back underway, we'll have 10 minutes and 23 seconds of this session remaining. But you have to factor into this, they've got 3 minutes to get out of pit lane around the circuit, and then go on to a quick lap. With no quick laps having been yet recorded, we have an expectant crowd, a big crowd for Friday here, day 2 of Macau for 2024, the 71st Macau Grand Prix.
As the teams await news to get things back underway. So nobody having been able to do a lap time. It's a complete reset. And yeah, as Alan makes the point, take out those 3 minutes and a bit for an out lap, and we're going to have a very, very short, sharp blast as well, which puts the pressure on, which doesn't necessarily bode well. And so much for our theory about Q2 going swimmingly, given that there were fewer cars on the road. Pepe Oriola, the man behind Goat Racing, will be very, very frustrated indeed with that damage to Marco Butti's car. Let's go to the pits.
Now I'm just joined by Pepe Oriola, team manager from Goat Racing. Obviously we saw Marco Butti make impact when he was on a fast lap. The most important thing is that he's okay. Have you spoken to him? Have you communicated?
Yeah, the driver is okay, just really upset because he was coming for pole. He was purple in sector 1 and close in sector 2. Also, almost compromised Esteban's lap, which is fighting for the championship because he was right behind. He's young, was giving his best, and tomorrow is another day. Let's see that if Esteban can put it together, and let's fight tomorrow for the championship.
Okay. Thank you, Pepe.
And Pepe Oriola, don't forget, no mean driver himself, very successful touring car and one-make touring car driver. So he trudges away, and they'll assess the damage once they've got the car back. But you know it's a big hit when a wheel is ripped off. It's been quite a damaging day, really.
Seen a few wheels ripped off today, haven't we?
Yeah, not just in touring car terms, but all the other race categories that we've got here at Macau have had dramas aplenty over the course of the morning. And another look at the impact. So he's wrong into this third sector, and bang. That's a big, big hit. That, just getting through, was Esteban Guerrieri, and Dusan Burkovic picks up a bit of damage as he goes through. Here's the look from on board with Guerrieri. And the gap closes, but he just gets through, yeah.
Just gets through. Just a tickle on the right-hand side, and the team were very quick to check the car when it came in. Right, the car already being recovered. That's good news. 10 minutes and 23 seconds, the time left on the clock for this 15 minutes Q2. And with Butti's car now requiring pretty extensive repairs, there will be 11 cars taking this restart. Sunshine continues here at Macau. Looks a lot more normal, doesn't it, looking out rather than seeing the splashing of rain in puddles on the tarmac of Macau. The sunshine and T-shirts is much more what we're used to over the years here around the gear circuit. So Marshall's now having to address the fluid as a result of that. It's an understeer, just the most horrible, horrible feeling.
Yeah. It is indeed. They've got to be quick with this because 2 minutes and we'll have a green flag. So quickly put the cement dust or the speedy dry down. They're good to go. Is Mikael Ashkona, 5th in the championship with his 30 kilos of compensation weight. And you can see how close to the wall and close to other things he's got. Witness marks all down the side of the car.
Very close indeed, the answer. And just note on the timing screen, reminding everybody of the slippery track. I think they'll know that over at turn 12. As a result of that, we are about to get things back underway very soon indeed. Back underway for qualifying Q2 for the Macau Gear Race, Kumo FIA TCR World Tour events of Macau. Marshall's, the track workers, working very, very quickly, very effectively as well to get things back underway. The amount of people that are involved in this event at Macau who give their time and do so very, very efficiently at Macau to allow this festival of motorsport to take place. 1 minute until we get cars back out on the circuit. Right, now you said at the start of 15 minutes, what are the chances with the 12 best, quickest cars? Well, we're about to ask the question over 10.5 minutes now.
But only 11 of them.
But only 11 of them.
Weeding one out. Marco Butti is the one that has ruled himself out of Q2 now. And if you want to concentrate further, it's the top 6 for points that we'll be looking forward to towards the very end. Right, the green flag is about 15 seconds away. The road is drier than it has been all weekend. We're in the best possible situation with the track surface now. Jan Elachey's car is ready to rock and roll, and so too is the green flag that is now shown, and we are back in business then for the second part of Q2, where they go once more down the pit lane then, and as they head onto the circuit, this is the last opportunity to gain some points out of the qualifying session, and indeed also to try and get yourself up to the front of the grid. And with the importance of a good grid position around here, you can understand why everybody is pushing so hard.
Right, work to be done now, and it's got to be done quickly as well. That's getting heat into the tyres on a dry circuit. Look at that. That's the first time we've really seen it on the run down towards the right-hander, the overtaking point of the circuit here at Macau. The right-hander at Lisboa, just in front of the Grand Lisboa Hotel, one of the very unique, distinctive illuminated hotels on the skyline here of Macau is the Grand Lisboa, up towards San Francisco Hill, and you can still see there are huge periods of very damp tarmac around the circuit, not online, but certainly offline. So let's get these tyres up to temperature, shall we?
So 9 minutes and counting. Ignore this lap, but it's the next one where we're going to start to get times, and they've gone out team by team, so in theory they can work together, offer a tow to the quicker driver through that speedy drive. That's the dust hanging in the air now as they just run over it. It'll have gone within a lap or so really. He'll get bedded in, but then the run towards far away.
So through those tricky right-handers, Police and Moorish, and then the run towards the left-hander at Donna Maria, and the Melco hairpin is where the circuit will begin to open out, and the run down towards the line of the start of a quick lap.
And Marco Butti's Honda has just been brought back to the paddock. We can see it out of our window, and the front right is very broken indeed. Well, I say the front right, there's not a lot of front right left, but it's clearly had an awful lot of damage done to it, that car, and has to be made good for tomorrow for the qualifying race, the first race of the weekend. We call it the qualifying race for the gear race purposes, but for Kumho FIA TCR World Tour event of Macau purposes, it's a full point scoring race, so it's got to be on the grid. To the end of an outlap come the Lincoln Co's and Jan Elachey over the timing line. Now we are in business, if you like. The pin is pulled, and now we're on to proper qualifying laps.
And we get a couple, if all things go according to plan. We've got 7 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, counting down. It was only going to be a 15-minute period of time for Q2 for the touring cars. And now with 7 minutes, we are on a meaningful lap. What is going to happen over the course of the next 7 minutes or so, we will very soon find out. Threading through the right-hander at Lisboa, up towards San Francisco. The right-hander so close, those two corners together, and then onto the tight and twisty up and down section of the gear circuit.
So the Lincoln Co's taking on the Hyundais. They've got representatives, of course, across both teams fighting for Drivers' Championship honours, but there's also the manufacturer teams battle to factor in as well. On board now with Norbert Michaelis, the man that won the championship here last year, and he comes here again as the championship leader, and he'd like to stretch that if he can at the end of qualifying by taking the points for pole.
Who will take pole position? How will the grid line up at the end of qualifying? The answer should come within the next 6 minutes here in Macau. We've yet to have a time in this Q2. Interruption to the session with, unfortunately, the very damaged car of Butti making its way back to the car park, which is where the team will work on the car. And with Jan Elachey leading the way, a purple in Sector 2, personal best in Sector 3. It's going to be the benchmark time for Jan Elachey, the one for everybody else to aim for. How close they get to the barriers on the exit of Melco hairpin.
This is Michaelis' view then as he drops down the hill. all the cars with a 1 prefix to the number are those that are the regulars in the World Tour, with the exception of Dusan Borkovic, who runs without a single, without a triple-digit number, but all the rest are the regulars, and they come now down to Ben. So there, 111 Ted Bjork. Now, in terms of absolute best sectors, Erlaché has got 1, Ashkuna has got 1, and Erlaché has got 1, and here they come over the line. So Jan Erlaché should be at the top, and he is 229.9. Then Ted Bjork does a 229.8, advantage Bjork. And it's really Norbert Mikelic that we're waiting to see, isn't it? Marshall Hart goes over the line, and Marcin Hart does enough to be third. And Ashkuna goes to the very top, 229.8. Mikelic is 4th.
4 minutes and 40 seconds of this session, and at least we now have a meaningful lap for all 11, or certainly 10 of them out on circuit, with the benchmark time for the target time for everybody else to aim at, 229.8 for Mikkel Ashkuna. Personal best in sector 1 for Ashkuna and Bjork. 229.8 for Mikkel Ashkuna. 4 minutes just over remain. On sector 2 they are now, pressing on the battle between Hyundai and Lincoln Co in this final qualifying session of the year for the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour event of Macau, and we're seeing it play out in front of us in sunshine here at Macau. Overall best in sector 2 for Ashkuna, who has looked very pacey throughout wet and dry conditions here in Macau this year. And now Mikkel Ashkuna top of the times and overall best in sector 2. Ted Bjork has dropped off a little bit, so not a personal best in sector 2 or sector 3, nor so for Ashkuna in sector 3. So overall best for Mikkel in sector 2, and with the quickest time so far, 229.839. Who is going better on this lap, this second lap out? Well, Norbert Mikelic has got personal best in sectors 1 and 2. No one really improving in sector 3 on this second lap. Threading their way through the Melco hairpin. Down they go towards the conclusion of the second flying lap here in Q2.
And bearing in mind now that we've lost Marco Butti, and only now has Andy Yan gone out, one driver from the remainder is going to lose the ability to benefit from that reverse grid, and whoever is 10th gets pole position for race 2. So we're looking at the fight for pole, but there's an unofficial battle for the race 2 pole, being 10th fastest.
Interesting thing here is that there are no improvements really for the top 4 in the 3rd and 4th sectors. Maybe a personal best for Ted Bjork. It's Ted Bjork has gone quickest with a 229.8. Ashkuna with a 229.839. Ted Bjork is top of the times and now puts in an overall best in sector 1. Ashkuna was previously overall best in sector 2, but Ted Bjork's on it.
And 23 thousandths of a second between Bjork and Ashkuna over a 6-kilometre long lap. That's pretty impressive, isn't it? Especially given that they're in 2 different brands of cars. So Ted Bjork the fastest, and as Alan rightly says, absolute best sector 1. Erlaché goes through sector 2. Bjork goes through sector 2 slower than does Erlaché. And we await Ashkuna, but it almost looks, doesn't it, as though that first push lap was the better one out of the tyres.
Yeah, for everybody concerned. Interesting that. They can maybe get a personal best in sector 1 or sector 2, but certainly 3 and 4 were not any improvements on that second time of asking. So one opportunity, maybe. We've only got 1 minute remaining just over on the clock. Ted Bjork is pressing on. It didn't pay off in sector 2. It's not going to pay off in sector 3 either. So that's overall purple sector 1 for Ted Bjork. May well be the only improvement in sectors on this lap. Maybe. We've seen the result already.
And it's going to be the flag at the end of this lap for some, isn't it? Because with 40 seconds on the clock now, those towards the rear of the queue aren't going to get another chance. It was a qualifying session of potentially just 1 lap.
Just 1 lap, and yeah, it was the first of the quick laps that they put into Q2 as the Lincoln Co's with Jan Lachey and Ted Bjork running together. Yep, the manufacturers very much running together on this final section of qualifying. Jan Lachey just in front of Ted Bjork oh so close to Jan Lachey.
And are they going to get one more lap out of the session? They go through. Yes, they are, just before the checkered flag. So those two Lincoln Co's have one further opportunity if they don't trip over themselves. But everybody else will come and take the checkered flag.
And we heard it in pit lane, didn't we, before this session got underway, before Q1 got underway. At this stage, no instructions between Jan and Ted as far as what they have to do over the course of this weekend. This will make an interesting lap, won't it? Let's see what they do.
Right, Guerrieri is the first one to take the flag, and he is 6th, so 2 points for the championship for Esteban Guerrieri, provisionally.
So they've both backed off, I think. So Ted Bjork in Sector 1 has not improved. Jan Lachey backed right the way off. The two of them went across the line. So they did all that work to get another lap. There wasn't another lap in it. Celebrations already down in pit lane. There's some engineering brains down there in the pit lane, aren't there? Paul Ridgway, very, very happy indeed. And Ted Bjork, yep, very definitely has backed off. Very happy with that. It's been through Sector 2. And the best lap, 2:29.8 for Ted Bjork. Car number 111. Ted Bjork, top of the times at the end of Q2. Came here to Macau, lying 3rd in the standings.
And I reckon he's now 2nd, because 15 points for pole are going to put him on 270, 280 to Norbert Nikolic, but down to 3rd on 266. So off you would be Esteban Guerrieri. So that pole for Bjork brings him up to 2nd in the championship.
That was a very important pole position here on the streets of Macau, and a checkered flag being waved with a very broad smile as well by the race official, waving the checkered flag. I think they're smiling because the sunshine's come out.
Yes.
It's a good prospect. The poor people, the poor officials that have been in the little box on the start-finish line have been sheltering against the wind and the rain all day yesterday, but it seems to be a much happier box now.
Yes, I'm not sure whether they're waving the checkered flag so vigorously because the session is over or to get rid of all the water on it, but either way. Yeah. Right, 10th, Andy Jan. He was a late arrival on the scene, but he did one lap. He was the only person to improve on the last lap because it was his only lap. Why am I banging on about him? He's got pole for race 2. The reverse grid race, with 10th being the number to reverse. Andy Jan will be on pole for the 2nd race of the weekend, but it remains Norbert Nikolic in the lead of the championship, but by 10 points now from Ted Bjork, provisionally.
So the celebrations are down in pit lane. I'm sure they will be very soon in Parc Fermé as well. I think we get the opportunity to hear from the top drivers when they get back to Parc Fermé and then head up towards the press conference area here at Macau. Well, we might do. Maybe we'll get to hear from them. We've got plenty more business on track as well, because not only have we got touring cars here this weekend with championships to be decided, but also we've got the important business of qualifying for the FIA GT World Cup and Macau GT Cup, and for the FIA FR World Cup Macau Grand Prix as well. All of that coming up. Meanwhile, Ted Bjork at the wheel looks very cool, very calm and very calculated, doesn't he? Get big thumbs up as he arrives down in the pit lane. And the team ready to welcome not only Ted but also Jan. Both of the cars arrive at the same time down in pit lane. When we got there, it wasn't without a few challenges over the course of that qualifying session for the Macau gear race, and also a fair bit of work to be done by a few of the teams as well.
Yeah, indeed so. And Some drivers, of course, losing lap times, triggering those red flags, and a really interesting grid it is going to be, with provisionally Lincoln Co and Hyundai represented on the front row, Lincoln Co and Hyundai on the second, and then the third row is then going to be provisionally the Hyundai of Néstor Girolami and Honda of Esteban Guerrieri. But Ted Bjork, who looked quick all the way through, didn't he, really? And no matter what everybody else did, Ted always seemed to have an answer. And the world champion takes off his crash helmet. Marcin Khoa there comes to congratulate him with his new haircut. And very happy drivers indeed. Santiago Urrutia goes to congratulate Ted Bjork, who is really, really pleased with that, and you can understand why, because that is going to really bring him into the title fight going into tomorrow, and no doubt we'll be able to hear from a very happy Ted Bjork in a few moments' time.
Thank you. Ted Bjork, congratulations. You took pole in a very eventful race, but that was an important pole for your championship.
Yeah, it was so important, and the feelings going into it is absolutely crazy, because I was P21, you know, in the last minutes of Q1. Some bad decisions around the way, and then we just nailed it. But I'm so happy. Thank you for the team. It's great. You know, having the pole here is something I always wished for, so I'm so happy.
Best of luck for the race. Thank you.
So great effort down by Ted Bjork, and he's happy for pole, and he's happy he's in the title mix as well. So smiles all round for the Scion Racing team driver, the Lincoln Co driver. So with cars for the GT aspect of the day due on track any moment. Quick run through the times. Ted Bjork fastest from Mikuláš Kona, Jan Eliše third, Norbert Mikuliš fourth, Néstor Girolami fifth, Esteban Guerrieri sixth, Dusan Borkovic was seventh, and Marcin Khoa taking eighth in the times. So the FIA Kumho TCR World Tour event of Macau qualifying at an end. This is how it looks a little bit further back. Marco Butti will be 12th, Rob Huff 15th, Max Hart 16th. It's going to be certainly an interesting pair of races, that is for sure. And the touring cars will take to the track tomorrow for their first race at 12:35, and then on Sunday the second race for the gear race will be at 10:55. So still lots more touring car action to come from the gear circuit this weekend. Right at the very back, not getting a lap time in at all, Santiago Urrutia, and boy does he have an uphill struggle to get any decent result out of the weekend from here on in. But well done, Ted Bjork. Pole position for the final race weekend of the season in the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour. On the way here at the Macau Gear Circuit for the Macau GT Cup, the FIA GT World Cup event. And what an entry it is. It is an absolutely outstanding lineup of cars and drivers and manufacturers that we have, including Laurens Vanthoor. Yesterday we had the 2 free practice sessions. That's determined the order on this Prix grid to release the cars. It's going to be a 30-minute session. It's running rather late here. We've had one of those days. Red flags aplenty. Quite a lot of them have been in the most recent touring car session. That's the man that won last year's race, the Swiss-Italian driver Raffaele Marciello, now a BMW driver, although he was winning it in a Mercedes last season. And another winner of the event in the past, Augusto Farfus with the BMW. What else for the factory driver? It's a mega entry. It includes Laurin Heinrich, who is new to the circuit, but driving for the Schumacher Koblenzer racing team. There's a man that's won many a time around here, Mauro Engel. And over his shoulder, if you like, in the other Mercedes, the Craft Bamboo Racing entry, it is Danny Juncadella. Well, very shortly, the cars are going to be released to the circuit. David Addison and Alan Hyde trackside. The cars, of course, all running for this 2 GT3 specification for the ultimate FIA GT event. Something like between 1,500 and 1,800 GT3 cars around the world these days, competing in myriad championships.
That's an amazing stat, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
But here you've got the pick of the bunch. We really have. And yesterday it was Alessio Picariello that topped the times at the end of the second session, ahead of Laurens Vanthoor. Now, yesterday it was wet, it was less wet, it was never really dry all day. But now we've pretty much got an entirely dry circuit. Every time we think the sun has broken through, it goes away again, but the road is infinitely better than it has been all weekend. And so now we're going to get a proper chance to see what a GT3 car can do around the streets of Macau. The entry, as it pours onto the circuit, I'm glad to say, does have Sheldon van der Linden's BMW repaired after a big whack into the barriers at Mandarin yesterday, and it has also got Anthony Fong's repaired Audi. A lot of work has gone on for the Uno racing team this morning, and that is very good news for some, because this year, instead of Hello Kitty, Anthony Fong's Audi bears allegiance to Kuromi, who is an evil rabbit. I cross live to our Kuromi correspondent, Alan Hyde.
It's superb, you know. The people of the region have really embraced this livery. They embraced it last year when Hello Kitty was on the car, and so too this morning. We were walking in, there are 2 little stands that are selling merchandise. The queues went on as far as the eye could see. Adderley came out yesterday and took a photograph of the queue, and he couldn't quite believe just what the reception had been for the merchandise. They were sold out yesterday, T-shirts, cars, little model cars. Hello Kitty and the whole scene around Hello Kitty is so incredibly popular in this part of the world.
Yeah.
And for the unique type with a race car as well. I'll talk a little bit more about the character on the car this year in a few moments' time. But,
don't threaten me.
But it is wonderful to see. It's making people young and old very happy, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Just for the avoidance of doubt, Alan is a grown man. He's allowed to walk amongst us like many. Don't judge him. So the 30-minute session underway. Macau echoing to this fantastic symphony of all the different sounds that the cars make. Lamborghini there, Ferrari, Mercedes, AMG, BMW. Drivers, we've touched on 1 or 2, but there are plenty of star names in and amongst them. The majority are factory drivers. I think I'm right in saying that 70% of the entry are graded platinum under the FIA driver grading system. You can't be any better than platinum. So down they come now through Melco hairpin, and you can see what's happening. Why are they going so slowly? They want the car ahead to disappear up the road, and then on their first flying lap, they're not going to catch the car directly ahead. Over the line has gone Picariello. Big gap. Over the line has gone Vanthoor. Big gap. The slow bicycle race, as it were, comes through the Melco hairpin. But there is the Belgian driver, Alessio Picariello, then on a mission. The Porsches last year could not get hooked up to the gear circuit at all. They had a shocking time, and Porsche have come back this year with all the big names, eager to make amends. And there, going through Laurens Vanthoor with the Tsingtao Beer backed car, coming down towards Lisboa, hard on the brakes, dive right.
Into Lisboa, up towards San Francisco Hill. Yeah, the beasts can finally show what they're made of here at Macau. They can stretch their legs. This is the tight and twisty section where the beasts are tamed, and then when they get up towards the Melco hairpin, oh dear.
It's going to be a red, isn't it, for Laurin Heinrich?
News. Absolutely it is, yeah.
Track blocked. So Laurin Heinrich trying to get the car going. Race control, seeing whether or not it's going to move. You can just about squeeze through. Let's see how he got there, first of all. He's on his own. He brakes late. Red flag. Understeers, understeers, understeers. Oh, what a feeling. Into the conveyor belting, and that turns the car around. Laurin Heinrich, on his first flying lap of the session, triggers a red flag, stops the clock straight away. So Laurin Heinrich, that's him done from the session. He is a very successful sim racer, Carrera Cup Germany champion. Been racing and winning his class in the IMSA category this year in the States, but his Macau debut, in fact also the Common Edgar Racing Team Macau debut, Schumacher CLRT squad's debut, but that's going to put him right on the back foot, isn't it, at the back of the grid. So Laurin Heinrich, I'm afraid, suffers damage. More importantly, puts himself to the back of the grid.
Carrera Cup Germany champion as well,
yeah.
A couple of years ago. So a very, very good driver, but unfortunately, well, this is the first laps they've had around the Kia circuit on a dry circuit, isn't it? And it's all gone wrong just a little bit too early for that car, and big disappointment. Red flag comes out. We've had a few of them today, haven't we?
It's been a long, long list of stoppages. So everybody will return to the pit lane, and they'll go again. But Laurin Heinrich's car will have had enough damage to render that effectively auto combat, and the team then has a little work to do overnight to get that car ready once again.
There's a bailout option at Lisboa. There is an escape road where you can, if you make the decision early enough, you're not going to make the corner, you can go down there, spin it round and get back onto the circuit. We had an absolutely textbook example of that yesterday by Maro Engel, who was able to go down the escape road, give it bag loads of right foot, turn it round and get it back on while everyone else was looking the other way.
Isn't that part of the difference, though, between an old pro that's been here before and somebody making their Macau circuit debut, aka Laurin Heinrich, who didn't opt to do that, tried to make the corner. And you're right, he could have gone left. It's easy to say because it's all got to be done in a split second.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a split second that you can make the decision.
So Heinrich then, the car's a runner at least, but coming back towards the pit lane, and the fact that it's moving is good news because there's not very much to tidy up, and therefore the session can get back underway on a short call.
It wasn't a mighty hit, was it?
No.
It was a fairly gentle hit. The problem was that the car was spat back out into the centre of the circuit. It needed to get going.
Still done quite a few €1,000 worth of damage, though. It might look cosmetic,
but not millions and millions and millions.
Not millions and millions and millions. No, you think positive. Yeah. So I think Laurin Heinrich will still have enough to go and buy one of your Kuromi T-shirts, should he care.
I can tell you more about Kuromi.
Go on.
Oh, do you want me to?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well,
absolutely. It's your reputation, not mine.
So, so what I didn't get involved in yesterday was Kuromi's family. So Kuromi is a little rabbit released into the into Hello Kitty and Friends on the 31st of October for Halloween. But I didn't tell you the names of Mum and Dad. Mother is Mama, and father is Papa. So a lot of thought has gone into the names of the family. Siblings, Romina, her mysterious older sister.
Ooh.
And friends, My Melody, that's best friend. And Hello Kitty.
Right, and there is Adli Fong in the Audi of which we talk, with the Kuromi character emblazoned upon the side of it. Down the pit road he will come for the Uno Racing team.
It's good to see the car is back looking 100%.
Yeah, there was talk of needing to get a spare car, but I think when the team actually set to work, it wasn't quite as bad as first feared. And Kuromi, the evil rabbit, hadn't moved all the parts or anything like that, so they were easily able to get to work. There it is. It does look impressive.
It's great. It brings happiness to people, and what can possibly be wrong about that? Love it.
So the team doesn't have anything to do this time. It's not its car that was damaged. It was damaged yesterday when it charged the barrier quite spectacularly. Then number 51, the Ferrari from Harmony Racing of Daniel Serra, son of former Grand Prix racer Chico Serra. Other Ferraris in the entry for Yeyife and also Antonio Fuoco. So pretty much, I think everybody is back in now. So we are about a minute away from getting the session back live. The last driver down the pit road is James Yu in the other Uno Racing Team Audi, sister car to that one. I was waiting for more Rabbit fans.
Well, no, I was sorry, I drifted off. I was thinking that I bought a T-shirt yesterday. Might wear it tomorrow.
Excellent.
Is that all right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like I say, we don't judge you. So, Adley Fong.
And the model car.
Oh, you bought that as well? Oh, right, okay.
Yep.
Adley Fong, the driver. We'll see how far up the order he can get Kuromi once the light goes green. There is the Audi in question. And there's the Rabbit on the side of the car. The other character being under the T of the tarmac works.
What,
there?
over here?
Yeah.
I'll tell you later.
Okay, more research needed, please. Yeah. Right, the Ferraris are good to go at the end of the pit lane. The yellow car being Matt Yeyife and Antonio Fuoco. But Lamborghini's in the background. First time that Lamborghini has been here as a manufacturer for the FIA GT World Cup. And you've got, as the lights go green, Mr. Macau, Eduardo Mortara, and Matteo Cairoli as the two drivers.
Top of the times in the wet first session yesterday. But, when it got to more dry conditions later on, was a little bit further down the order. But you can't argue with the statistics of Eduardo Mortara here at Macau. Multiple wins in the Macau Grand Prix and in GTs as well. Very, very impressive is Edo around the streets of Macau.
BMWs there going down towards Lisboa. We got a bit concerned about the BMs yesterday because they just did not seem to be delivering, but they'll be competitive, I'm sure, today. 3-litre turbocharged engines in the M4s, some run by local teams, but the Van der Linde and Vanthor cars by Team WRT, Vincent Voss's crack Belgian squad. And thinking Vanthor, you've got on both Dries and his elder brother Laurens. Dries Vanthor, BMW factory driver, Laurens Vanthor sitting in the pit lane at the moment, who's now a factory Porsche driver.
And we thought for the first time here at Macau, both of them here on the same weekend, didn't we?
Yeah. Don't think they've been toe-to-toe around here before. Elsewhere they have, and it's come to blows even at the Nürburgring. But first time here. So I'm not intrigued as to why Laurens Vanthor hasn't gone out, unless it's purely to try and let all the traffic go by as much as possible. But the car is looking like it's ready. That is Raffaele Marciello going through. Dries Vanthor there in number 32 from WRT's stable.
It's a couple still down in pit lane, is there not?
Well, Vanthor's on the move, and the other one is Laurin Heinrich's car that's the repair work undertaken already. Conor Ledegaard supervising it all, I can see out of the window. So that's hopefully going to be a relatively simple process. Down to the Melco hairpin they come. It was here yesterday in the damp early in the day that just a hint too much right foot caused cars to loop around and cause trap blockages, so they are very happy that the road is now dry.
So if it's any kind of indication as to what lap times we're going to get when they do their first flying laps, it's Dries Vanthor is on this outlap, going very quickly in sectors 3 and 4 on this outlap from pit lane. So one of the keys with these qualifying sessions is to, because you never know what's going to happen at Macau, put a lap in nice and early, get it done nice and quickly.
So the BMWs boom past. Raffaele Marciello goes through. There is Dries Vanthor, Sheldon van der Linde in the background. And Vanthor then charges through Mandarin, up towards the barrier on the outside, moves back across to get the line down towards Lisboa as they head towards the braking zone now. Then he darts to the other side of the circuit, ready to get the clipping point for the corner, almost up against the barrier on the outside, goes sharp right. The car dancing between the barriers either side of him, Van der Linde behind, and now Vanthor makes this climb up towards San Francisco Hill. And Alessio Picariello already looking rapid in sectors in his Porsche, as he was yesterday. Pipriello, who has made a name for himself racing really in China and the Far East rather than in Europe, but is a competitive pilot, absolutely right.
Sheldon van der Linde ended up with a damaged car yesterday, and that was free practice. It was very different conditions. Has just put in an overall best in Sector 2, although that's quickly taken away by Daniel Serra. But looking for good performance today from Sheldon van der Linde.
Out of police comes Van Thor up towards Moorish now, and as he goes through, very, very, very close to the barriers on the outside. Dries Van Thor leaving nothing on the table. He's done an absolute best in Sector 3, but as he's the first person in it, it's no real surprise that others go quicker. And Daniel Serra looking like a weapon. Augusto Farfus and Mauro Engel likewise looking good in different sectors around the lap. And Laurens Van Thor has gone out almost a lap behind everybody else, so the traffic should not be an issue for him, that's for certain. Dries Van Thor, his younger brother here, fighting the BMW coming down through Black Sands.
So Dries Van Thor, let's see what this lap time is going to be. It's going to be the target time, isn't it? As we are about to complete the lap, 21.5 minutes of the session will remain. And Dries Van Thor has really been pushing on for the moment. The car's left pit lane up towards the completion of the lap. Number 32 BMW for Dries Van Thor. Such a remarkable finish on that car in the gold and black. We've got a yellow flag at turn 15. Dries Van Thor goes top of the times, 2:18.131 for Dries Van Thor.
Raffaele Marciello goes second, Sheldon van der Linde third, Ralph Aaron fourth, and turn 15 is clear again as the Ferraris come over the line. That's the reason for it. That is Jules Gounon, I think, who's been in the wall. It is. Yep. Jules Gounon's done big damage for the Craft Bamboo Racing team. It's a Mercedes AMG entry, Craft Bamboo looking after it. That's the car that Danny Juncadella drove last year, and Jules Gounon limping back to the pit lane as Mauro Engel goes second fastest now, 2:18.333. You can see the damage done. Jules Gounon's car is going to really struggle to go back out again in this session, I would have thought. It is Van Thor, D, Engel, Marciello, van der Linde, Juncadella, Serra, the top six.
And the left front wheel has no rubber, and therefore you see the sparks as the wheel is not moving around at all. It's going to be a long journey back to pit lane. And unfortunately for Jules, it didn't go right last year here at Macau, and it's not going right in 2024.
Jules likes a car in a very specific sweet spot. When it's there, he's absolutely unstoppable, and it's finding it around here where track time is so limited. And clearly, he's had a drama. We've not seen the drama, whether it was down to him or he got a helping hand, we'll try and unravel. Bouncing over the bumps in the road. Laurens Van Thor here on a big push in number 25 Porsche, coming towards the end of the lap. So he wants to be faster than everybody, but more than anything, maybe, he wants to be quicker than his brother, doesn't he? So it's Dries Van Thor quickest now, 2:18.131, and Laurens Van Thor goes through, and that lap was a gentle one, if you like, a start-up lap, only 15th. He was slower in sectors 4 and 5, and there is the answer to the Jules Gounon question.
It is, yeah. The car went straight on, hit the barrier, left-hand side at the front, and there's nothing you can do. How disappointing that must be. He's a great driver. Augusto Farfus, meanwhile, is doing what Augusto Farfus does at Macau. He is so supreme in Sector 1. He puts purple sectors in Sector 1 again and again. This time, the former World Cup winner here at Macau has gone purple in Sectors 1 and 2. Keep an eye on this lap for Augusto.
Sheldon van der Linde now fastest, so it's a good day for BMWs. They seem to be struggling in the damp yesterday, but in the dry, van der Linde 2:17.878 ahead of Dries Van Thor. There is Danny Juncadella in the Craft Bamboo Mercedes AMG entry coming up to the line. He has got Matteo Cairoli ahead of him as they go through absolutely nose and tail, and the Mercedes look to try to jink up the inside. Juncadella goes fourth now, Cairoli is 11th. And Edo Mortara's Lamborghini is 7th quickest. Farfus has done, as Alan was saying, 2 absolutes, now a personal best as well. And what about Marciello's BMW? That's 5th quickest, so they're certainly looking a lot more competitive today, aren't they?
Laurens Vanthoor goes overall best in Sector 3, and Piccarello goes overall best in Sector 4.
And Christopher Hase goes up to 3rd in the venerable Audi. Christopher knows how to get the best out of an Audi R8 more than anybody else, and he's 3rd quickest. This is Augusto Farfus. Where is this first proper push lap going to put him? A 16th right now. Fastest by the end of it, 2 minutes 16.814, over a second quicker than anybody else. Augusto Farfus back to the top.
Very impressive that, and Augusto Farfus is mighty here at Macau. When the car feels good, he is just exceptional. Brilliant that, 2:16.814. Just realised this is the first time we've got to see truly what the cars are capable of.
Have a look at Laurens Vanthoor here, because he's done 3 personals and an absolute best, and he's heading then up towards the timing beam, and he goes 2nd fastest, 2:17.523. But it's Farfus ahead. Vanthoor 2nd, Sheldon van der Linde 3rd, Dries Vanthoor 4th, Christopher Hase 5th, Mauro Engel 6th, and you can see also Antonio Fuoco doing absolute bests. So is this man, Dries Vanthoor. Let's get him out of the last corner and put him up to the timing line and see whether this is going to be the front row of the grid provisionally for Dries Vanthoor. The WRT run BMW breaks the beam and goes on to pole position. Dries Vanthoor does a 2:16.797. He's quickest by 17 thousandths of a second.
It's a much better day for BMWs, is it not? Top 3 places occupied by them, and Dries Vanthoor, Augusto Farfus and Sheldon van der Linde, the top 3. 2:16.797 is the target time now, set by Dries Vanthoor. And I was saying, Fuoco goes 2nd now. So the 83 car, a 2:16.813. Farfus, therefore, down in 3rd place. This is a back-off lap for Augusto. Normally goes very, very quickly in the first part of the lap, but not improving on personal best times in the first 3 sectors for Augusto Farfus. Mauro Engel goes top, 2:16.764. So a change. This is going to be a spicy session, isn't it?
Is it ever? And the other one to watch, Ricardo Feller, who was last year's GT World Challenge Europe Sprint Cup winner. He's been a DTM champion too, and Ricardo Feller in another of the Audis is on a big, big charge. Fuoco 3rd, Farfus 4th, Laurens Vanthoor an improver. Ralph Aron is up to 13th. And Mauro Engel fastest by 33 thousandths of a second. This is Alessio Picariello, quickest in free practice yesterday afternoon. He's 15th at the moment. Now he's got 2 personals and 1 absolute, but 1 slower sector to his name. And as Picariello goes across the timing line, he's up to 8th fastest now.
Yeah, so everybody improving, and Picariello goes 8th. Mauro Engel is top of the times, and he's doing personal bests in the first couple of sectors as well. He's an expert. He's a former winner here at Macau, is Mauro Engel, and he's got on a quick lap once again. 2:16.7 is his own target time. Dries Vanthoor has got overall best in the BMW in Sector 2 and a personal best in Sector 4 as well. Coming up towards the line, Dries Vanthoor is currently 2nd. Is he going to be able to go a little bit better? So close.
I reckon there's going to be a little bit of concrete on the side of the mirror there. That was about as near to the wall as you can get. Dries Vanthoor leaving nothing on the table, comes up to the timing line, 2nd at the start of the lap, pole by the end of it, a 2:16.562. Fantastic.
So BMW is quickest, 2:16.5. No, it's not Raffaele Marciano. He had an absolutely unblemished record last year here at Macau. Quickest in qualifying, 1 race 1, 1 race 2, and now top of the times, a 2:16.5, and that is the first time we've seen Raffaele Marciano top the times this weekend.
And right now, your leading 6 are all covered by just under a second, so tight to the margins. So a fantastic first part of the session, and now the session sort of has a breather because so many people are coming into the pit lane for a new set of Pirelli slicks. But out onto the circuit has just gone Laurin Heinrich, so the damage has been put right. The car might be ever so slightly tweaked, but he's still going to be able to go and wring a lap out of it. He does not want to be at the back of the grid, and he hasn't got a lap time yet, and nor is Jules Gounon, whose travails I think are going to be rather more serious.
So the order, 13 minutes just over of this session remain. It's been breathless and wonderful so far. Raffaele Marciello, number one, has the best lap, 2:16.5 for Raffaele Marciello. Dries van Thur is second, Mara Engel is third, and Fuoco is fourth.
Saw some more debris on the road, but I think that's a legacy of Jules Gounon's incident from earlier on. And Adli Fong, incidentally, is 17th in the Kuromi liveried Audi. I'm waiting for yet another rabbit fact.
Yeah, Baku is the little character alongside and is known to be Kuromi's henchman.
I was so proud when I got this job. There is Dries van Thor then, coming up to the end of the lap, and to see whether actually not only is he going to go for an improved time, but actually stays out, because the majority of drivers heading for the pit lane now. Let's see what he does. Comes towards pit in, and Dries van Thor, even though he'd done 3 personal bests on that lap, has the call from WRT, box, 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 new set of boots required. And a very quick turnaround for some, because they've gone back out onto the track. You can see there Daniel Serra in the Ferrari 296, the 6-cylinder 2.9 litre engine car, hence the type number, going up San Francisco Hill. Picariello back out again, Marcello into the pit lane. So everybody's cycling through. Leo Yi's Porsche, I can see, still sitting in the pit road, and Dries van Thor will also be a bit sort of late into the cycle once he's got the new set of slicks on. There's no debate, of course, for the first time this weekend about what people are running. It's slicks. It's just a case of when you use your second set. The teams have 5 sets for the weekend, but this really the first time they'll have used them. Yesterday was all about wets. Right, what have we got left? Just over 11 minutes. And Augusto Farfus has come into the pit lane. Now, bear in mind, he was on pole a while ago. He's down to 5th, so he needs to dig deep once he goes back out.
And when Augusto won here at Macau in the FIA GT World Cup, they didn't know at the time just how significant that win was going to be. Yeah. It was Charlie Lamb's, the greatly missed Charlie Lamb from the Schnitzer Motorsport outfit. It was his last Macau Grand Prix, and obviously we weren't to know that at the time, but they were so delighted. Charlie was so happy for Augusto, and Charlie, one of the nicest men in motorsport that you could possibly hope to meet. He was just a wonderful character.
Yeah, I agree.
And Augusto winning here at Macau meant an awful lot to Charlie.
Yeah, Charlie's team won Le Mans, won Spa 24, you name it, it won it. Championships or special races. And it's a real shame, isn't it, over recent years that so many of those factory BMW teams of a few years ago have disappeared, closed down, or been lost to the sport completely. Okay, new wave takes over, but quite a few, like Bart Mampey's team, as well as Schnitzer and others, have all gone. Right, we have got pretty much everybody heading back to the circuit. James Yu has come into the pit lane in his Audi for a new set of tyres, and there is Laurens van Thor back out again. Now he's 7th fastest, despite all the effort and all the commitment and all the speed that he's evinced. It's not quite worked, has it? Yet.
So far, I was about to say so far. We've got 9.5 minutes yet to go. We shall wait and see what happens. But the great thing about this, with the patched up, he is out of pit lane and on a lap. What was that little bit of debris we saw on the tarmac, just on the left-hand side of the? Was that the one that you were referring to from Jules's car?
It wasn't, but I think it has come from it. I can't think of anybody else that's been shedding bits, and we saw him at that part of the racetrack with things still coming off the car. So here, down the hill, comes Laurin Heinrich on his first push lap of the session that's hopefully going to result in something. It might not look pretty, but it's going. And anything is better than being at the rear of the grid as he comes through now. So down towards our bend comes Laurin Heinrich, the tank tape special, and 23rd in the times, effectively goes through 17th he becomes. So Laurin Heinrich makes a pretty big step up the order.
8.5 minutes yet to play in this qualifying session for the Macau GT Cup FIA GT World Cup, Raffaele Marciano, winner from last year, top of the times, a 2:16.509. And if we look at this as a qualifying session in 2 halves, they've completed the half-time stop and are back out on the circuit. And the great news about this qualifying session, once we're able to deal with that early problem in the session when it was stopped, they have been able to get into a groove, go through the plan that they would plan if everything went according to the pre-qualifying team plans. Then they are able to actually put a few laps together and get heat into the tyres, put them through the full heat cycle and get meaningful laps out of this. Raffaele Marciano into the pit lane on the last lap, Dries van Toor the same, but Maro Engel is out of pit lane, so too Augusto Farfus, Sheldon van der Linde, so too Christopher Haase, yet to feature significantly in this session.
Yeah, he was up to third a little while ago, but has been elbowed back down. And if we were right to be worried about BMW yesterday, I think we're right to be worried about Porsche today, because they're not looking all that flash, are they? Van Toor is 7th, Picariello is 8th, and then you've got Heinrich 17th. So there's more to come out of those cars. It looked as though they were back at the races after yesterday, but I'm not quite so sure now, because try as he might, Van Toor L just can't quite find that last, what does he need? Second, really, and a second's quite a lot.
Let's wait and see. We've got 7 minutes just under of the session remaining. It's Marciano that tops the times. Dries van Toor is second in the BMW. Maro Engel, and he's in 3rd place, and Pirocco in 4th. Farfus out of pit lane, but this is the outlap from pit lane. So building up the speed now, getting ready for a flying lap for the Brazilian. Been with BMW for so many years and competed in so many different forms of motorsport for BMW, and is a very popular driver, very popular character within the BMW fold.
Laurens van Toor, absolute best sector 4. So here is the Porsche coming out of Fisherman's down towards Isle Bend, and Laurens van Toor with the road to himself. Let's see whether the Tsingtao beer car is able to get itself up the order. It has to, it needs to. It's getting a bit desperate, this, with 6 minutes to go. So Laurens van Toor up towards the timing line, and he will go through now. And as he does so, he stays 7th. The lap time is better, 2:17.243, but not enough to haul him up the order.
Antonio Fiocco goes overall best in Sector 3. Augusto Farfus goes overall best in Sector 2. Let's hope that we can run all the way to the checkered flag, because this has all the signs of being absolutely spectacular. Yellow flag at turn 18. There's a yellow flag at turn 18. Yet to see what it is. And we also have yet to feature Eduardo Mortara. He has just put in the overall best in Sector 4 in the Lamborghini.
And he's coming up towards the timing line. No, he's not. Yes, he is. He's pitting. So Mortara, no, he's not pitting, but it was a very odd approach that. The car seemed to slow and go. Green flag out on the circuit, but Mortara goes through. Now, that last sector was 2 seconds down, and it felt to me as though he backed off and then speeded up again. Now, maybe the team were saying there's a yellow flag, and he was ready to abort the lap, thinking there might have been a red coming, or...
Well, there was briefly the yellow flag on the circuit, which then went green.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And this was the reason for it. If you look down towards police, and into view comes Ralph Aaron, and runs out of width of the road, doesn't he? But it was a slow last sector for Mortara. He definitely lifted. You heard the engine note, then he got back on the power again.
How efficient the marshals are with their yellow flags, aren't they, here at Macau? It's just immediate, absolutely immediate. We've got another yellow flag at turn 16. So another problem out on circuit. That's exactly where we just saw that notification, and very quickly it turned.
And a big lose, and that's Luca Enschler in the Lamborghini by the look of it, who has destroyed the car coming out of Mandarin. That'll be a red flag, and the session is stopped with debris, wheels everywhere, and with just under 4 minutes to go, red flags fly, and a big accident coming out of Mandarin. And in fact there, Dries van Toor stops, doesn't even go through the wreckage. So the red flags come out, and the car's tiptoeing their way through the incident zone. That's the end of the session. It won't be resumed, and As I say, it looks to me as though it's the Luca Engschler Lamborghini that has gone off at very, very high speed coming out of Mandarin. And we've seen over the years that there aren't small incidents there because you sort of pinball between the Armco. So the session is red flagged and the cars try and get through the debris without picking up anything to damage the tyres. But the session stopped and everybody now goes for the pit lane. So Raffaele Marciello is the man on provisional pole position. It's a BMW lockout at the front. And there, Eduardo Mortara frustrated because the last lap he lifted and then that lap is going to be interrupted by a red flag. So Edo Mortara is going to end up 11th on the grid. And there's frustration for some. Yeah, you can see huge disappointment for Mortara. Why didn't I do? Why did we choose to do? Why did you tell me? ... But you can see how he understands the importance around here of a good grid position. And it's all gone horribly unravelled for Eduardo Mortara. The Vincenzo Sospiri team operating the two Lamborghinis this weekend. But a very emotional, very, very disappointed Mortara. Meanwhile, it's a very happy Lello. Raffaele Marciello did it last year for Mercedes-AMG, comes back with BMW and carries on where he left off. So the most un-Italian-like of Italians, very languid in his personality, and nothing ever seems to fluster Raffaele. Steps out of the car. We've seen him in IGTC this year. We've seen him in British GT at the start of the year. Of course, for BMW, the WEC, and driving for the Toro Racing team. Raffaele Marciello poses for the photographers, and a very happy man he is.
The coolest of characters,
I'll tell you,
yeah. He's a great guy, and whatever machinery he's in, he goes incredibly well here at Macau. It feels like just a few years ago he was competing in the Macau Grand Prix in single-seaters, and now he has really made his mark on the GT world scene.
There was an interview he did last year on his way to was it last year or 2 years ago, on his way to winning GT World Challenge Sprint. And within the course of the interview, the question came up about the number of wins he'd had in the championship that year, to which Raffaele said, I don't know. Genuinely had no idea. Just gets in, drives flat out. I think he remembers things like Spa and Macau, but championship race wins, it was just, well, yeah, I don't know.
I've no idea.
Great character.
He really is. Yeah.
Put him in a race car, boy, can he deliver.
That was super. That was a super session, notwithstanding what happened at the end of the session, but the way that lap after lap they were able to nibble away and the positions change. Very, very impressive session, that.
Indeed so. Benjamin Franasovici from SRO, the organising body behind the entry for the FIA GT World Cup there in the white shirt, just with Raffaele. And SRO, of course, Stefan Rattel's company, the architects of GT3 racing, which has been such an enormous success. And a huge amount of work goes into getting the right grid for this race. And that's in addition to all the other championships that SRO runs nationally, internationally, regionally, you name it. And it's quite a production. So the session not to be resumed. 4 minutes were on the clock, and it was the Luca Engschler Audi that had that accident that has stopped qualifying in its track, sad to say. So everybody now heads not to the pit lane but to the paddock. Raffaele Marciello ends the session as the fastest then, from Dries van Thor, Mario Engel third, Antonio Fuoco fourth ahead of Augusto Farfus and Sheldon van der Linde, with Lawrence van Thor seventh, then Alessio Picariello, Ricardo Fellers Audi ahead of the sister car of Christopher Hauser. 11th quickest, Edo Mortara's Lamborghini, a rather miffed Mortara, ahead of the Ferrari of Yeife. Then it's Danny Junqueira, a bit further back than you might have expected, ahead of Thomas Preining. Then Ralph Aron. Daniel Serra was only 16th, and Laurin Heinrich got out to do a lap to be 17th, ahead of Matteo Cairoli. Adley Fong and his coterie of animals, 19th quickest, ahead of Luca Engschler. Then James Yu, Leo Yi, and Jules Gounon not getting a lap time in because of the damage to the Mercedes. And tomorrow, we'll have them racing for the qualifying race for the 2024 FIA GT World Cup. So the GT race tomorrow, 10 minutes to 2 local time. Raffaele Marciello will start on pole position, and on the evidence of today, he's going to take some stopping. So one more car session to go today, which is for the FR World Cup, the Macau Grand Prix. And then hopefully, if the road is dry enough, the motorbikes, for the first time this weekend, will be on circuit to round out the day. But the single-seaters for the FR World Cup will be next. And a replay of Luca Enschler's big slide, and around it went, bang, hard into the barrier on one side, bang into the barrier on the other. There it is from another angle, huge hit, and that deflects the car across the road, bodywork, wheels, shed across the racetrack. And not only did the car have to be removed with debris all around, across the circuit, no argument, red flag, end of session. So we'll see whether that car can be repaired for tomorrow. If not, maybe for Sunday, and get itself to the grid. But yeah, brilliant stuff while they were running. Seeing these cars around this circuit, at times you think they're too big for Macau, but then you watch them go round the first part of the lap through Reservoir, Mandarin, down towards Lisboa, and they just look right. And go back 2 years, we had that superb toe-to-toe battle on the opening lap between Mauro Engel and Raffaele Marciello. It was really something to savour.
Welcome to the qualifying press conference for the Macau GT Cup FIA GT World Cup. We have our top 3 qualifiers here. Raffaele Marciello on pole position. Second place, Dries van Tor. Third place, Morangel. Congratulations to all 3 of you.
歡迎大家嚟到澳門 GT 杯國際汽聯 GT 世界盃排位賽嘅賽後記者會。首先，我哋恭喜台上面嘅3位車手啦，佢哋分別係第1名馬些路、第2名迪亞士雲科爾同埋第3名嘅顏高。
Raffaele, if I can start with you, congratulations. A fascinating qualifying session. I think the first proper push laps in the dry today after yesterday. How challenging was it and how hard was it to kind of find that limit in the qualifying session?
Yeah, I mean, for sure it's not been an easy 2 days for us. I mean, for everyone. The conditions were very tricky. Even in quali, maybe we didn't see the real potential of the cars and the BUP everything, because at 10, without doing the second stint, it is difficult to really judge. But I mean, at 10, for sure, I'm happy that we did a good run in the first stint. We chose to do one more lap than the others because I mean I was improving, so this was a good call. And then for sure it's still a long weekend, but it's always, I mean, we know how important it is to start in front in Macau. So I mean, for sure I was maybe a bit lucky today, but I will take it for sure.
好，剛才咧係喺第1嘅馬些路咧就同我哋分享佢喺排位賽嘅心得啦。咁其實佢話喺比賽進行至今已經2日啦，因為天雨嘅關係咧，其實對於佢哋嚟講都並非係一場容易嘅賽事嘅。咁一開始咧佢架車終於上賽道開始跑圈嘅時候咧，其實佢會採取一個比較保守少少嘅策略嘅。咁之後咧，隨住每一圈都擦出一個唔錯嘅成績咧。佢去到後期咧，先至開始不停咁樣加速啦，不停咁樣將賽車嘅性能發揮至極限啦。佢知道咧，其實喺澳門咧，由起步開始每一步咧都非常之重要啦，所以佢都好開心自己可以喺呢個排位賽裏邊咧攞到第1嘅。
Dries, congratulations on second place. Quite remarkable around a long lap like this. The gap was just 0.053 seconds. How was that lap? And do you think there was much left if you had a clear run on the second attempt?
Yeah, I think as Lalo mentioned, it was a difficult day yesterday with difficult conditions, red flags and everything. So today was our first proper dry running. In general, yeah, quite happy with the lap. Happy to be second. Fortunately, back behind Lalo like a few years ago, but. I mean, it's been 5 years since I've been here, so I'm very happy to be back. And yeah, it is still a lot of fun to go flat out around here. But let's see. I mean, the race is long. There are 2 days. So, as Lila mentioned, it's good to start in the front. And then let's see what happens.
排第2嘅迪亞士雲科爾咧就表示，其實佢喺尋日嘅時候，亦都因為天雨嘅關係啦，所以並非可以表現到好好嘅成績啦。咁今日咧算係第一次真係可以喺東望洋跑道上面擦圈。咁佢對於自己排第2好開心啦，好高興可以喺5年之後終於再一次翻嚟澳門啦。咁因為比賽其實仲有2日，所以佢都會繼續傾盡全力啦，希望可以喺之後落嚟嘅賽事當中咧發揮最好。
Mara, congratulations on third place. Incredibly tight competition out there, considering these were the first push laps in the dry. How was that kind of first run for you, and do you think there was some more to come if it'd been a clear run towards the end?
Yeah, obviously, great to finally get some dry laps here. The car was handling really well, and I mean, as far as the team told me, we aborted a lap or boxed on a lap, which probably would have been good enough for pole. But that's the way it goes around here. Normally, it's in the second run that everyone sets their fastest lap, so we wanted to leave ourselves enough time for that second run, and yeah, just lost out unfortunately to the 2 BMWs, but still happy to mix it with them. It was going to be quite clear they'll be strong, and these 2 are obviously always strong in Macau, and yeah, now it's going to be a bit tough at the start because we know the straight line speed of the BMW is quite a lot faster than ours. So let's see what we can do.
而第3名嘅晏高咧，亦都有表示其實今日咧係算係第一次喺一個乾爽嘅賽道上邊擦出圈速啦。咁佢覺得賽車嘅表現咧非常之好嘅。通常嚟到澳門咧，佢話其實都要喺跑道上面試多2次先至可以開始擦快圈。佢覺得自己咧可以成為唯一一個本田嘅廠隊嘅代表啦，同前面嘅2位寶馬嘅車手咧可以一齊競逐咧。佢覺得賽事應該會好精彩嘅，而佢亦都好期待跟住落嚟嘅比賽過程。
Okay, do you have any questions for our top 3 qualifiers?
現場有冇記者需要提問？
Nice and quiet. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Can we just get a photograph of the 3 of you together? That'd be superb. Thank you very much.
Qualifying about to get underway for the Macau Grand Prix FIA FR World Cup. And this is going to be a session that really does count. The cars lined up in pit lane. It's a humid day, 91% humidity. It's a warm day, air temperature 26 degrees and track temperature 31 degrees. However, it is a dry day because this afternoon the track has dried and dried and dried. And David Addison, this is the first time the single-seaters will be on circuit on a dry track.
Which justifies a hooray with a capital hooray, doesn't it? Because they have waited long time for this. And we have waited also to see what an FR car can do around here, because this is the Macau debut of the Tatius FR chassis in the dry. We want to see what they can do. This is the session. Although the regulations say you take your better time out of the two qualifying sessions, yesterday's was wet and 5 red flags. Now it's dry. This is the one that's going to count for the grid for tomorrow's qualifying race.
And they cannot wait to go. No. The beautiful choreography as soon as the green flag was shown down in pit lane, the green light at the end of pit lane to leave pit lane, they wanted to get out. They've seen what's happened today in just about every qualifying session we've had. The early laps really do count. And look, for the first time this weekend, we see labels on tyres. Yep. Brand new slick tyres.
They have 4 sets of Pirelli slicks, and they've gone through 3 sessions without needing to touch them. And so sticker tyres, brilliant feeling for the driver, absolutely brand new set of tyres. They'll be having to scrub those in as much as anything. We can go on board with Gino Boganovic here to have a look at where there may be a damp patch or two, but it might not be sunny, but I promise you the track now is in a better state than it has been for the weekend. We've had 2 days of running. This is the final car activity of day 2, and it's the driest it has been all weekend thus far. Through Mandarin you go, and this is the long run down towards Lisboa. Key part of the lap this for overtaking, but then you've got to get it right and look for the gap in the barriers, which is the right-hander of Lisboa itself. This is the out lap. Ignore it to a degree, other than people maybe jockeying for track position, but it's the next lap where we're going to start to see the times. Oliver Goethe took a Tappanum, and Valerio Rinicella yesterday did a lap in the damp before a red flag and before the rain. Nobody else came close, but those times yesterday, the best being a 2 minutes 32, should be eclipsed by what we have now on a dry track. The only imponderable is, can people keep it out of the barriers? And they need to. Over
40 minutes we have here for many of the drivers that you see. The first time ever they've done a dry lap around the gear circuit, and they are straight into qualify. Take the clock back 24 hours. We were saying yesterday, these times may count for nothing, and now we know they will count for nothing. Yep. Because we have a dry circuit. It's not going to take long to get down to the kind of pace that we were seeing yesterday. But as they make their way around the circuit on the out lap, they're going to be trying to get as much heat into the tyres. There are still little damp patches, you know.
There are. What they'll also be doing on this part of the circuit is trying to get track position, clear track space. On the way to Lisboa, a tow is a good thing. Everywhere else, you don't want a car around you, because all it's going to do is get in the way. Now, there are, in the majority of cases, 2 or sometimes 3 to a team, but don't think they're going to work together, because it is every man for himself. And Oliver Goethe, number 1 for MP Motorsport, the Dutch team, is the first one across the line. He pulls the trigger. He's the first man onto a flying lap in this session.
Here we go then, qualifying in the dry on the gear circuit here at Macau gets underway. Oliver Goethe topped the times yesterday when the circuit was wet. The timing was perfect to get that lap in nice and early. This lap is going to be important as well. You never know what's going to happen around the gear circuit. So getting a lap in now, putting 1 in the bank now, is worth its weight in gold.
From 255 kilometers an hour, 6th gear, to 2nd gear, 87 km/h through Lisboa. Speed building now on the climb up San Francisco Hill, at the top of which you get to about 220 kilometers an hour. Then you've got to slow the car down, because it goes left and right all the way through Teddy Yip Corner, through Maternity, on towards the Solitude S's, and then down towards Police and Moorish, the other way down through Faraway Hill, and then the road will climb back up towards Donna Maria. This is the part of the circuit where it's narrow. This is the part of the circuit where overtaking is well nigh impossible, but it is absolutely essential to keep it off the barriers on one side, or the concrete on the other, or the stone wall. Whatever challenge Macau Macau throws at you. And that's Goethe, and that's drama, because off the road at Lisboa has gone Teofel Leal. He's got going, so the road is clear. Much mopping of brows all up and down the pit lane. We are opposite the pits, and we can always hear a collective groan when something like that is shown, and that is Kenato Lee. Now, he's going to try and execute a three-point turn, keep everything crossed. We have Goethe, in fact, most people clear of Lisboa, so they are ahead of the yellow flag zone, as it were, but they want to get a lap time in. They do not want to see a red. And we've got green lights, green flags indicated on the timing screen.
So Oliver Goethe is the one that's going to be giving us the target time. He's at the front of the field. We've got a clear course now, which is good news. He got going, so we now have a purple sector 4 for Oliver Goethe. We are going to get a lap in the book for Oliver Goethe coming up towards the completion of the opening lap here in qualifying. And here we go, Oliver Goethe, the final sector about to be completed.
9th in the Grand Prix last year, and remember, he topped the times anyway after yesterday on a 2 minutes 32, but this lap, as he breaks the beam, is going to be a 2:23.2, and the next car to look for is this one, a Ferrari Driver Academy member, Tuukka Tappinen. The Finn goes second on a 2:23.7. You've got to say, Goethe's experience from last year is standing him in good stead, but Ugo Ugachukwu now goes quickest. He did the F4 race last year, and Mariboya goes up to the top now, 2:22.3 ahead of Ugachukwu. Goethe third, Noah Leon fourth, not for long, Cooper Webster up to fourth.
Yeah, Mariboya was putting in purple sectors throughout that lap, so a really good opening lap. They are significantly putting a lap in the bank in this qualifying session, and that is significant.
Evan Gilter goes second, James Wharton, the Australian, goes third. And this is what we were longing to see all weekend, not only the cars in the dry, but circulating, getting laps in, getting a rhythm without people throwing them at the scenery. Dino Beganovic then, fastest of all, 2:22.199. He drove in the Grand Prix last year, crashed out early at Lisboa. Alex Dunn was the first one to go, and then Beganovic fell into the same trap, didn't he? Trying to get up the inside and just running too quick into the corner and into the barriers a lap later. So Beganovic, fastest. He knows what's required around here.
Freddie Slater has put in an overall best first sector. After the first flying lap, he finished up 12th quickest in number 31, Freddie Slater. He's just put in purple in sector 1.
Drove here last year in the F4 race. The Grand Prix this year, again, just to make the point for these Tatius F3T 318 chassis, the Renault engines in the cars, the FR from Formula Regional. And if you think, well, you know, how good are they? Well, they're capable of 255 kilometers an hour as a top speed. They'll get from 0 to 100 km/h in just over 3 seconds. They're serious bits of kit. Should you care, 38 gear changes to a lap as you go up and down the box. And Freddie Slater, having done an absolute best in sector 1, did it again in sector 2, but Alex Dunn has then snaffled that away from him. And Dunn was 5th at the end of his first push lap. This is Goethe up to the end of his second.
He's gone purple in sector 3, he's gone purple in sector 4. He's about to complete his second lap, and you can expect he's going to go top of the times at the end of this one and up towards the timing line. Oh no!
That is a blocked track, that is wreckage everywhere, that is a red flag. And in the middle of it is 32, Alex Dunn, nearest to us. The one in the middle I'll worry about in a minute. And 30, which is Dino Beganovic, is there as well. So Beganovic, who is the fastest driver in the times at the moment, is going nowhere. He's got a damaged car as well, and he is furious. And so is Alex Dunn. And the one that's facing the wrong way in the middle, I'm trying to work out. But massive frustration. And that's, I think I'm right in saying, between Moorish and Police. Alex Dunn out of the car. This is going to be a long stoppage, isn't it, to get 3 cars out of the way and get all the debris. Cars can cut engines at turn 15 because those that are behind the track blockage are going to be there for a while.
It's going to take a little while, isn't it? And already with drivers vacating the cockpits of cars, yep, it's going to be down to the track workers to clear up what is a very unfortunate mess.
Alex Dunn okay, Dino Beganovic okay. Drivers clambering over the barriers. And I think the other one is one of the TGM Grand Prix entries. So it is either Soto Ogawa or Rintaro Sato. that we have lost, and it's 55. It's Sato's car, isn't it? Rintaro Sato. Yes, we found the end to the wing. So Rintaro Sato's car is the other one that's involved. Right, we need to piece this together and work out who did what to which and to whom. Very swift work from the track workers there to get Boganovic's car off the road. And let's see. So it's Sato sideways, bang, into the barriers, and ends up in the middle of the road. Here comes Dunn, bang, and here comes Boganovic, big bang. Wow. Boganovic's view. It's all kicked off ahead of him, and he's got nowhere to go. Kaboom. And Dino Boganovic, remember, currently pole position, and that's his session done. What a mess. Track blockage, 3 very badly damaged cars, and Rintaro Sato's car took, what, 3 impacts? 1 with the wall, 1 with Dunn, and a further big hit from Boganovic.
There is a lot of work to do to those cars to get the race ready, and the good news is that everybody seemed to be getting out of the cars. Yeah, there are a few cars that are in the queue to get back to pit lane, many of them already down here in pit lane.
Yeah, those that were ahead of that battle pack, of course, have been able to come to the pits, and driver coaches talking to the drivers, looking at Ugo Ugachukwu in the car. He's studying the live timing and possibly also the live stream to look at the replay. Why have we stopped?
Replay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, already the road is clear to let the traffic through. Great work by the marshals, you've got to say. Quickly hoiking the cars to a safer place.
Well, they're just so well versed in doing what you do at Macau. You see, as soon as they got on, they were picking up bits of bodywork and getting it to a place of safety on the other side of the barrier. They just are incredibly efficient at getting racing back underway. So, Boganovic, top time, 2:22.199.
But it shows also the lottery-like nature of Macau, doesn't it? One lap you're a hero because you've gone fastest, and the next you're piling into a parked car that you are completely unsighted of.
Speaking of piling in, how many people have come here on day 2 of the Macau Grand Prix for the 71st running to fill the grandstands? It is not just a sporting event, it is an event every year here at Macau. You don't necessarily have to love motor racing or motorsport, but being here at Macau, feeling the atmosphere, and look how quickly we've been able to get that mess cleared up, and cars being wheeled into a place of safety. How many marshals are working down there? Probably 20 of them, all hoping to get the circuit nice and clear as quickly as possible. And another look at what happened. Bang! And this is the start of a chain reaction.
I mean, Alex Dunn does his best to go for a gap, and Boganovic was even wider and just ploughs into the side. Here it is from the other angle. So wait, look in the background. Sintaro sideways into the barrier. The car's already wrecked. Dunn loses 2 wheels, and Boganovic, who's on a charging lap, because bear in mind, Boganovic has just done an absolute best in the previous sector, and suddenly he's got nowhere to go. That's a big hit. Shows the strength of the Tatra chassis.
It really does show the strength, doesn't it? The front end of those cars, very, very impressive.
So the drivers now return to the pit lane, and we await news for the resumption of the session. So we'd had 7.5 minutes, and we were getting so cocky, weren't we, about seeing cars go round and round. We then were tripped up by this.
Well, let me give you the
accident.
positive. By this point yesterday, we'd had 2 red flags. In the first 10 minutes, we had 2 red flags.
Thanks, do come again, won't you?
These are the positives that we enjoy here.
Righto.
And the other positive is that we have a dry track.
Yeah.
So for the first time, we're able to see what these cars can really do around the gear circuit here at Macau.
Well, they're 10 seconds quicker already than they were in the damp yesterday. They're not going to be as fast as an FIA F3 car, but it doesn't really matter because everyone has the same chassis. And the other great thing about FR being the category, Formula Regional, for the Macau Grand Prix, is that you are doing what the F3 category used to be able to do, and that's bring people from Europe, from Asia, from Japan, from the Middle East, you know, all these different regions together in comparable machinery for a proper end-of-season shootout.
I know when we were getting the news earlier on in the year about what cars were going to be racing for the 71st Macau Grand Prix, and both you and I had the same idea. It's going to be great, isn't it? Because you get this international, this becomes the focus of this form of racing from around the globe. And it's just what the Macau Grand Prix has always been about. Superb.
And you've got people stepping sideways who don't normally race in Formula Regional to come and have a go in the FR World Cup, the FIA FR World Cup. You've got people stepping up to these cars for the first time. And you've got a rather nervous father in Takuma Sato there who's seen what's happened to his boy. It makes me feel very old when I'm talking about Takuma Sato's son racing. It doesn't seem 5 minutes that he came to race in the British Formula 3 Championship. And when you and I used to encounter him on the podium, initially it would be no English, no English. Pat you aside.
So you would go to present the trophy and then do the interview afterwards, and he would just bow. So you would say, so Takuma, very happy, whatever. He was just about. That was all.
Didn't make great radio,
all we got. No, it didn't. No.
But boy, did he make something of a career. And Rintaro Sato, sadly, we're not going to see again in this session with that very, very badly broken car. But the road is almost clear, and we are therefore awaiting news for the resumption. And now we also need to see where Dino Beganovic falls to, don't we?
We certainly do, yeah. Dino put in a time of 2:22.199. Now the frustration of watching the remaining 32 minutes of this session play out around the streets of Macau. Well, let's see what's going to happen. The expectant crowd, and what a crowd we've got here at Macau for qualifying day. For the remaining 2 days of this meeting, we'll be watching racing, qualification race tomorrow, and on Sunday, of course, the Grand Prix, the final race of the 71st Macau Grand Prix.
Which began as a sports car race, and it's evolved through Formula Atlantic, Formula 3, for a time Formula 4, and now the FR chassis. There from the KCMG IXO by Pinnacle Motorsport team, Noah Leon and Mari Boyer. So some teams with 2, some teams with 3 cars. That's Jin Nakamura from the Tom's Formula team. And another car there being pushed up the hill. Is that Kanato Lee? Did I see that car? Which doesn't look like it wants to get going, but it looked like Kanato Lee's livery, that to me. Last few bits being picked up off the ground. And by the look of it, one of the FIA's technical team is there in the white shirt, trying to oversee that car getting going again. So this is the last car that we need to get back to the pits. Only then can a restart time be confirmed. But we think it is at number 18, Kanato Lee, that's the one that's stranded.
So we're having the indication, I think, that we've got a lift required on that car. And as we've got plenty of officials down here, I think the indication from the marshals down there is that we do need a lift for that car.
Yeah. Kanato wants to try to get it back to the pits, but I think they're just going to put it behind the barrier because it's going to save time. Yeah. And that's his session done.
Yeah.
So there's big disappointment for quite a few drivers here. So 32 rather minutes still to go for this FIA FR World Cup, the Macau Grand Prix. And very shortly engines will fire back up once more.
It's just that horrible, horrible feeling, isn't it, when you come around a corner and you've got absolutely nowhere to go. That is precisely what we just saw. We have 32.5 minutes of Q2, essentially our qualifying session, because normally it would be a combined qualifying session from yesterday and today, but with the wet track conditions yesterday and the dry today, this is going to be what forms the grid for tomorrow's qualification race. It will be the final on-track action tomorrow, 10 laps at 3:30 tomorrow afternoon. Information that slippery track at turn 15 following that incident, not surprisingly.
Not great news for motorbikes.
It's what, today? So it's just coming up to 4 o'clock. We've yet to have motorcycles on track. They need to be on track with a dry circuit and they haven't had it this morning. They didn't have it yesterday morning, so they're due to be on track for their first free practice at the end of this session. And with a bit of a delay, now Kanato Lee's car can be removed. Another look at Alex Dunn slithering through there.
Fair play to Dunn, because his reflexes were good. You saw him steer right as best he could. So even though he came across that car mid-accident, he still had the presence of mind to go for a gap, whereas Bogdanovic was even quicker into the corner, and because of that ran wide and had absolutely nowhere to go. But credit to Alex Dunn, he did try and go for that gap. I think I'd already said that Bogdanovic had gone purple in the previous sector, but you know, the commitment was there. But Alex Dunn was absolutely on the money to try and steer out of that. And Bogdanovic, likewise. That's why Bogdanovic was so unimpressed with the whole situation, because he knew he was on for a good time there. Still, the survivors are ready to go, and we'll get things back underway very shortly. So we will be without Dunn, who is 5th, without Bogdanovic, who is currently the fastest, and obviously without Rintaro Salto. But the really bad news for Prema is that's 2/3 of the team wiped out in that incident.
It is, yeah, and that was a very costly incident at the start of our qualifying session. Soon, hopefully, we can get things back underway, and if everything runs according to plan, then yeah, we've got a session restarted in about a minute and a half. So local time, just gone 4 o'clock. We get things back underway. Local time, 3 minutes past 4. And I've just noticed as well that the parasols have gone up once again. I hope that's not for drizzle or rain. I hope it's for the heat and the sunshine, which has been trying to break through, has done a couple of times this afternoon here at Macau, giving us a more usual look at the gear circuit, with sunshine being fairly non-existent over the course of yesterday, today, and on Wednesday as well. So I think we can get things back underway very, very soon. About 40 seconds away from getting a green light shown at the end of pit lane, and we'll have to go through the whole process of getting the tyres back up to temperature, getting everything up to running temperature once again. So any moment now we'll get the green light in pit lane.
Drivers, incidentally, have all come back to the paddock. They've been brought back by the race control fleet of cars, and we'll go and talk to their teams and explain the situation, what they came across. But I think the teams will have seen all the replays. They'll be aware that there was very little that Alex Dunn and Dino Bogdanovic could have done to avoid that.
Here we go. Green flag, green lights in pit lane, and everybody will funnel out of their berths in front of the garages to get back out on circuit. And it's like a gift to a driver, isn't it? The indication to get out on track, and it's the parts of the process that the drivers like the most. All the noise, everything around them, it's just them and the machine. The noise around them is gone. It's like the build-up to the big race as well. It's probably the biggest build-up that they will have ever had to a race when we get to the Grand Prix on Sunday, because there's the photographs, the ceremony, all of everything that is the Macau Grand Prix, the colour, the presentation, everything about it. And once they get on track and it's just them and the car getting on with the job that they can do, that's the bit they love.
Through Lisboa they turn. Drivers on this outlap, but again conscious that they will need to push. And what's going to be intriguing is to see ultimately what our top time is relative to where we are now. And we know what the benchmark is. It's Dino Boganovic's 2:22.199. But from here on in, how far down the order is he going to drop?
Significant names not involved in this restart as a result of that incident. Bogdanovic and Dunn, who again is not having the greatest of luck here at Macau. Last year it was during the Grand Prix itself. Today it's during qualifying, but one of the things about Macau, because we have a qualification race, there is opportunity to make places up during the qualification race, and therefore start with a better opportunity in the Grand Prix itself on Sunday.
One other thing just to tidy up, as it were, Noel Leon is another driver that's had an engine change over the course of the weekend thus far. So a fresh engine has gone into number 7, Noel Leon's car, going into qualifying, the KCMG entered car. And there is one still sat in the pit lane, which I think is from the PHM Racing stable, which runs Rashid Al-Daheri, Matteo De Paolo, or Lu Rei Chi, who had a red flag incident yesterday in the first qualifying session. This is Tuka Tappinen trying to buy himself the track space and get the warmth into the tyres. This is the FR Middle East champion. He won that at the start of the season. That's the sort of winter series, if you like, that is in Abu Dhabi and Dubai. But Tappinen now accelerates over the timing line onto a flying lap.
And I reckon we can expect good things in this qualifying session from Tappinen. He's been impressive so far, hasn't he, around the streets of Macau. Very confident the way he has attacked each and every lap, in the wet and the dry as well. It's quite a delight to watch, to be at the wheel of the car as well.
247 kilometres an hour through Mandarin, 6th gear, speed building, still in 6th, foot nailed to the floor, 255 kilometres an hour, and then there's a right-hander coming up somewhere, there it is. Aim for the gap in the barrier, down to 2nd gear, 87 kmh. A little bit of a lift up through San Francisco, and now San Francisco Hill, up through the gears. At the summit of this, you've got up to 220 kmh, and then just look left and look right. There are barriers, there are stone walls, there's concrete, there's no runoff, there's a bit of an escape road there coming through Teddy to Maternity, but this terribly narrow part of the circuit demands absolute commitment, and that is what is required right now from Tappinen. Barrier on the left, concrete on the right, just skins up against that concrete wall on the right-hand side. Bumpy part of the racetrack as well, fights the car all the way now through Faraway Hill, heading on towards the part of the racetrack where we've just had that red flag, as he drops now down towards Police and then towards Moorish. On the brakes, down through the gears, 2nd gear. Oh, into the wall goes Tappinen. That'll be another red flag because he's littered the circuit and took a Tappinen. Too much speed down towards Police, and the red flag is shown straight away. You were on board as it happened, and Tuka Tappinen, who looked as though he had that lap under absolutely perfect control, has drilled the barriers. He's triggered red flag number 2. And one of the drivers that came here as a potential winner of the Macau Grand Prix is 11th in the times at the moment, and he's going to tumble when we go green once more. And you were on board when it happened. And
it shows just how quickly it bites, doesn't it? Absolutely incredible to be on board as that happened around Moorish, around the right-hander, just before the left-hander at Donna Maria. And what a shame. What a shame. How disappointing. We were on board.
That was quite a ride, wasn't it?
You had the whole journey, didn't you? Goodness. But it's in a split second.
Yeah.
Bang. Ended.
You didn't see it coming, did you? No. Suddenly, we're offline, we're in the wall. And Tuka Tappinen gets out of the car, strides away. So let's have another look at it. On board. So we've headed through the Solitude S's and
Faraway Hill.
Yeah. Heading down towards Police. Bumpy part of the circuit. You can see the work having to be put into the car, but it's this next right-hander coming up, okay? Here you go. What a noise, what a feeling. Back goes in first, doesn't it? Crunch, that brings the front of the car around. And thankfully, he didn't get collected.
Wow. So we are, how many minutes into this session? 12 minutes into Q2. And we have had 2 red flags. Alex Dunn down in pit lane, watching on. And this might take quite a long time, mightn't it?
Can I offer you a little hint of bad news?
Go on.
It's all our onboard cameras wiped out now for this session, because they've all gone off at the same corner.
Oh, wow.
So it might not be quite as spectacular, the next part, but that was great viewing on board, wasn't it? It's a shame the result was what it was, rather than a really good lap time.
Okay, well, can I offer you some optimism?
Yes, please.
Because the cameras were well used.
Absolutely.
Very
Absolutely.
well used.
Yeah, probably gone viral already, those incidents. So it is still Dino Beganovic the fastest because nobody has been able to go and do a lap time yet. There's the broken car of Tuukka Tappinen being lifted away. And there is our unofficial drone camera as the car hovers over the circuit.
Making the most of every shot now.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Have a look into that ladies' balcony, look on the 19th floor.
Yes, maybe we should pixelate that out.
Quite, yes. They're what size? Right, so Tuukka Tappinen's car ready to drop onto the back of the either recovery vehicle or just put behind the barrier out of harm's way. This is wheelie bin watch now. Yeah, don't put it in the bin. It's not that broken.
No, and that car had been going so very, very well. We made the point.
They literally have put the car out with the trash, haven't they?
Yes.
They've just dumped it next to the wheelie bins.
So terribly disrespectful.
It is rather. It is. Yeah.
Right.
Back to the plot. So drivers seeing their grid positions now being affected by everybody else, really, in these incidents. Number 2 there, which is Valerio Rinicella, getting ready to go. But we still have, even though the car is very crumpled, Dino Beganovic's Prema Racing entry on provisional pole position right now.
28 minutes, so that's a meaningful amount of time that we have. Notification again that we have slippery tack down at turn 15. Boy, does Macau bite when it bites, and we experience that with the driver. Let's have another look at this. Riding on board with Tappinen, and we felt every little moment of every nuance of the gear circuit, including that horrible, horrible moment where it's all over. You're done.
Yeah.
That's it. Qualifying's done.
And again, it's just that fraction too much speed. The back just out of line. It was sort of lost on the way in, wasn't it? The back was out of step as it came into the view on that high camera there. But it shows you just a fraction too much pace, too much speed carried into the corner, and there's the outcome.
1 minute away from getting this session back underway. And we have had, in 12 minutes of this session, 2 stoppages.
And we don't want any more. Put your pencil down, because I think it's you holding that, tallying these up, that triggers them. Put it away. Now, Alan, yes, over to you for helmet spotting now, please, and the characters involved.
Interesting. If only there was a Shazam for graphics, because I don't know.
Are they teddy bears?
Yeah, well, they are, but I think a specific character. Leave it with me.
Okay, okay.
You get on with your session.
All right. You get on with your characters for cartoons. We all play to our strengths, you know. So the green lights are ready at the far end of the pit lane, and we are ready to go any second now, as we are in business.
Green flag is shown, and the cars once again line up. We've got a few of the cars leaving with brand new slick tyres, and the labels are the clue to that as they make their way down pit lane.
That's optimistic, isn't it, that you're not going to squander them?
It is a bit, yeah.
Partly because of people having incidents, and partly because you know there's some speedy dry still down and maybe a bit of debris. But the teams have reckoned it's worth the gamble. Out they go. The PHM team, again, lagging back a little bit to try and get clear track space, and also there, Théophile Néal for Saint-Aloc, normally known as a GT team, the French squad, Sébastien Chatai's team, but just lagging back a little bit before releasing the driver, so they're not running in traffic all the time. As I say, this part of the circuit, a tow is a good thing to have, but elsewhere you just get caught up, and you can see people there, even on an outlap, being heroes and trying to get track position.
These are hungry young drivers. They're on the staircase to, hopefully, Formula One, to IndyCar, but a career in single-seater motorsport. And they know that this is the biggest stage that they could possibly perform on for this point in their career. So they're eager to impress. They are eager to etch their name into the history books of the Macau gear circuit, and so many drivers that have done, that have conquered the streets of Macau have gone on to be extremely famous drivers in the world of motorsport. They all want to be there, and with good reason.
And there's also the extra kudos of being the FIA FR World Cup winner, and especially in its inaugural year, because as we've been saying, this is the debut at Macau for this FR Tatius-built Renault engine chassis. So, track clear, this the outlap. People, dare I say, being a little bit more circumspect here. There's not quite as much energetic pushing before a flying lap as we saw at the very start.
It would be nice, and we said this yesterday when it was wet, if they could just get some laps to hook together, one after another, just to get into some kind of a flow around the circuit, because all the interruptions that you get, you could maybe pick out a reasonably quick lap, but it's once you start piecing together lap after lap after lap, you can get into a flow, and the whole session begins to come alive.
It does. And on this part of the circuit where it's nice and wide, you can see the drivers weaving left and right, generating the warmth of the Pirelli tyres, getting the pressures back up as well, because when they come out of this corner now, the R bend, they release the trigger, don't they, and fire the car over the line onto a flying lap. And so you're looking there at number 7 of Noel Leon, the Mexican driver, and he accelerates down towards Reservoir through that left-hander, down towards Mandarin, the right hand. Well, it's a kind of kick, but it's still a hugely committed corner, isn't it? And then the straight down towards Lisboa. Speed building all the time through this part of the circuit. We had a big GT accident earlier on in the day there. Road clear, and then down they head towards the braking zone for Lisboa. You see how they move to the right-hand side to avoid some of the bumps. They get back over to the left and try and give themselves as much room for the corner as they can.
And that's the classic overtaking place here at Macau, particularly in the single-seaters. We've seen some epic battles, 2 abreast, 3 abreast on the run down towards that right-hander, and always an exciting part of the circuit.
And you'll see it in these cars, because in the early laps when they're together, the tow will mean that it's absolutely essential to exploit that and try and do the overtaking. So you've got the Evans GP entry going through. Thiago Rodriguez is one of the drivers, Cooper Webster the other, and Kai Darianani the third. That, though, is Noel Leon. So FR's fastest palindrome is 9th at the moment, as we await to see if we're going to improve lap times come the end of this.
This is a flying lap for Noel, and we followed it right the way around to that tricky area, and that's good news. We've seen it through. I know, we all take a deep breath, don't we now?
I mean, traditionally, it's been Lisboa where you expect the incident, but in these cars, it's really been Moorish that has been the corner, hasn't it? We had so many there yesterday. I mean, yes, Lisboa had its own dramas, but they've all been piling in today at Moorish, that right-hander, that tight right. Goethe has done an absolute best in the sector, and so has Noel Leon as he comes now towards Melko Hairpin, and Evan Gilter is doing personal bests.
Good lap to have followed for Noel Leon, because not just 1 purple sector, but 2 now, as sector 4 has been completed. So good pick this. Noel Leon is going to move up the times at the end of this lap. By how much, we are about to find out, because currently in 9th position, the number 7 car comes around the final turn, about to cut the timing beam, and where will he finish up? Goes top, a 2:21.90.
Oliver Goethe had gone quickest, but Noel Leon tops the time. Cooper Webster goes 3rd. Now, just to put all this in context, what Alan has said about Noel Leon's time is spot on. 2 minutes 20.1. Dino Beganovic, who was quickest, 2:22. So already we're 2 seconds quicker than we were earlier on, and that means that Beganovic is going to drop like a stone as far as the order is concerned, and Alex Dunn was behind him anyway, and neither of them can respond.
Freddie Slater goes 2nd, so a great lap there for Freddie Slater, 2:20.286, and now we get meaningful times coming over. Oliver Goethe, 2:20, Freddie Slater, 2:20, and so too for Noel Leon, just 1/10 of a second between them.
And Cooper Webster then, who is an Oracle esports Red Bull driver, he's 4th quickest. Make that 5th, because Rashid Al-Ahari now goes 4th fastest for the PHM team, and Jin Nakamura is up into the top 6, the quick Japanese driver. Beganovic then is down to 7th, and Alex Dunn is down to 12th. Ugo Ugachukwu is 14th, flattering to deceive a little bit, as towards us comes Oliver Goethe. Personal, and absolute best in the 3 sectors done so far. Number 14 there goes through, and up to third, Théophile Néal goes through, 2 minutes 20.323.
And this is exactly what we were talking about getting into a groove, getting into a flow for the session. Let's hope this can continue for a good few more laps, because we are seeing some significant sectors being put in. Néal with those 2 purple sectors. Freddie Slater second with 1 purple sector thus far on the lap they're on. Freddie Slater currently in second place. Noel Leon topping the times with a 2:21.90, only with a couple of personal best sectors at the start of this lap. Oliver Goethe with a purple in sector 3, about to complete the lap.
He's got a winner in Formula 3, he's raced in Formula 2, and he goes across the line and goes quickest, 2:19.735 then, so the lap took a while to be confirmed, but it's there, 2 minutes 19.735 for Oliver Goethe, and Noel Leon is on his way to the timing line as we look there at Cooper Webster, number 37, who's down to 6th. He lost out in the first sector of the lap, but he's been quick since. Leon second, but nearly half a second back from Goethe, and we've got Freddie Slater on his way to the timing line as well. Webster didn't improve. Ugachukwu up to second. Ugachukwu now 2 minutes 20.070. One car with a rain light on though, which I think is Webster's car. The red light flashing at the rear of the car as you look at Ugachukwu second in the times. And Freddie Slater, bizarre lap, 1 absolute best, but 3 slower sectors around it.
That was a peculiar lap, wasn't it? Yeah, overall best in sector 2. We've got a car off. It's the number 20 car. It's Nakamura's car. And it's got a wheel deranged. It's a wheel off at the front of the car, hard up against the barrier. That is not good news.
Red flag shown, number 3. So Jin Nakamura, who was 10th, is off the road at the end of the lap, isn't it?
Final corner.
It is. It's our bend. Yes, he's just understeered off into the belting. And so Jin Nakamura's car, again, hopefully it won't take much retrieval, but he didn't get to the end of the lap, and others now go for the pit lane. So Jin Nakamura, yeah, he's already hit the barrier before he gets there, but an odd place to have an accident, because look, the rear's damaged already as well. The rear left corner is broken.
It's yeah, an unusual sight that we see, a car just off just before the completion of the lap. And I was just looking at the previous sectors on Nakamura's lap, whether it was a significantly quick one. It wasn't really, was it?
No. I wonder whether there was contact with anybody. But you don't just understeer off. You might do further round the corner, but not there, because that's really on the way in. So that's an odd one, that.
Yeah, peculiar, and we have our 3rd red flag of this session. Under 20 minutes remain in this qualifying session, so we are just into the second half now of qualifying.
So Oliver Goethe, the fastest, 2 minutes 19.735 is the top time. 0.3 of a second quicker than Ugo Ugachukwu, and Noel Leon 3rd now. And there's the reason for this 3rd red flag. Jin Nakamura's car to be removed. The rest head to the pit lane, and the frustration palpable for those drivers that just can't get the brakes. It's not them that's going off, but they just can't piece together a lap because of other people getting it wrong. But such is life at Macau. Teams setting to work, making adjustments there to Evan Gilter's car. Evan Gilter, the ART Grand Prix driver. And with this being a qualifying session, of course, the clock stops rather than ticking on down. So the drivers get the track time required. Oliver Goethe, who is the current fastest driver, has just pitted, of course, and has been sent to the scrutineering patch. So it'll be a minute or 2 before he is actually released to the team. That is the car of Valerio Rinicella, who is 13th in the times at the minute.
Only 17 years old is Rinicella. We are into the second half of this qualifying session once we get things back underway. Oliver Goethe, Ugo Chukwu, Noel Leon, Freddie Slater, and TFR Nael is the top 5, with Cooper Webster completing the top 6. Ugo Chukwu is one of the rare drivers in single-seaters who is incredibly tall, part of the McLaren driver development program, and has been for a number of years. And Ugo, who a couple of years ago was competing very successfully in the British F4 Championship, came 3rd in the championship in 2022. But the reason I mention his height, he is a very tall, slim driver, and it's really quite rare that you have a very tall driver. I think the extinguisher has gone off in Oliver Goethe's car, so you can see the white foam, and you saw a little bit of what I thought might have been steam coming out of the car, but he's immediately been indicated to get out of the car, and the team working to get the seat out of the car. That's an unusual one, isn't it?
Yeah. And of course, they're going to have to put a new extinguisher in that, because you won't be allowed back out without a fire extinguisher, without a full working fire extinguisher.
And that is the car that currently sits on provisional pole.
Yes. Being on provisional pole has not been a great thing. Look what he did to Dino Bogdanovic,
Yes,
and now Oliver Goethe in trouble as well.
Yeah.
So Ugo Chukwu's second fastest. There is his car from the RHGP squad. Ugo Chukwu staying in the car. He was here last year for F4, wasn't he? So he has some circuit knowledge. Although for FR, Formula Regional purposes, he raced in the European Championship to be 11th in the series.
15th was Ugo Chukwu, his first outing here at Macau. And I have a very distinct memory conducting a podium in British F4 at Brands Hatch at the end of his British F4 year, of Zach Brown in front of the podium taking a video of the podium presentation. So Zach Brown becomes a videographer, and very proud he was as well.
Yeah, because Ugo Chukwu, part of that McLaren driver development program, 11th in the Formula Regional European Championship, FRECA as it's badged this year. So there in the white shirt, you've got a glimpse of Robert Mass, the technical delegate from the FIA, who wants to make sure that when that car has gone back out, it's with the right fire extinguisher, it's a full fire extinguisher, it's secured properly. And he'll also want to know from the team, I suspect, why it went off in the first place.
Why it happened, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
That's the new one ready to go. Primed. Ready to drop in place.
And you can see in the background Oliver Goethe being wiped down, and he's going to be damp and sticky when he gets back into the car. It's not going to be very comfortable, is it?
Pretty cold as well.
Yeah, not very nice at all.
There is the broken car of Jin Nakamura being craned out of the way. So the road is almost clear. Seat having to be cleaned as well for Oliver Goethe. So this is an issue that they did not want, and isn't it a good job that we've got a bit of time on their side with this red flag?
And could not have really predicted. That's a very unusual one, isn't it? Very rare. So as we get the circuit clear, it's going to be reasonably quickly. I think we can probably get this back underway. Wasn't a huge amount to clear up, was there, on track?
No.
So the seconds are ticking away. It is local time, just coming up to 4:30 in the afternoon. Those of you that are awaiting the next on-track action, the first time that we see two wheels around the circuit. Motorcycles are planned to take their first tentative steps out onto the gear circuit at the conclusion of this qualifying session. Some just under 20 minutes remaining, halfway through for the qualifying session for the FIA FR World Cup Macau Grand Prix. Chance to look at the cars down in pit lane. That's Kai Darianani, car down in pit lane. And opportunity to look as well at the number 5 car of Enzo Delaney 16 years old, one of our youngest drivers here on the Macau circuit. First Macau.
There has been an incident noted between James Wharton and Jin Nakamura, and wondering whether or not the reason that Nakamura was in the wall was because of contact with James Wharton. It's going to be looked at after the session, but it's been noted by race control, and the fact that you've got one of the cars involved in that investigation, and look at the tyre marks there ending up in the barriers, it may well be that there was a coming together between Wharton and Nakamura that triggered it.
We said we thought it was an unusual place to just be off. So, yeah, we shall wait and see what happens after this session is concluded. But we've got a fair bit of work to do yet to conclude this session here at Macau. Some of the cars having a bit of a tweak to their setup. Bear in mind, the teams have only now got a bit of data about these cars in the dry around the circuit, so little tweaks, are inevitable, and maybe the opportunity, the moment to do a little tweak is very welcome for the teams.
Just over a minute before we are back live for another go at qualifying 2 here at Macau for the FIA FR World Cup for the Macau Grand Prix itself, with the FR chassis this year, the Tatius chassis, with these 2-litre Auto Tecnico Motori or Alfa Romeo badged engines, and there Noah Leon is good to go, third currently in the times. So the drivers are ready. They're going to go back on track very shortly, but let's have a look at as best we can what happened for Nakamura and Wharton in a moment, because we are, as they come down towards our bend, have a look in the queue. The third and fourth cars are very, very close, and Nakamura and Wharton together. The camera then follows the cars behind, but the fact that Wharton was so close to Nakamura, who then ends up in the barrier, I wonder whether Nakamura slowed to try to get clear track space, and into the back of him went Wharton.
They were very, very close, but other than that, we've got no real evidence as to exactly what happened. That's down to race control.
But those tyre marks suggest that he just given a shove, if you like, to go straight on. And the stewards are going to have a look. So we'll find out more news when we get to the qualifying race tomorrow. The green flag has flown in the meantime, Alan, so we are back into business.
Yeah, and we're into the second half of qualifying. 3 red flags we've had in this session so far, in the 20 minutes we have so far had for qualifying for the Macau Grand Prix FIFR World Cup. Qualifying 2 is halfway through. Now we've got to get the cars back up to temperature. You can see new rubber being used by just about everyone in that shot, to be honest, with labels showing on the as yet until this session unused dry weather tyres on the FR cars.
Red flag.
Red flag, what for? Let's have a look and see if we can find out exactly why we immediately have our 4th red flag of this session.
Because they've only a handful of cars have got to Lisboa. Now, unless the race director is not happy with something else around the circuit, but that's an odd one.
That's very peculiar. We've got no indication as yet as to why we are now in another red flag period.
There are some cars that haven't even got out onto the circuit because the red lights have gone on. So there, for example, Teofil Nial's car pushed back to the team.
But as yet, we've got no indication as to exactly why we've got that red flag so quickly.
But there's no messing there, was there? Straight away?
No, straight away, yeah. So it was weird. And I was looking over to the timing screen to see if I had any indication that Oliver Goethe had got in the car and gone back out after the problems with the fire extinguisher. I'm not sure he did he?
No, he hadn't gone out.
He didn't leave, no.
The barrier at pit entry requires repair work. So we thought we were safe, but the barrier at the last corner needs some work. So that's the track with the speedy dry down to soak up liquid, but it would appear that somebody has now spotted that there's a bit of barrier damage that hadn't been attended to.
Yeah, so not necessarily something that happened once the cars were released, but something that was noted just a little bit too late to stop the cars going back out. So that's the reason for the immediate red flag. And with cars having left on completely brand new slick tyres, the opportunity is now given to the team around Oliver Goethe's car to make some small adjustments, I think, and maybe this is a bit of very welcome extra time with the car down in pit lane for that team.
Yeah.
MP Motorsport. Can I mention two wheels again?
No.
Okay.
No. No.
I'm feeling sorry for them because as time ticks away and we've yet to have motorcycles on track here at Macau, the light level is going to start to reduce fairly soon.
They should have been on track 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
But that equally will be in the minds of people in race control. And it's all very well letting the FR cars go and go and go and go, but there are other people that have to be taken into account. So now the engine bay needing to be cleaned of any extinguishant that got in the wrong place. It's very, very rare that you have to see this being done during a session.
It's a really messy process, isn't it? The when unfortunately you get a fire extinguisher activated in a car, and makes a very lengthy clean-up process, a very uncomfortable few laps for Oliver Goethe in prospect as well. Kai Darianani's car we just saw coming into pit lane, but yeah, that's going to be a messy car. That's going to require a much more exhaustive clean-up process once this session is complete.
Yeah, I mean, clearly they want to send him back out again, otherwise they wouldn't be doing the work. And they're mindful that they may need to respond if anybody else goes quicker. But it's an unusual situation to have it during a session, and they're about the only team being thankful for all these red flags, I think, at the minute.
Yeah, it's a very welcome extended period down in pit lane, and the work that's required on the barrier at pit lane entry, we've yet to see what they're doing down there, and they'll be working away, no doubt, to get things back underway as soon as possible. But you're right, David, race control will be mindful that at the end of this session, we were due to have the motorcycles coming on circuit for the first time, and if you just put yourself in the minds of the riders that have yet to go on circuit, and the teams as well that prepare the motorcycles, that they need to make the most of an opportunity. They need dry circuit. We have dry circuit. It's an opportunity for them to get out on track.
But it's not as straightforward as last Formula Regional cars in the pit lane bikes out, because you've then got to go and put the barriers up. So there'll be some earnest conversations, I think, going on at the minute, as we have 19 more minutes still to go. Right, teams are ready, but what we now need, of course, is an update as to the barrier repairs. And looking out of the window, the track staff will be attending to that as swiftly as.
James Wharton's car, that, and as they patiently wait down in pit lane, there is such a lot of education that goes on for young drivers over the course of this weekend. One of them is patience, and another one is the focus on the job in hand. So with 20 minutes, 19 minutes to be precise, remaining. We only got a few seconds into that restart. This is the fourth red flag that we've had, and not the fourth actual red flag. This is just really a continuation of red flag number 3, when maybe the cars were sent back out on circuit when they were still unaware of the repair that needed to be done to the barrier on pit lane entry. But either way, It means we are into the second half of this qualifying session, and you begin to wonder if this is going to run to the full time of 40 minutes, the scheduled time for qualifying 2. Essentially the only meaningful qualifying session for the FR cars. The provisional pole time that we have at the moment, a 2:19.7, and Oliver Goethe was top of the times yesterday with a 2:32 in the wet conditions at the end of yesterday afternoon. They were used to it as well. There were plenty of red flags yesterday, 5 in total in qualifying 1. We're now into qualifying 2 with Oliver Goethe with an advantage of 0.3 of a second, 0.3 of a second quicker than Ugo Ugachukwu, the American driver, with a time of 2:20.070. Noel Leon in 3rd place, Freddie Slater in 4th position. The expectant crowd, they have to learn patience as well. They absolutely love it when cars are out on circuit, and they're very, very used to having to wait for those cars to re-emerge on track and make the most of seeing themselves on the big screen. Big wave, happy, smiling faces. And the good news is that we haven't got the ponchos that we've seen distributed eagerly here at Macau for the last 2 days. They have been very, very welcome, the ponchos that are handed out. Just having a look down there at drivers getting themselves into that zone to maintain the concentration that they need to complete this qualifying session. So having a look down at the 31 car of Freddie Slater, currently in 4th position.
With still 19 minutes, the other side of a green flag, all being well. So the dry circuit remains. The lights just starting to fade a touch. The drivers eager to get back out there as soon as they can, and we await news as to a restart time. And for the moment, silence reigns and we all got wet. No news as yet, because only really after some of the work has been done can race control get a proper idea of where we're up to. Kai Darianani's had a pretty tough weekend as well, the prolific Formula 4 racer. He's been in the wars rather, and there you can look at Matteo De Paolo's car, the Italian driver, ready to go back out, and a number of drivers here. I suppose about the only person that might be pleased, other than Goethe, who is quickest and has been saved a bit by the stoppages, is Dino Bogdanovic, because the remaining time is being eroded by outlap, stop, outlap, stop, outlap, stop, and people aren't yet being able to do a flying lap.
And Alex Dunn as well. Dino Bogdanovic now in 12th position, and it didn't take long, did it, for someone to get down sub 2:20 around the circuit. Oliver Goethe with a 2:19.7 as the teams are all finding things for themselves to do down in pit lane at the moment, with no real indication as to when we're going to get this session back underway. The inevitable thing to say, but the clock continues to count down, not for the remainder of the qualifying session. That is halted at 19 minutes and 8 seconds remaining, but to the immovable feast, if you like, which is at 6 o'clock when the roads open up at Macau once again. So we, at 6 o'clock, have the normal roads of Macau, two-way traffic, buses, vans, mopeds, taxis. Although that said, I waited a long time for a taxi. You wouldn't believe there were any taxis running around Macau last night.
Really?
Very busy, very long wait. And in the end, I decided to take an umbrella and walk.
Right, okay. But that way you can see more of Macau.
And I did, I quite enjoyed it.
There you go, you see?
Yep.
All positive, all positive. Well, the fans are being ever so patient, waiting for things to get back underway. In fairness, it doesn't look like it's the barrier quite so much as all that speedy dry soaking up the liquid that was being attended to. The teams being warned to tell their drivers of a slippery track at the last corner. And the fact that that is now a message does suggest we're getting a little bit closer to the resumption of the session. But you're right, we're getting closer to 6 o'clock, therefore we're running out of motorbike time. And you've got to feel for them. They've come all this long way and have yet to even take to the circuit. And they have to run tomorrow.
They have to run tomorrow. Yeah, exactly that.
Can't be held over until Sunday.
It reminds me of a situation we had at Rockingham Motor Speedway in the UK many years ago when the Champ cars came over, the American IndyCar cars came over to race on the UK's only large oval. And it was wet. The circuit was wet, and dryers were deployed. Basically, a pickup truck with a jet engine on the back of it, drying the circuit hour after hour through the night. We got through so much aviation fuel. We didn't race on Friday. We didn't race on, didn't run on Friday. We didn't run on Saturday, and this was because the track was new. It had what was known as weepers, where water was coming up from underneath the tarmac and making the circuit wet. And when we finally got to a condition, I remember Michael Andretti going around with the officials, and finally he said, no, I think we're good to go. So they got this window in the middle of Sunday where they did practice, qualifying and race, one after another. Yeah. Everything condensed into that short period of time, which I'm beginning to think, are we going to see that for the motorcycles tomorrow?
Well, we are about 3 minutes away from getting things back underway here. So there's a bit more optimism of cars going out on circuit, but I do wonder whether it's going to be allowed to run its full 19 minutes, or whether in the interests of harmony with the two-wheel community, somebody says, right, we're going to give you 15 minutes and that's it, behave, as an example. But under the regulations, of course, I'm not entirely sure you are allowed to shorten it unless it's yet another stoppage. I
was going to say, is there a limit to the number of stoppages that are permissible?
I think that's discretionary, but if we had 5 in free practice, five in qualifying, but ultimately it's down to the race director, Rui Marquez, to make that call. But yeah, I mean, yesterday they were given 5 opportunities, and today on a dry circuit, well, I suppose you want to give them as many opportunities as you can. 40 minutes on paper seems like a really good amount of track time.
We've had 4 so far, but only 3 essentially, because that restart was not really a restart, was it? So, yeah, 71st Macau Grand Prix here for 2024 is about to get back underway with qualifying for the Macau Grand Prix and the FIA FR World Cup, the first time we've had these cars competing. And look at Oliver Goethe's car. You wouldn't have known that a couple of moments ago it was covered in extinguishant. That's the result of the hard work of the course workers that have tended to that slippery surface down there on the final turn.
It's a lot of liquid that needed a lot of soaking.
Lots of liquid.
Yeah. So fuel perhaps as well as any water or coolant that came onto the track. But anyway, it's all been dealt with.
Extinguishant, might that have gone off on Goethe's car coming into the pit lane?
It was the other side of the pit wall, wasn't it?
Right, yeah.
It was the last corner, so I think that's okay.
Yeah.
No, I think Goethe's extinguisher either was set off or went off as he got to the team.
As he got to, into the berth in front of the garages here in pit lane. Well, we're very soon about to get things back underway, and with those barrier repairs. What time did we get that red flag? It was just before 25 to 5. Yeah. It's now coming up to 10 minutes to 5 local time. If you're waking up around the world and tuning in, we are just over halfway through qualifying for the Macau Grand Prix. 40-minute session, 19 minutes remain, and we are 4 red flags already in this qualifying session.
And 19 minutes on the clock, and another session to go before the end of the day, which is 6 o'clock. But you can imagine some pretty earnest conversations going on now between the motorbike community and race control, saying, please don't forget about us. So a thumbs up at the end of the pit lane. The 1 minute board is being prepared, but we're not there yet by the look of it, because although it's 16:49 estimated, we are almost there, and we haven't had a confirmed restart time. So 16:49 is about to tick over here at the circuit, and it's 1 more minute before we are expecting to go. Even that's an estimated start time, not a confirmed. So I'm not sure that there's anybody else still working on the circuit, but we're not yet able to confirm that we're going to go live at the end of the next minute. But the team's being notified at least that it's getting closer to kick-off, so they are ready to get the engines fired up again and to dispatch the drivers down the pit lane. From Mitch Evans' stable, Kai Darianani's car there, number 88. You can see the long drive down the pit lane. You can see all the fans opposite in the grandstand. And there is pit out with the circuit on the bottom left as you look, the pit lane on the right, and 16:51, so another minute and 5 seconds, and then we'll get a green light. Now, the bike session was due to last for an hour, but it's going to be much less than that, I would fear. 1 minute board shown. And we are in business then. Green light will go on very shortly. And out they will go once more. Fingers crossed we can get through to the end without further mayhem. So Oliver Goethe remains the fastest by 0.335 of a second from Ugo Ugochukwu, and Noel Leon third in the times at the moment. So the clock into the last 10 seconds. The engineers there saying to the drivers, hold. They're all watching the lights. And as soon as they drop their arm, then that's the indication that the driver can accelerate away. Green flag shown at the end of the pit lane.
Session back underway for qualifying for the Macau Grand Prix and FIA FR World Cup. Qualifying 2, essentially we had qualifying 1 at the end of yesterday afternoon. It was wet. The times were eclipsed within the first lap of this session and eclipsed by some 10 seconds. We are down to a 2:19.735 for our provisional pole time for Oliver Goethe. And now everybody is going to try and get some heat into those tyres as quickly as they possibly can. They know how important these laps are early on when the cars are released on circuit, and weaving the cars from side to side is a bit of a treat.
We've had contact, because if you have a look, one of the blue cars, the KCMG car, I think, the nose cone's disappeared. I think he's gone into the back of one of the MP Motorsport cars. There, look, you can see the nose has gone. It's now Leon's car, but there was one of the slow 2 orange cars, either Rinicella or Colnaghi, that was up against the barrier coming from pit exit, getting out of the way. I think Leon's gone into the back of whichever of either Rinicella or Colnaghi it was.
They went out as a swarm. They instantly started weaving the cars from side to side to get heat into the tyres, and maybe all just a little bit too boisterous coming out onto the circuit to get this session back underway. And the only good news about that is a front nose cone is a very quick thing to replace down in pit lane. They could do that very, very quickly. However, with the rest of the field out on the circuit, putting in meaningful laps after the conclusion of this lap, it's going to be rather costly. So we've got that unfortunate situation, having got the cars out onto the circuit and losing the nose cone. That car is going to need to pit.
It is indeed, because the aero will be all wrong, and whether it was Colnaghi or Rinicella, we'll wait and see, but I think that will have to come in as well, just to make sure that the rear of it is okay. It's Noel Leon's car that's lost the nose, as we said. There's the sister car, number 8, going through, which is Mari Boyer. But honestly, it never rains, but it pours, so to speak, does it? Because if it's not an incident on track, it's leaving the pit lane to get onto the circuit. But just one driver perhaps a bit overzealous to get going, and bang, finds a slower car ahead.
There is always drama at Macau, and you don't necessarily know where that drama is going to come from.
Well, it's also something that no doubt the stewards will want to have a look at as to where the contact took place, because if it was in the pit lane, that's a real no-no. Oliver Goethe, in the meantime, has gone through now, so we've lost about half an hour with that for him. Stoppage, because of course he was in the pits through the barrier and track maintenance red flag, so he's been off track for quite a long time. There is Ugochukwu, who goes through. So they've been in the pits for about 15 to 16 minutes, but we're back running now at least.
Right, let's see what happens. We've got just under 16 minutes of this session remaining, and they are on to qualifying laps now. So tyres up to temperature, dry track. Here we go.
Now Leon into the pits to have a new nose cone fitted, and now we'll start to see sector times being offered up, and Ugo Chukwu quicker than Goethe in the first sector, even though it's not a personal best.
Nose cone can be replaced in a matter of seconds down in pit lane. They'll have them in stock, ready to go, bolted on and sent back out. And bear in mind that Noel Leon will have been able to get a little bit of heat into the tyres on that lap, albeit not without the aerodynamic advantage of the front nose cone and wing. But he will be ready to go once he's completed the out lap from this pit stop. There we go. Up in the air it goes. Out comes the
old one,
the old one. Yep. The new one already in place.
And he'll be ready to go very shortly and get back out and see what time can be offered up. Third in the times is Noel Leon, who raced here last year, so he knows the circuit, as does Ugo Chukwu ahead of him, as does Goethe. They were all in the F3 race last year. Freddie Slater, fourth, was in the F4 race. And here, Ugo Chukwu has done a personal best sector 2. There are 5 sectors to the lap, just to make the point again. And Ugo Chukwu, therefore, means business. Others behind are also going green in sectors with 14.5 minutes. And the car that was hit in the back was Mattia Colnaghi, because he's now come into the pit lane as well.
So Ugo, one of the drivers in the field with experience of Macau, threads his way down from the Melco hairpin up to the conclusion of this lap. Sector 4 has gone purple for Ugo Chukwu, currently in second place for the number 4 car, about to complete the lap. What can Ugo do at the end of this lap? The first time of asking since the 4th of the red flags. Across the line goes Goethe. His already best lap, a 2:19.735. That lap was a 2:23. Ugo about to complete the lap now. And what's it going to be for the American driver? It goes top, a 2:19.610 for Ugo Chukwu.
And Mari Boyer goes third, the Spanish driver, so you've got to be in the 19s now. Cooper Webster is up to 5th on a 2:20.252. And yeah, Ugo Chukwu, even though he lost time, it was a slow first sector and he was a bit down in the second, in the third as well. The rest of that was really good, enough to put him at the top, and then another one in the wall. Yet more drama, yet more red flags to be shown. 13 minutes on the clock, and another one bites the dust. That is coming out of Fisherman's towards the final corner, and as you can see, way out wide has gone, whichever car that is, into the barriers. Yet another red flag. And the crane hovers, ready to hoik the car out of the way. And is that Rakuto Kobayashi? It is. Rakuto Kobayashi for Tom's Formula is the one that's charged the barriers. And let's see how long it takes to move the car this time around. Kobayashi is okay, jumps clear. And I know that the drivers are all pushing, and I know that they're eager to do well and they want a good grid position, but
5 red flags now in this qualifying session for the Macau Grand Prix in 2024, the 71st running of the Macau Grand Prix, and this has been a testing qualifying session for the teams, for the drivers, the spectators. Enjoy every minute of it because they know what's going to happen. Eventually, they will get racing cars back on circuit, going very quickly indeed, which is what Ugo Chukwu just did. Made it count early on, didn't he? Very, very impressive. That 2:19.610, and that's where the experience comes in. Keeping focus, keeping ready to get back out on circuit, and as soon as you're asked to do it, bang, you put in the lap.
Right, let's try and work out what Kobayashi did wrong then. So down through Black Sands and just too fast. Never made the corner. Way too wide. You can see the tyre marks. And he's just completely misjudged that. Through on the wrong wide line. Bounces off the barriers, or the conveyor belting that covers the tar barrier, then towards the concrete. And so it's another car that needs to be retrieved, and everybody else will come down the pit lane.
Oliver Goethe passes past the incident zone and onwards into pit lane. Ugo Chukwu can be very, very pleased with piecing that lap together.
And although Dino Boganovic's participation has not been there for a good half an hour or so, he's still 14th in the times because we're just not getting into a rhythm. You know, I think everybody did do, with the exception of Kobayashi, obviously, everybody did do at least one lap there. But it's back to the pit lane, it's another out lap. Red flags breed red flags, don't they, it would appear today. Not just in this session, but it's been a whole day of red flags and stoppages and delays and drama. And Oliver Goethe comes back to the pits, back to the team, the MP Motorsport team. So let everybody out again. 3 minutes, let's say, for an out lap. You've got 10 minutes. And each time you have one of these stoppages, it has the effect of making the next part of the session even more pressured, because everyone has got to go and get a time in less time available to them. And it just has that trigger effect of making people go off again.
So what's the order? Ugo Chakwu is top, Oliver Goethe is second, Murray Boyer is third, Noel Leon is fourth, Cooper Webster is fifth, and Freddie Slater is sixth. We have 13.5 minutes, just under, of this session yet to run, and we are in the 5th red flag period as the car is lifted very swiftly out of the way. That's the car that currently sits on pole position. Ugo Chakwu, the American driver, part of the McLaren driver development program, sits for the moment on provisional pole position. 3 cars in the 219s. One is Ugo Chakwu. 10th of a second behind is number 1 Oliver Goethe, having had a very unusual pit stop during one of the red flag periods where the fire extinguisher had deployed and needed cleaning up, not just Oliver himself, but also the interior and exterior of the car. And Murray Boyer, car number 8, is currently lying in 3rd place. So, qualifying continues for the 71st Macau Grand Prix, FIA FR World Cup. Red flag period number 5.
One of the things you could argue that has really helped Goethe and Ugo Chakwu, and I know ability comes into this, and I know that the team comes into this as well, but because they're always released first, because it's team by team numerically down the pit lane, they're always out, they're always kind of at the front of the queue. Any drama behind them, they're spared that.
Yes.
So they're always slightly ahead of the red flag, if you see what I mean.
They get the gift of a clear lap.
Yeah. Rather than it kicking off. If you're sort of at the top end of the pit lane where PHM is, it's a lot more difficult. Out of the way then is Kobayashi's car.
That was quick.
Yeah.
Really quick.
Given a push, I think, rather than needing to be lifted. And the incident at pit exit, we talked about Noel Leon getting into the back of Colnaghi. Well, it's Colnaghi and Ugo Chakwu and Deligny and Leon and Boyer. They all concertinaed. So it's going to be looked at. Anyway, we are awaiting news as to the restart, which can't be that far away, he says optimistically. If only because the road is now clear. There is no Leon. Session restart, minute and 5 seconds.
So, local time, 4 minutes past 5. We'll get this session back underway. That's less than 1 minute to go. Fair play to them, you know. They've had to keep focus throughout this. It is frustrating. You need patience. And more than anything, you need to keep absolutely in the zone.
Yeah.
Keep that concentration. Don't let it waver. Don't get involved in conversations that take your concentration away from the job in hand. Because, okay, they had it yesterday. They've got it again today. This is during qualifying. They will no doubt have it over the course of racing at some stage this weekend as well.
Yeah, one of the things they have in the race, and we saw it last year, is a virtual safety car. So you can neutralise the race for, you know, a corner or two or a lap or two without needing a safety car necessarily or without needing a stoppage. But it's a challenging circuit, of course, on which to race. It's a challenging circuit to run from race control because there are so many possible incidents that can happen, as we've seen over the course of the day. And the green flag is shown once more. So we're in business, and it's Goethe who is the first one out of the pit lane. Now let's have a look while we have a clean pit exit this time. See if we can unravel what happened last time. So have a look in the background. So Kolnagi is slow coming out. And look in the second group of cars. So Kolnagi slows and everybody else is accelerating. And all of a sudden, Bosch into the back. And some try and swerve. And Kolnagi was so slow, others had to take evasive action. So some are being looked at for going over the line, but you can see that there was already the damage to Noel Leon's car because he, as he tried to swerve, caught the back of Kolnagi. Don't be a hero on the inside, because that's just a bit overly brave on an outlap, isn't it? It worked, but only because Noel Leon gave racing room.
Yeah, that was, yeah, it's a bit eager. And I think one of the things that we are seeing is that there are quite a few drivers over the course of the 2 days so far that have not experienced Macau before, and therefore this eager nature of these outlaps to get things on, to get on with things, a little patience required, I think.
Well, Ugo Chukwu, as you were saying earlier, has done the right thing by maintaining focus, and Noel Leon doing the right thing that way, letting the traffic go, not defending, not getting himself involved in a possible incident.
Bit of experience there.
Yeah, car goes through. All right, you want to be in a hurry, I'll let you go, and I'll try and work out my clear track space in a different way. And 11.5 minutes on the clock. I think once we're into the final 10, this is probably the last chance for them. Another stoppage, and that would probably nail the hat onto this session.
I think it probably would.
But hopefully we won't get to that point. We want to see one or two more times shuffled around, don't we?
And we saw them briefly get into a bit of a groove, didn't we, for a little while. And it was wonderful to watch. These cars are superb around the gear circuit. It will be lovely to watch them being able to do what they do. So we have 11 minutes more to enjoy them doing what they do, and also the huge crowd that we have here around the Macau circuit. They can enjoy the cars doing what they do as well, and fingers crossed they get the chance to enjoy the bikes doing what they do as well, which will come at the end of this.
So there, Ugo Chukwu up towards the line. Oliver Goethe again has sprinted away. Behind him you've got his teammate from MP Motorsport, Valerio Rinicella. Boganovic, by the way, who was the quickest when he had his accident, is now down to 14, so bit by bit he slips. And the final quarter of the session looms, doesn't it, as Goethe comes now down towards Lisboa. The car quivering under braking, little squeal of tyres, but he gets the car turned in up the curve, admittedly, and Goethe then now powers his way uphill. Not an improvement in that first sector.
In fact, no one has in the first couple of cars that have been through. Taking a little while to build up to it, which is perhaps a good thing. Maybe that's what we need to see.
Up the escape road is Enzo Deligny, so now we need to hope that he can turn that car around. Enzo Deligny's down at Lisboa, but if you can't get the car turned around, it can't stay there because it's a hazard for anybody else that goes up the escape road.
We can but hope, and yeah, getting these sound effects trackside, the tyres squealing and working as you thread your way up through the eye of a needle.
And Goethe has now picked up his skirt, so to speak, in the second sector because he's gone to do a personal best. This is the drama at Lisboa. Enzo Deligny then arrives a little bit late on the brakes and thinks, now I'm not going to make the corner, am I?
Good decision.
Goes up the escape road.
Really good decision there to take evasive action and to get back on circuit. We think the car has got back on circuit, back with Oliver Goethe, currently in second place. He's been the erstwhile pole position car last night, overnight, carrying through into day two in the wet conditions, and for the majority of this session as well. He's not been without his dramas, the fire extinguisher.
Oh, no. Another one in the wall, Alan. Two in the wall.
Another two in the wall, I'm
afraid.
And
their teammates, aren't they? It's Canato Lee, I think, who's been caught by Evan Gilter. And it's going to be another track blockage. It's another red flag with 8 3/4 minutes on the clock. And nobody had got onto a flying lap. Sorry, they'd got onto a flying lap. Nobody had had a chance to complete a flying lap. And another block circuit.
We were getting astonishingly close to completing a lap for Ugo Chukwu and Oliver Goethe, but now we've got another car park and some more damage. The teams are going to be busy tonight. When do they race tomorrow for their qualification race? 3:30 is the scheduled start time for the qualifying race. Over 10 laps here at Macau. And as drivers climb out of their cars, their stricken cars, the marshals go into action once again.
8 3/4 minutes to go. If we work on the assumption that an outlap is round about 3 minutes, you're looking at 5 minutes of competitive motoring, which hopefully would be 2, maybe 3 flying laps. But we've not had any suggestion that that is going to be the end of the session. There is still time available. The biggest limiter here is what you do about the bikes. But as far as the FR is concerned, we've still got 8 minutes and 47 seconds to go.
6 red flags during this qualifying session, with 8 minutes and 47 seconds remaining on the clock. Local time, 5:10. At 6 o'clock, we get the roads back open here at Macau. The gear circuit of Macau becomes the regular roads of Macau. Two-way traffic, buses, vans, mopeds, cars, all sorts of traffic for the 12 hours between 6 and 6. And as you rightly said, David, before we can get bikes on the circuit, you also need to get the extra cushioning which goes around certain parts of the circuit in place as well. They could do that very quickly, but it's a slightly longer turnaround between bikes and car racing as we would have between 2 sessions for cars.
I am interested in the fact that the scrutineers at pit-in are moving all their apparatus away. So that would suggest they're not going to stop cars coming into the pit lane because the session is over. Discuss. But anyway, some are heading to the pits, some are in the pits, and there, Canato Lee already stationary and trying to avoid him. That was a big, big impact for Evan Gilter, who suddenly comes around the corner, finds a parked car, finds his teammate, and did his best to swerve in avoidance, but hooked his rear wheel around the back. Oh, no, it's not Canato Lee, forgive me. It is James Wharton, the Australian in the broken car. James Wharton, number 16. So it was Wharton that triggered it, not Lee, apologies. But James Wharton, another quick driver, runner-up in the Formula Regional European Championship, and 9th in the times. So he was the trigger for that.
You are looking at Ugo Chukwu down in pit lane. The team looking at the back of the car and potentially making a few little adjustments that they can do. This is not only a qualifying session, it's also the first run that they've had around the circuit through yesterday and today in dry conditions. So the first time they've had to go around the circuits on dry tyres, but it's more than a couple of tweaks to Ugo Chukwu's car. They are effecting repairs.
Yeah. Has he rubbed off against a barrier somewhere, maybe? Or did he suffer a bit of damage in that previous pit exit situation? But you're right, that's some damage somehow. So the order remains: Ugo Chukwu from Goethe, Boyer from Leon, Webster from Slater, Nayal, Gilter, Wharton and Deligny, the top 10. Cars all back in the pit lane. 8 3/4 minutes to go. I know the session started late, but it does seem to have taken an awful long time. And we aren't quite at the end of it yet.
Still Friday.
True. But it does illustrate again just how, and I know you made the point earlier, Macau bites. James Wharton, good driver, second in the European Championship for FR chassis this year, and yet, you know, there's one of the stars being caught out. And when the car is on the road, it gets collected by the sister car. That's going to go down really badly, isn't it, with ART Grand Prix? One hits teammate. The same situation that Prama's ended up with, in a sense. 2 cars in 1 accident.
So terribly, terribly unlucky, isn't it?
Yeah.
You have to feel so very much for the team as we are in our 6th period of red flag stoppage during this qualifying session. Dry tyres, that's a nice sight, isn't it? As we look at Enzo Deligny's car, talking to the team, staying focused, staying in that little window of concentration to, at any moment, be called into action once again. But, this is, you know, we've seen multiple sessions over the years here at Macau where we have multiple red flags, multiple stoppages, but this has got to be up there with them, hasn't it? 6 over the course of just over half an hour so far.
And the biggest frustration is that it's never a long enough stretch between them for people to really get into a handful of drivers might get a lap, 1 or 2 might get 2, but it's so bitty.
Yeah.
And that's another reason that, in a way, drivers are having the crashes, because they're not being able to get the mileage in to learn the track. So when they are required to push, they don't really know where they can and can't. There's almost an answer now, an argument, if you like, to propose that you have one session behind a safety car so that people just drive around and look at the circuit and know what it's all about, and then you go. Let's have a look as James Wharton's car is taken away. And we were looking a little moment ago at Ugo Gachukwu's car, and with a little bit of damage on that left rear corner, let's try and work out what he did. So this is Ugo Gachukwu into Lisboa. So have a look further back in the queue. He's about 3rd or 4th one through. So that's Teofil Neal. He goes through the right-hander. He's okay. Next one's okay. And then Ugo Gachukwu is way out wide already and turns the car around. In fact, that's not Ugo Gachukwu, that is 25, isn't it, which is Rashid Al-Daheri. So, no, it's not Ugo Gachukwu that we found, it's Al-Daheri, and he had his moment up the escape road at Lisboa. So Ugo Gachukwu damage remains
still a mystery.
Still to be, investigated.
So we'll see if we can find out. Session will restart at 17 minutes past 5. That's just a minute away, local time, 16 minutes past 5. And we will get this session back underway. You said it after 5 red flags. I wonder if they'll get another chance. We say it after 6 red flags now. I wonder if they'll get another chance after this. 8 minutes and 47 seconds of this session remains.
I suppose they only park the bikes for a while because they've been parked for 2 days.
I was going to say, they are parked.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The only tipping point from purely an FR point of view is if there isn't time enough to do an out lap and a flying lap, then there's no point.
Yep, agree 100%.
And I would say that's about 4.5 minutes.
And I do feel so sorry for the bikes. We have the top riders in the world here, road racers in the world, are standing by, ready to go. They have been for the last 48 hours ready to go here at Macau. And that is Ugo Gachukwu after repairs to the back of the car, and the green flag is waved. Here we go, qualifying back underway for the 71st Macau Grand Prix.
What's this, take 6?
Yes.
Right. So, 8.5.
Actually, no, we've had 6 red flags. Take 7.
Take 7, okay. So, we are in business. Clock ticks down, as you can see. And the drivers weave around to get the warmth back into the tyres, get the temperatures back up, get the pressures back up as they come now down towards Mandarin. And Murray Boyer only now from 3rd fastest going out. Another one that's lagging back is Freddie Slater, who is 6th in the times and waiting to go. And again, do you go with the traffic and try and get to the head of the queue, or do you drive around on your own and try not to get caught up in any dramas? Well, Slater's going to go on his own, as you can see how busy it is here at San Francisco. 8 minutes to go now.
We say so often that anything can happen at Macau. You can't predict. When you get up in the morning, you look forward to a day, be it qualifying, be it practice, be it racing at Macau. You just don't know how the day will unfold. One thing you do know, it will give you quite a bit of drama, and we have had a drama aplenty during this qualifying session for the Macau Grand Prix in its 71st running.
Freddie Slater on his way down the pit lane. Oliver Goethe again, you see, by being one of the first out, able to get a clear run, able to push earlier, and he knows the circuit. He may not know this style of single-seater, but he does know the track from last year. So Oliver Goethe able to push on. He would like to get his pole position back, but of course he also knows that on the run towards Lisboa in the qualifying race tomorrow, even if he is starting from 2nd, he can get into the slipstream of Ugo Gachukwu and make a move by getting a tow if required.
There is Ugo Gachukwu threading his way through the twisty parts of the circuit. That's Donna Maria, the long left-hander, and in sight as you exit Donna Maria is the Melco hairpin. only now do you get a view of the circuit running down as the speed continues to gather through Black Sands up towards Fisherman's and Arbend. The final couple of turns on the gear circuit here at Macau. That's the number 7 car of Noel Leon. Heading up towards the start-finish line. 6 minutes and 15 seconds remain. Oliver Goethe goes on to a flying lap, currently second. Oliver Goethe's time at 2:19.7 for the number 1 car. And with clear track in front, what can Oliver Goethe do this time? These wonderful, fast-flowing corners, wide track on the run down towards Lisboa through Mandarin. And Lisboa, the right-hander, into the braking zone, the little bump, little correction on the run towards San Francisco. And now on the climbing section of the circuit on the 6.1 kilometers around the streets of Macau. This Oliver Goethe, target time 2:19.6, set by Ugo Ugachukwu.
No improvement in Sector 1, but there was an improvement in Sector 2, a little bit like the last lap that was just before the red flag. So Goethe sort of building up to it, isn't he? Sector by sector by sector. And Ugachukwu remaining the fastest, and he's done an absolute best, Ugachukwu, in Sector 2. So the drivers are being able to respond. The tyres that haven't really been overused, have they? Have still got plenty of life in them. Goethe drops down the hill here, and he's got the road to himself, and he's looking pretty strong. And he's done an absolute best in Sector 3. So Goethe, with the back just snaking out of line ever so slightly at police, comes up to Moorish, goes right. That was where Wharton had the most recent session stopper. But he survives it. Behind him on the road is Valerio Rinicella, and now Randona Maria. Comes a hard-charging Oliver Goethe, accelerating his way now down towards the Melco hairpin, and with only 4.5 more minutes on the clock, he will get certainly 1 more lap, maybe even 2. Rinicella behind, and Noel Leon is the dark horse on this lap, because Noel Leon, the Mexican, has done 2 personal bests and an absolute, so we're in for a real shuffle of the order, I think, now, as Goethe comes down through Fisherman's, and again, you can hear the tyre squeal. He is a very energetic driver, is Goethe, no question about it. Winner in F3, won the support race of the British Grand Prix last year. 2 absolute bests now for Noel Leon. I think Goethe's going to go quicker, but Leon is going to scoop everything, barring a mistake at the last sector. So Goethe goes through, quickest, 2:19.121. Ignore, in a sense, Rinicella, because he's not been as quick. Then coming up towards the timing line is going to be Noel Leon. Up to third goes Enzo Deligny. Ugachukwu goes back to the top on a 2:19.1, and Noel Leon goes only third. He lost out in the last sector. So Ugachukwu gets his pole position back. Goethe second, Leon third, and then it's Deligny, Boyer, and Cooper Webster sixth, and he's still in the pit lane. He's not gone out.
Ugachukwu on provisional pole. 3 minutes and 20 seconds remain. 2:19.1 for Ugachukwu, and just a fraction of a second behind is Oliver Goethe. This bodes well for the rest of the weekend. There is nothing between them. Ugachukwu, Oliver Goethe. Now, Noel Leon's lap was a surprise.
Yeah.
2 personal and 2 private.
Red flag. Red flag again with 3 minutes, and that's just about enough for an out lap.
Yeah.
So I wonder, and there's the reason. It's coming down towards the start and finish line, car in the wall, and that
Jet Bowling
is Jet Bowling, who crashed yesterday. Session will not be resumed.
Yep.
Enough, as they say, is enough. So Ugachukwu did it perfectly to take pole position by 14 thousandths of a second. How about that?
Impressive stuff, and not least because the concentration to keep yourself focused for that amount of time and that amount of distractions, including a repair to the car during the last time down in pit lane for Ugo Ugachukwu. Quite right that they're celebrating down in the garage, because that was very, very well earned indeed.
Yeah. No question about it, and it's a shame yet again that we haven't had a proper session. Watching the times be traded, it's been luck of the draw, really. You get a flying lap in relative to the red flag, but Ugo Ugachukwu using the experience gleaned last year to good effect in going to the top of the times when it mattered. And of course, Noel Leon missed out by 0.191 of a second and doesn't get another opportunity. Missed out with 1 bad sector at the end of a really good lap, but that was it. So he can't really afford to build up. We saw that in the GT session, a very disappointed Eduardo Mortara, who'd been building up to a good lap at the end, and then a red flag scuppered that for him. But Ugo Ugochukwu has done a mighty job. So Oliver Goethe second and Noel Leon third. I still think that grid order and another one in strife there, getting it all wrong on the run to the pit lane. I still think you can shuffle that again on the run to Lisboa with a toe on the first lap. So, you know, how much you can read into that qualifying session, we'll get back to you.
And if I may offer one final thought, quite a few of the drivers are being investigated after the session for an incident that took place out on circuit. So we have to say, although we're calling it here at the end of that session, they remain provisional until we get here in the morning.
And an extra compulsory driver's briefing has just been called for 6 o'clock. And we touched on it during the session about driving standards, and I think that's probably the message to get through, isn't it?
Yeah.
What are you doing, chaps? 7 red flags. 7? 7? 7. Is 7 too many, really? And this was what happened to Jet Bowling. Too much speed, lost the back of the car, bang. Very similar to his accident yesterday over at Moorish.
Yeah.
So that was the drama sustained for Jet Bowling. The car bounces its way down the Armco, and he's okay. The car's going to need retrieval, and then hopefully, as soon as possible, the circuit can be made ready for motorbikes, if there is time. There's not enough time for them to run today. So we understand that we are going to have activity for the bikes tomorrow and provisionally Sunday, but we await official confirmation. But because of the amount of light, never mind the amount of time, it looks as though the bikers have had another day off, sadly.
What a difficult situation for them.
Yeah, and for the organisers, in fairness, because you know you're trying to juggle the weather you can't control. You can't control what drivers are going to do in a situation like this, and you're also mindful of the needs of what you have to accommodate for the two-wheel community as well. So keep an eye to the Macau Grand Prix website, and the confirmation will come from there. As there is your pole position driver then, provisionally, for the qualifying race for the Macau Grand Prix, the FR World Cup, and that is Ugo Ugochukwu, who uncoils himself from the car, the very, very tall American driver with the understated silver helmet. A very happy man indeed. So Ugochukwu by 14 thousandths of a second taking pole position. And a very happy team. Big smiles all round as the drivers then go talk to their respective teams, reflect on a very, very bitty session. 2 minutes 19.107, 14 thousandths quicker than anybody else for pole position.
A very happy Ugo Ugochukwu down in pit lane, and an extremely happy team. It is quite a release after a session like that for not just the drivers, not just the teams, but everybody involved to get to the end of the session and then have something to celebrate. And that's what Ugo Ugochukwu does down in pit lane. Now, the indication number 1 down by the right-hand corner of the front of the car for Ugo Ugochukwu. And exactly like he was in F4 just a few years ago, takes everything in his stride. Confirmation then that Ugo Ugochukwu starts provisionally on pole position tomorrow from Oliver Goethe, Noel Leon and Enzo Delaney on the second row of the grid. Mary Boyer and Cooper Webster on row 3, with Freddie Slater and Teopal Nayal on the next row of the grid. Further down, James Wharton and Rashid Daheri on the next row of the grid, and Nakamura and Kalagny on the next row. Bogdanovic ended up in 15th place after watching the majority of that session, and starting at the back of the grid, 2 British drivers, Darianani and Kanato Lee, complete the 27 finishers from qualifying for the Grand Prix on Sunday. The Grand Prix of Macau
Pole position press conference for the Macau Grand Prix FIA FR World Cup after a quite incident-filled qualifying session. We have pole position man Ugo Chukwu, second place Oliver Goethe, and third place Noah Leon. Congratulations to the three of you.
歡迎大家嚟到澳門格蘭披治大賽國際汽聯 FR 世界盃排位賽嘅賽後記者會。首先，我哋恭喜台上面嘅車手，佢哋分別係第一位烏高卓古、第二位哥德同埋第三位嘅里昂。
Ugo, well done. Fantastic performance out there. First dry running today as well in that session. How hard was it to find the limit? How hard to keep the concentration during all the red flags?
Yeah, by far the most intense quality session I've ever had. Initially, as you said, first running in the dry, so it's really hard to know where the limit was. Yeah, just pushing it more and more every lap. And yeah, to get at the end, I'm super happy, especially on such a special circuit. Yeah, just having to get closer and closer to the limit. But of course, there's no room for mistake. And what makes it so special. So yeah, really happy to be on pole.
剛才咧排第一位嘅烏高卓古就表示咧，其實因為今次嘅排位賽係整個比賽週末裏邊第一次嘅喺一個乾爽嘅賽道上面作賽啦，所以其實主要都係測試翻賽車嘅性能啦。每刷一圈嘅時候咧，都提高佢比賽嘅嗰個難度咧，希望可以測試到咧賽車嘅嗰個limit 會喺邊度嘅咁。然後因為其實成個賽事過程當中都有幾支嘅紅旗啦，所以佢 focus 嘅嗰個位咧就係希望自己可以唔犯錯啦，然之後每一圈刷到圈速嘅時候咧都做到最好嘅。
In the end, it came down to that final lap, almost nothing separating kind of you and Oliver. Were you aware of how critical that lap was going to be, and were you mindful about how, did you even have a clue how close it was?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, every lap, I think, was giving at the beginning, was everything from the beginning. Just to make sure I had a banker lap and I had a lap up there. Obviously, the flags and the yellow flags were also really tricky to deal with. I mean, there were cars stopped on the track at a certain point, I had to avoid them. But yeah, it was really about staying in the hunt, making no mistakes. The track evolution was really big, so yeah, grip was getting better and better every lap, and I knew on the last lap everyone would have made a step, and it would have been important to, yeah, push even more and try to make a even better lap time.
而佢亦都補充咧，其實喺澳門賽道上邊咧，每一圈由頭到尾都好難嘅。咁佢喺比賽過程當中咧，就主要都係希望自己可以喺每一圈嘅時候都作出更加好嘅成績啦。然後過程當中咧就唔好犯任何嘅錯誤啦。咁隨住賽事進行嘅期間咧，其實賽道上面都有一啲停咗嘅賽車啊，又或者係一啲紅旗嘅情況啦。咁但係喺可以擦圈嘅時候咧，其實佢個賽車嘅抓地力係越嚟越好嘅，所以佢覺得最關鍵嘅就係唔好犯錯同埋集中精神刷新每一圈。
Oliver, congratulations on second place. Very close at the end. It was a chaotic session for all drivers, but I think you had an extra bit of chaos thrown in the mix with the fire extinguisher going off. Could you tell us through kind of what happened there and what those moments were like?
Yeah, I mean, if you imagine the session already being so chaotic, for me it was even more. As you said, I accidentally put off the fire extinguisher, so yeah, that just added that extra bit of stress. But thankfully there was another red flag. They had to repair the barriers, and it gave the mechanics time to fix everything and replace everything and clean everything. So yeah, they did a great job to get me back out with the other guys. And yeah, in the end it was such a crazy session, so many red flags, and every lap was so crucial. We didn't know when it was going to be the last one, and with the track evolving and the drivers improving and the fuel getting less and less, so car improving as well, we knew that the times would keep getting quicker, so each lap was extremely crucial. And yeah, thankfully in the last lap I got a good lap in, but gutted to miss out on pole just by that tiny margin, so yeah.
而排喺第2位嘅哥德咧，亦都表示，雖然咧整場賽事嚟講，可能對其他嘅車手好艱巨咧，其實對佢嚟講咧，仲有一個難位就係佢喺賽事嘅期間咧，係受到呢個滅火器嘅呢個干擾咧，而導致賽車咧係有一啲影響嘅。咁但係慶幸嘅就係之後咧，無奈就已經有支紅旗啦。咁車隊嘅人咧都好快幫佢可以整翻好架車，咁可以繼續參賽嘅。咁因為賽事多次被中斷啦，所以其實所有車手都唔知幾時先至係最後一圈，望住個油缸啲油越嚟越少啦，每一圈嘅成績同埋速度都越嚟越快咧，所以佢嘅策略咧就係專注喺每一個擦圈嘅時候啦，希望可以做出更加好嘅成績嘅。
How hard was it having the first laps in the dry in that session after practice had been all wet throughout, and how hard also trying to get the rhythm going with so many interruptions and red flags and?
Yeah, I mean, so far before this qualifying, we've only driven in the wet, so the step up in speed and grip was of course massive, and yeah, it was all about adapting quickly. The times improved quite a lot throughout the session. You know, at the start it's difficult to be completely on the limit after not driving on the dry. So yeah, it was difficult to adapt, but I mean, after a couple of laps, I feel like I was already on the limit, and I feel like I was always up there, so that was good.
哥德亦都補充咧，因為今次其實係第一次喺乾爽嘅賽道上面作賽啦，所以其實一開始咧，因為冇一啲數據支持咧，所以其實都好難揾到嗰個 limit 喺邊嘅。咁但係隨住呢個比賽嘅過程，佢每次踩一個圈啦，佢都可以好快揾到佢架車嘅嗰個性能嘅極限啦，去到邊度啦，而每一圈咧亦都有進步嘅。
Noel, congratulations on third place there. You've had a roller coaster of a day as well. Quickest this morning, ended the session in the barriers. I saw the mechanics working very hard before qualifying. How are the emotions to kind of be up here this afternoon?
Yeah, to be honest, super happy to be able to run qualifying. You know, I hit pretty hard the wall in the morning, and the team did an amazing job to put the car in one piece. And yeah, for me it was really a chaotic session. We finished the car 3 minutes before the qualifying, and then in the first run I had a couple of issues because obviously everything was put in so quick in the car. So yeah, some sensors, they were not properly good. So yeah, but at the end, really happy with my lap. Finished P3. If we see the day, we can be really happy with that. Obviously, I'm not so happy because I did a big mistake in the last corner. I almost put in the wall again. But yeah, still P3, 110 off. It's pretty awesome.
剛才咧排喺第3位嘅里昂表示，其實喺尋日嘅練習之後咧，佢架車係撞咗上牆嘅，所以咧喺成個車隊咧喺此之後咧就不停咁幫佢整翻架車咧，直至到排位賽開始前嘅3分鐘先至叫整翻好啦。咁所以咧其實佢參加到呢個排位賽已經好開心㗎啦。咁佢對自己喺整體喺排位賽嘅表現都比較滿意啦，覺得排喺第3都係一個唔錯嘅成績嚟嘅。
And how hard was that challenge, the transition into the drive for qualifying the first laps, knowing that you needed to get a good lap, but one mistake and the session would be over?
Yeah, it was really difficult, especially because I didn't drive this car for 2 years almost. So in the wet, you kind of get away because it's not so much real locking in the car. But the first laps, it was a bit like stressful because I have the issue, and then adapting quickly to the car and everything. So yeah, it was stressful. But at the end, the car is really fast. I want to thank the team enough for the work they're doing. And yeah, tomorrow we start P3 and we can fight for them.
李昂亦都補充到咧，其實喺乾爽嘅嘅賽道上面揸呢一架車咧係好難嘅，因為本身都冇數據啦，同埋其實佢已經有幾年冇揸過呢一個車㗎啦，所以其實喺排位賽嘅頭幾圈咧，佢都係喺度嘗試緊測試自己架車嘅嗰個性能啦，同埋嗰個極限可以去到邊啦。咁之後咧，其實架車嘅表現都非常之好，速度亦都好快，為此佢希望可以借呢個機會多謝車隊。
Okay, any questions for our top three?
現場有冇記者朋友需要問問題？
Hi, Kiara Martin from Pit Debrief. Congratulations to all 3 drivers, and this question also goes out to all of you. So this is not your first time driving in Macau, but as a young driver, how do you balance the urge to prove yourself and also act with caution considering the track is so unforgiving?
Yeah, of course, really tricky track. Loads of high-speed corners, and being a street track, obviously there's no room for mistake. So I think that's the really important thing, trying to be as much on the limit as possible, but of course without hitting the walls. So yeah, I think it's really important to kind of initially build into it. But yeah, when it gets to the end of quali, I think you just have to push that a little bit more, you know, have a bit more risks. But at the end of the day, I think that's where you're going to make the lap time, and yeah, improve your position.
Yeah, just building off of what Hugo said. I mean, it's just about building up at the end of qualifying to not, keep it out the walls, because that's when the lap time has to be done. You said we've all been to Macau, but it's the first time driving in the dry this weekend, so there was still a lot to learn for all drivers, and at the end it was really fun to go out there and push the limits so much, keeping it out the walls. So yeah.
Yeah, obviously, as the driver says, it's pretty difficult to don't have a dry session before qualifying, and you know that this qualifying is gonna count because yesterday was wet. So basically, you depend from this qualifying, but you need to be calm and build the session. You need to stay on track until the last lap, because it's when the track is gonna be on the best, and as well you are going to have more confidence on you. So yeah, you just need to have calm and a lot of confidence on yourself.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions? No, we're all good. Congratulations, top three. If you can just stay for a photograph, that'd be fantastic. Thank you.
We go up. Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the qualifying press conference for the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour season final here at the Macau Gear Race. Congratulations to the drivers here, and let's start with Ted Bjork, who set up a fantastic pole position for him and for the Cyan Racing Lincoln Co.
Yeah, it was amazing qualifying. It was on the limits, and what I needed to do to try to be in the championship, to try to be in the championship fight. So that's all I had to. But it was a really difficult qualifying with Jan. Also, we were not in, I think, in the beginning. We were out of the Q2. So just to get into Q2 and then just to deliver the laps. I think I've never been so fighting with Mikkel before. He was just so tight. And obviously Jan helped me. He pulled me 2 laps. I'm really appreciating for him pulling me the 2 laps and giving me the advantage to get the lap time in. And Jan was on the limit, touching the walls, and I just tried to copy that, what he did. So it was absolutely fantastic to be, you know, doing it together. But I'm really happy. It's one of my goals to be pole position, and it feels great.
好，歡迎大家嚟到澳門東望洋大賽 Kumo 國際汽聯 TCR 世界巡迴賽嘅最後一站澳門站嘅排位賽嘅賽後記者會。首先呢，我哋恭喜台上面嘅3位車手啦，佢哋分別係第1位嘅比約克、第2位嘅阿斯哥勒同埋第3位嘅艾拿卓嘅。咁頭先比約克咧亦都分享咗自己喺排位賽裏邊嘅感受啦。咁佢覺得自己可以喺呢個排位賽裏邊做到自己想做嘅表現咧，佢為此感到非常之高興嘅。而咧佢亦都覺得艾拿卓咧其實係一位好犀利嘅隊友啦，亦都係一位都有表現好優秀嘅車手啦。但係好可惜喺 Q1 同埋 Q2 嘅時候咧都遇到一啲阻滯嘅。咁佢喺 Q2 嘅時候咧，其實同其他嘅車手咧都有一個比較激烈嘅爭位戰啦。咁但係佢好高興啦，可以有一個機會俾佢可以擦出幾個快圈。咁最後咧就可以喺第2排位賽裏邊咧就攞到唔錯嘅成績啦。
So I guess that probably the most stressing moment for you was during Q1 when they gave the red flag and you were forced to abort a very quick lap and you found yourself with all the other title contenders out of Q2.
Yes, I just did this in the car. Please let me put the lap together. Please, Macau, this track is fantastic. I want to do this, and it worked. But then in Q2, to be able to drive on the limit as we did here on the wall, just next to the walls, it's another level of the feeling. So that's the next step. But more stress, the stress was Q1.
好，咁剛才比約克咧亦都補充啦，其實喺第1回合咧，因為有紅旗嘅影響啦，所以成個比賽過程當中都非常之壓力好大嘅。咁佢唯有喺車道祈禱咧，希望自己可以有機會刷到一個快圈。咁於是咧喺第2回合嘅裏邊咧，佢亦都將呢個不停咁樣挑戰佢嘅極限啦，架車基本上係貼住牆嚟到去揸嘅。咁最後個結果都非常之好。
Talking about the championship, obviously everything has changed after today's qualifying. Now you are only 10 points behind Norbert Michaelis. How do you see the rest of the weekend for yourself?
For me, it was the first step to be able to fight for the championship because 19 points is a lot. But Mikael put it in 2nd place and Norbert in 4th place, Jan 3rd. So it will be a fight, and all I wish for is a good, clean fight, and then we see who's the champion. That's the only thing I can wish for. But it feels good. Hopefully we just keep, you know, fighting as good and as we can.
好，咁因為其實國際汽聯 TCR 世界巡迴賽咧嚟到澳門，亦都係最後一回啦，所以嗰個比賽嘅總冠軍咧，亦都會喺呢一度誕生嘅。其實喺呢個車手嘅龍虎榜上邊咧，比約克咧同米捷利斯嘅分數咧已經因為呢一個排位賽而拉近咗好多啦。咁比約克咧頭先表示咧，第一步就當然係獲得最多嘅積分啦，第2步就係希望可以喺比賽裏邊咧有一個好乾淨啦、好公平嘅一個爭鬥啦，咁希望自己咧可以攞到理想嘅成績嘅。
Second fastest, Michele Ascona. Michele, what's your view of this result? Are you happy about that? Because in the first practice yesterday, in the second practice, your cars were the quickest, and today you have been quickest at a certain moment, but you didn't manage to beat Ted.
Yeah, obviously I'm happy, because carrying 30 kilos and been fighting for the pole, it's I put all the maximum in the track, and I was fighting for really good results. So I was super happy, but at the same time, mixed feeling because I missed by a few thousand. So my first lap, I put everything in the track, and I was able to do Mandarin flat, so no mistake out there. I knew that I had the pole by 11,000, something like that, and then on the second lap already my front tire was gone, so we focused in one lap, and unfortunately I lost this pole position by 20,000, but yeah, I came to the final run to give it everything, still on the title contention. So happy, but as well I want to, to go for more tomorrow on race, and starting on the first row, I have a good chance to go for it, and yeah, I'm gonna do my best tomorrow. But yeah, obviously very happy for starting on the first row with 30 extra kilos.
好，而排第2位嘅阿斯高拿咧，亦都因為其實佢尋日咧喺賽道上面嘅成績係最快嘅，但係今日咧反而係整體嚟講咧就未如理想啦。有一啲路段做得比較好，有一啲咧就比較差嘅。咁佢覺得咧，其實架車喺負重嘅時候咧難度亦都係大大增加啦。喺第一圈嘅時候，佢傾盡咗全力，希望擦出一個快圈啦，冇任何嘅一個損失啦。咁但係咧前胎咧就因而亦都損耗得好緊要。咁所以之後咧佢嘅策略就係希望可以做到一個理想嘅圈啦，好開心可以入到第2排位賽。其實對於今次排位賽嘅成績咧，佢覺得都可以嘅，但係當然都希望可以喺聽日嘅正賽裏邊可以繼續努力，擦出更加多嘅好嘅成績啦，攞到更加多嘅分數啦。佢好期待聽日可以喺第3排發車。
As you said, you will be starting from the front row in the first race. So what will you do tonight? Thinking about trying to turn into the Lisboa before Ted?
Not really. I will do what I did during the whole season. I think we're strong on the starts. Actually, that's something we try to improve after China, because we knew that arriving to Macau, it's all about the start. To be honest, we improved quite a lot on the start. I feel confident. I don't need to do anything different from what I know what to do, and sleep good. To be honest, sleep good and have a good start and try to win the race.
而阿斯高拿咧，其實亦都補充喺成個賽季裏邊咧，佢都有一個好清晰明確嘅目標啦，同埋其實佢成個過程當中咧都好知道同埋了解自己嘅能力同埋自己要追求嘅嘢嘅。尤其是喺中國賽之後咧，佢就希望同埋佢知道澳門嘅賽道其實非常之難啦，非常之驚險啦，考驗車手嘅能力啦，所以佢同車隊咧都一直希望可以喺中國分站賽之後咧可以作出一啲調整，係嚟到澳門嘅時候咧可以攞到更加多嘅分數。
And let's come to Yann Erlaché, third fastest lap. Yann, you were on top of the time sheet until the final lap. Are you disappointed to be only third?
Actually, first of all, well done to Mikel and Ted. Especially Ted, he did a very good job. You know, it's quite challenging when you play for the championship and there is session like this, very with a lot of red flag. You need to focus a lot to keep the tension and everything. So he did a mega job. I tried to do everything I could to help him to be there with a bit of towing. For my side, with 30 kilo here in Macau, we knew it was going to be difficult, yes, for sure. But at the end of the day, we are P1, P3, mixed with the two Hyundais, with Mikel P2 and Norby P4. So it will be quite a tough fight tomorrow on the track. We have 4 cars within a 10th here in Macau, so we show how competitive the championship is, you know. So I mean, and 2 different brands as well. So I think we can be quite proud of that. The championship can be quite proud of that as well. And it showed the works from everyone. So I'm very, very pleased to be here. And with the work the team has done, you know, it has been very challenging the last day actually with the weather forecast. Even this session, it started wet, not putting the car in the wall, being outside of top 12, not going to Q2, having only one last chance and stuff. So no, very well done to Ted, and I will do my maximum tomorrow to keep this momentum and to get to secure at least one title, which is the team title, and trying to get a second one.
而排喺第3位嘅艾拿卓咧就表示其實佢覺得自己嘅隊友啦做得好好啦。喺賽道喺咁艱難嘅賽道裏邊咧，其實要應付今個比賽週末嘅呢一個天氣啦，加上對手好強勁啦，加上係最後一站，大家其實都係為緊成個賽事嘅最後一站嚟到去爭取最多嘅積分。其實種種情況加埋咧，再加上喺澳門發生咧，嗰個過程係非常之艱難嘅。而喺第一排位賽裏邊咧，亦都因為有紅旗嘅影響啦，加上其實成個競爭都好激烈啦，所以佢係要集中好強嘅呢個集中力咧，先至可以完成到呢一個第一回合嘅排位賽嘅。咁第二回合當然亦都係啦，其實因為喺澳門不嬲都係佢亦都唔係第一次嚟澳門啦，所以其實但係佢都好了解澳門賽道嘅嗰啲難嘅位嘅，所以佢覺得可以同隊友一齊喺前列發車非常之開心啦。佢嚟緊呢喺正賽裏邊呢，亦都會盡力啦，希望可以為車隊咧爭取到呢個年度總冠軍嘅呢個頭銜嘅。
Is there any questions from the floor?
現場有冇問題？有冇記者朋友需要問問題
No. So congratulations. May I have a round of applause for them? Thank you very much.